access cord ingest redeemed first.
You will give me an egg. You will give me an egg. You will give me an egg.
I'll turn down master volume a bit because I think it might be too loud for y'all. Maybe here? I've never played this game. I've never played this game before, but it looks silly goofy, and we're dating cats. What can go wrong? New game. There's 6 chapters, okay. If anyone sees a cat that they want to romance, let me know. Oh, we choose a person. Wait, are these all scientists or something? Dodo. We're a human dating cats. This game just got a lot less cute. Is that an autosave feature? Okay. It was like that in the pigeon dating sim too. You were a human dating pigeon. It was kind of funny. I'm not sure how long we've been sailing, but it feels like forever. I'm not feeling too well now, so it's a huge relief to hear the deck lad shout. Island approach, make yourself ready. Had a full boyfriend was a fever trip. I loved it so much. I'm finally here. When I applied last month, I was just another broke student living off of baked beans and didn't really think I had a chance of being accepted to be a part of the prestigious Cat Island research team. Yet here it is, the little black dot in the distance, growing bigger by the second, is the infamous Cat Island, the place I will call home for the next few months. We are a scientist. My heart momentarily skips a beat. What if there's been a mistake? What if they accepted someone else's application and accidentally sent the offer to me? I rummage about in my bag until I find the papers. EPRI Corporation. Dear Dodo, we are pleased to be able to offer you the position of research assistant. to Professor Popper at our research facility on Cat Island. The position will be for an initial period of 8 weeks. Your contract will be sent separately. We look forward to working with you.
Just redeemed meds check.
Thank you for the meds check. No mistake. That's my name right there in the top left-hand corner, Dodo. And there's his name at the bottom, the genius behind this whole operation. The only dating sim I've played is Doki Doki Literature Club. Is that a dating game? I'm gonna start this off by taking my, what are these called? My vitamins. It's Saturday, that means it's injection day, I forgot. Okay. My bad.
You will give me an egg.
Hi. Garage just redeemed. Say hi.
Hi. I will get my needle ready while we do this. Maybe I should get a redeem for injection day. Professor Popper, science genius, and my new boss. How was your sleep? I didn't sleep long enough. I looked up from my papers to see dry land rapidly approaching before us. It seems to be surrounded by a huge barrier of impenetrable black roots. Also, hello goldfish, hello grad, how are y'all doing today? I had a bird bath until like 4 AM, so my bad. As we get closer, we're not slowing down, and I begin to worry that we're gonna crash into them. Then at the very last moment, we take a sharp turn to the left, and suddenly we're sailing smoothly towards a jetty through an opening in the rocks. I blow out the breath that I've been holding and break into a smile. Nicely done, skipper! The ferryman comes out from behind the steering wheel, ignoring my attempts at camaraderie, and shouts rather brusquely. Take all your belongings, we won't be back for days, so don't leave anything you'll need. Thank you. I smile weakly at the ferryman and his son and pick up my bags, ready to disembark. We glide seamlessly through the wooden jetty, and the son leaps ashore to tie us off. He's greeted by a bulky man in a uniform, who I take to be a security officer of some kind. Gonna put soil in your coffee? Yo, what the frick? Joe? Sir, caught you a mouse. And then he laughs loudly as if he said the funniest thing ever. It's very disconcerting. Security guard remains surly and puts his attention towards me. Let's be having you then. He holds out his large hand, which I assume is an offer to help me off the boat, but as I reach to take it, he snatches it away, throwing me off balance so that I almost fall over the side. What a great start. ID card? Oh, I see, of course. I reach into my back pocket and hand over the laminated card I was given on the mainland. Date issued January 1st, 2017. You should have clarified that then. Barely looks at it before striding off, grunting over his shoulder. This way. I follow him down a dirt track path and get my first proper view of the island. Beautiful, lush, and green. I'm already under its spell. After no more than a couple of minutes trekking, we're in base camp, which consists of an assortment of tents and huts. Among them are two more solid-looking structures, one larger and one smaller. I presume these are the labs. The whole camp is moderate, but functional. It reminds me of an army outpost. I'm struck by the lack of people. In fact, there's no one apart from an older woman sitting outside, peeling a pile of potatoes. I smile and give her a little nod, but she just stares back at me. I try not to get paranoid. Here. Stopped at the largest of the tents, indicating that I should go inside. I feel rude just walking in, so I make my presence known first. Hello? A firm but friendly voice calls out. Come. I walk in and there he is, hunched over some documents. The great Professor Popper! Sir, it's an honor to meet you. Yes, you must be Dodo. Come in, my dear. Glad to have you on board. Good journey? Well, Lon. Yes, indeed. We're rather tucked away here. Let me offer you some refreshment. Water, coffee, something stronger, perhaps? Whiskey? Just some water if you have some. Now that's something we have an abundance of. There are plenty of safe natural springs on the water, but we have the bottled kind too. I'm relieved as he passes me a bottle. I'm not too keen to start drinking water from natural sources until I have personally checked that they're not used as cat urinals. It will take you a while to find your way around and discover how it all works, so for today I thought I would just get you kitted out and maybe introduce you to some of the locals. The cats, that is. I believe you've already met most of the human locals. Oh, I've only met the ferryman and the security guard who brought me here. Yes, that's about it. And the lady outside? Ah, Mrs. Marigold. Her and her husband are the caretakers. Wonderful couple, the Marigolds. You'll meet them before too long. We're a tidy little family here, Dodo, and I'm sure you'll fit in nicely. I don't like how they spell whiskey. Wait, how did they spell whiskey? I didn't notice. Thank you, sir. I hope so. Okay, so first things first, this is your basic kit. He begins going through a pile of things on his desk, explaining each of them in turn. This is your backpack. You can put everything in it. We'll be going on plenty of field trips, so it will be useful. Without the E, the American way? Oh! As will your own water bottle, some disinfectant hand spray. Ah, these are heavy-duty reinforced gloves, which are essential when tagging cats out in the wild. Don't want any scratches from felines we don't know now, do we?
Hi. 5GT _sprinkles just redeemed. Say hi.
Hi!
It's time to drink water.
It's
time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
Stretch! Stretch!
Alright. I just finished my injection. I know I'm getting hit with the entire
5GT
fucking...
_sprinkles just redeemed. Meds check.
I swore!
Eat a lot of snacks together.
Damn it.
5GT _sprinkles just redeemed bird treat.
I am not a king, I am not a god, I am...
Capybara.
Capybara.
5GT _sprinkles just redeemed since last retrieved a cappy from Davy Jones' locker. Why is Theodore back?
Because he's my son and someone brought him back. I don't remember who it was. Hold on, let me find it. Boom. Disappeared. Mwah! I suppose not. Now Benny is alone. I know, right? She's so sad. Alright, other pill. I shove each item into my new backpack as he gives them to me. Likewise, these goggles are to be brought along on all field trips. This lot here. Wait, are the white things at the bottom of the frame feathers? Yes? I didn't think that's what they were. I'm going to explode. I swear. I swear. Everyone keeps thinking. Every time they get pointed out, people are like, those look like penis. Oh. I thought dandelion seeds? Oh. Anytime anyone tells me that they don't look like feathers, they tell me they look like penises. Ah, it looks like a condom. That's just as bad. I've ruined Dodo's thoughts. You have. You've never seen a penis before? Alright, let me take my self-care blast. Eat a snack. I have now had a bird treat. Well, I'm going to have a bird treat. So, thank you for the head pads. I'm gonna test my armpit. I'm gonna rub alcohol on it and see if it burns. And if it does, then maybe I rubbed alcohol on my armpit, but it doesn't hurt. So there's not a scratch on my armpit. I just don't know why my armpit hurts. Likewise, these goggles are to be brought along on all field trips. This lot here, he indicates to a small pile of what looks like laundry, is basic uniform, lab coats, masks, stethoscope, etc. Portable first aid kit, camping knife with all tool attachments. Finally, and without doubt most importantly, this. He holds up something that looks a lot like a mobile phone, except it clearly isn't. This is your catalog. Catalog? Yes, the name comes from its earliest version. It was initially designed to record and store data from the cats, scan them, log their details, but as you see, we've come a long way since then. A roll-on deodorant can help with chafing. I don't use roll-on deodorants. I always use spray. Now you can use it to communicate with the rest of our team. I've added everyone's contact details for you. Listen to music, take photos. There's even a pen that comes with it to insert microchips into the back of the cat's neck so that we can keep track of them. It's a very valuable piece of equipment, Dodo, and I need you to protect it above all else. Do you understand? Spray's bad. He's looking directly in the eye, and it clearly expects a response. Yes, sir, of course I will look after it. Good, you'll get to know all the functions as you go along, but for now I suggest we take a stroll out and see if we can't find a few friends to introduce you to so we can try it out. He hands me the gadget. I feel a bit nervous taking charge of it, but also really keen to have a go. Spray's bad. It's the only stuff, like I used to have really bad allergic reactions, right? Which is why I switched to spray. We head down to the beach, the professor explaining things as we go. The mixture of terrain on Cat Island is quite unique. Even in such a relatively small area, you'll find forests, mountains, jungles, beaches, woodland, all of these different geological and ecological zones in one place. It really is most remarkable. It certainly is. Even the lack of wildlife is in itself quite remarkable. What do you mean, Professor? Well, put simply, there is a type of force field that surrounds the island, disallowing anything to enter. You mean literally anything? Absolutely! No birds, fish, or creatures of any kind can penetrate it. Forgive my lack of intelligence on this subject, but, we're here? The professor lets out a disconcertingly loud laugh. Ah, I see what you mean. Well, there is of course one small break in this invisible wall, and that is where we built the jetty. But let's not get too bogged down in all this right now. What you need to know, basically, is that the island is shaped like a peanut. He has picked up a nearby stick and draws a simple map on the sand. This, our end of the island, is very well known to us now. We've been researching here for many years. And the other end is not so familiar for us. We've encountered difficulties that have hindered our progress in the region. What type of difficulties, Professor? Well, we're not sure as we'd like to be, but I can tell you that the environment has an adverse effect upon humans, inducing nausea at the very least. And the worst? Fainting, migraines, possible nerve damage. Gosh, that is serious. As I say, it's best to keep away, but let's not go into all of that right now, my dear. Had a long day. For now, let's just say that we refer to the far end of the island as the danger zone with good reason. I must ask you not to put yourself at risk by venturing beyond this mountain range right here. He refers to the map once more, drawing a line just past the center and an X through the end section. There are wild, aggressive cats out there. I wouldn't want you getting too close to them. Unlike our lovely fellows closer to home. He's led me to a spot where a few cats are lounging about. What do you say we try out your catalog now, Dodo? Also, hello, Darklight, how are you doing? He stoops down and picks up one of the animals. A disgruntled-looking cat who was sleeping under the shade of a palm tree. The cat lets out a displeased mewl, but doesn't struggle. Its large body billowing with lawn orange. It sort of hangs out in the professor's arm in lazy resignation. Would you like to have a go at scanning this delightful chap? I find the on switch and somewhat timidly activate it. The gadget immediately comes to artificial life, emitting a boop 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 sound with a red pulsating light. I select the app labeled cat scan and it loads in. There's no delay on this thing. The professor holds the cat towards me with outstretched arms. I'm sure he said the scanning chip is implanted in the back of the neck somewhere, but it's difficult to find this one's neck amidst the thick cloud of fur. I blow to make a parting and press the catalog to his skin. It's a bit like scanning groceries in the supermarket where I used to work. That should do it! And he plops the Marmalade Tom back into the shade. Sure enough, upon withdrawal, I find the cat has been successfully scanned. Meow. Floofy Butt. Name, Floofy Butt. Gender, male. Age, 10 years, 4 months. Breed, red tabby Persian. Eye color, red. Amazing! Clever, isn't it? Large part of your job here will be to tag and scan the cats, such as Mr. Floofy Butt here. But it looks like you'll have no problem at all in that area. Excellent work. Thank you, sir. I can't wait to get started. Well, why don't you get a bit more practice with the catalog and scan the rest of them while they're here. These 5 spend a lot of time together. They're like a little family, aren't you? Oh, yes, you are. The professor seems to be a genuine cat lover like me. I think we're gonna get on great. Okay, here goes. No help this time. The professor steps back. The first cat I approach is very friendly, with beautiful calico markings. Comes towards me, already purring. Meow. Name Trixie, gender female, age 3 years 8 months, breed Calico American Shorthair, eye color green. Hey Chooms. Next is an elegant, sleek, hairless cat sitting gracefully in the sun. She doesn't pay me much attention, allows me to scan her with minimal fuss. Meow. Oh my god, it's hideous. Name Snooty Booty, gender female, age 11 years 1 month, breed Sphinx, eye color blue. The fourth cat I approach is a noisy one. Name McMurphy, gender male, age 6 years, breed brown crossbreed, eye color green. And finally, the one I've deliberately put off until last. He's been skulking around the edges of the activity, eyeing me suspiciously as though he could pounce at any moment. I laugh at myself, already projecting personalities onto these animals. Name Kibbles, gender male, age 3 years, breed white British long hair, eye color green. They have some names for these cats. All done. I hoped you enjoyed meeting some of the locals. The professor lets out a little laugh. I have a feeling you'll get to know them quite well. That's probably enough for your first day, don't you think? It's quite a lot to take in. I'm suddenly exhausted and grateful to be heading back to camp. I don't know why the prof seems such. Everything about this seems sus. It's quite late by the time I've unpacked and settled myself, but I want to write my journal entry before I sleep.
Hi.
Hi!
Ray the 177 just redeemed, say hi.
Oh, I thought you were saying you were exhausted? No. Are these our dating options? I assume. I was watching Tracy play Baldur's Gate 3 and she has a cutout of herself next to her. That's so funny. That is so funny. I'm surprised at how chilly it is. I've pulled my sleeping bag right up to my chin, but I still feel goose pimples bloom over my arms. Shivering, I rub them to warm myself up. It makes me smile to think that this inherent reaction to the cold is what will be keeping my new feline friends warm tonight. My eyelids close, thinking of cats, and the island, and the professor. I want to say we just got here and this is our cabin, like this is our location. Why is it so messy? We just got here. The world around me drifts away as I float up into a dream. What the frick? Yo, this game's sus. Not sure how long I've been asleep, but I wake with a violent jolt that leaves me sitting bolt upright. It's too dark to see anything, but I hear a rustling, and then a strange electronic noise. One that in my sleepy confusion I can't place right away. The catalog! Acting on instinct, I scramble to my feet and follow the noise out of the tent. I look around me and my fears are confirmed when I catch sight of a pulsing red light getting fainter in the direction of the forest. I snap into action, running as fast as I can. Barefoot, dressed in my pajamas, running at full speed into the forest in the dark of night. I must be crazy. The words of Professor Popper are ringing in my ears. I need you to protect it above all else. My legs are trembling beneath me. I stop, feeling my heartbeat heavy through my body. I wheeze in and out, my breath billowing in front of me in white puffs. I shouldn't feel like this. Why am I so dizzy? I try to get my bearings and I realize I've blundered perilously close to the danger zone. I can just make out the shapes of some large animals in front of me before my eyes close and I drop to my knees. The bloop could be a little less loud. Yeah, I have all my settings like down. I don't know why that one's so loud. I open my eyes. The calico cat I scanned yesterday is sitting in front of me. She drops the catalog at my feet. I pass out. Legs trembling, dropping to the knees already. This is one hell of a dating sim. Hello, can you hear me? Are you okay? What is it? Don't be ridiculous, Kibbles, it's a human. Oh, yeah, yuck, I can smell it now. It smells like a human. Oh, do be quiet. Are they alive? Of course it's alive. It's breathing, you imbecile. Why isn't it moving? Would ya come on and give them some space? Move back a bit? Yeah, stand back, move out of my way. Let me have a proper look. I begin to come to. The Sphinx cat is standing over me as I open my eyes. We stare at each other for a moment while I try and take in what's happening. Is this one defective? Oh, I feel sick. I'm gonna puke. The cats watch me intently. Am I going insane? Oh my head! What is it chattering about? They're scared and confused. Let me talk to them. Human? Are you alright? You! I remember you took my catalog! Oh, but I give it back to you. It's back in your pocket now. I tried to reach into my pocket and realized my hands are scratched to shreds. Ow, 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 what's wrong with my hands? I try to stand. Ow, oh, my feet, what happened to me? Yeah, I guess, that's from all the climbing. I told you it wasn't ready for that. What's that? Ready for what? Its anatomical structure's far too delicate. I tried to slow it down. Yeah, Floof, you tried restraining a human who's that determined. It was like a Margay. Its anatomical structure didn't seem that delicate to me. I was like, a what? Doing what? You made your own way back to the beach. Okay, but that doesn't explain. I show my bleeding hands. Ah, you crawled. Kara? Who's Kara? That's not my name. It's a term of endearment. It's an Irish thing. It's inappropriate. Wait, I crawled? You sure did. Like a cat? Yep. All the way from the mountains? Like a bleeding mountain lion. Impressive. But why? Because you got the sickness. Shh. Maybe you should sit down, human. We need to have a talk. Possibly a long talk. Talk? Yes, that's right. Since when can cats talk? Oh, for goodness sake, since the dawn of time. How else do you think we communicate? Oh, stop splitting whiskers, Major. You know full well the human is saying. I think the revelation here, Kara, is that you can understand us. Yes, that too. Will someone please explain to me what the hell is going on here? Well, we don't fully understand everything ourselves. At least, not all the details of how this works. I think being stood in a forest surrounded by a bunch of talking cats is about as much detail as anybody would want. I agree. And more to the point, we were rather hoping you would be able to help us. You are the scientist after all. What we do know is that the clock has started ticking for you. What do you mean? Well, there's no easy way to say this to you, Kara. You'll be catified! I'll be what? Whether you help or not, you don't have a lot of time before... if I may. It would seem, and we are basing this on our experiences to date, that when a human manages to find themselves in what I believe you call the danger zone, they are vulnerable in ways that they previously were not. That is to say, you're screwed! You're not helping! Don't make me... Psst. Whoa, Mountain Lion, there'll be no violence of any kind. Forgive me for being a bit panicked here. The vulnerability to which Snooty Booty was referring is, simply put, if you are bitten or scratched by an elder cat within the danger zone, you will begin a process of change that ultimately will result in a full feline transition. Catified. So basically you're telling me I'm a werecat? I look down, and in amidst of the scratches on my head are two distinct puncture marks. The reality of my situation descends on me like a cold mist. Basically, yes. My head is spinning. This is too much for me to take in. Take a breath now, Kara. You're not looking so good. What? Have I started to change? I feel my head, for ears, fur, everything seems to be normal. No, I just meant you're looking a bit shaky. Understandably so. I take a few deep, steady breaths and calm myself enough to say, okay, so what? Why? How? What? What? Give me some data. What have you got so far? Look, we'll answer anything we can, but the truth is we have more questions than answers ourselves. So, you said you need my help? What exactly would that entail? Well, finding our friends would be a start. The cats on this island? Hammers. I'm allergic to cats. Alright, hold on. Bless you, thank you. I'll do some sneeze ads. Damn, we have sneezed so many freaking times. The cats on this island, they're going missing. Like, we don't know what's happening to them, but the body count is rising and we've hit a wall. A wall of ignorance, maybe. Really, how many times do I have to tell? The Muellers are to blame. Muellers? Now, Floofy, but there's no need for name calling. Speaking of name calling, I'll remind you to call me Major, madame. Look, they can't help the way they are. It's lack of breeding, you know. Overbreeding, if you ask me. Again, Muellers? They're the elder cats, the original island. They can't speak the way we can, hence the derogatory term Muellers. And how are they to blame exactly? Well, if I knew that, there would have been no need for this elaborate kidnapping. Hardly proving to be a roaring success after all. Look, Kara, all we really need to know is that we are no longer all we really know is that we are no longer safe on this island. The elders who live within the danger zone are hostile towards us. Not sure why, it's just always been that way, and now, because cats are being taken, nowhere else is safe either. You expect the occasional mishap. We live in an undomesticated world here after all. But lately, cats have been disappearing almost every day. Even the last human we catified went missing. I'm sorry, what? Let's not open old wounds, Kibbles. Yes, onwards and upwards. Well, first things first, this werecat thing. Catification. Transition. Whatever. How does it work? Time passes. Then you transform into a cat. Yeah. It's a gradual process. It's different for everyone, but you won't just turn overnight. The clock is ticking, however. The first side effect of transition is being able to understand us. Well, some of us. Not the elders, obviously. Not all the domestics either. Then you have the whole heightened senses thing. The increased agility, the crazy body hair stuff. Let's not worry the human with all the details just yet. I assume there's an antidote. I'm afraid you're gonna be disappointed in that assumption. Hang on, you just said there was someone else you put in this position? Well, let's hope you were a better bet than they were. Unfortunately, they weren't able to discover an antidote or get our friends back. I know where their notes are, though. Really? Trade. Huh? You help us, and I'll give you their progress reports. So what do you say, Kara? Will you help us? Dude, what the frick? Okay, help the kitties. Not much of a choice, really, is it? Afraid not. Okay, fine. So, where do I start? Is there anything you can tell me that will help me track down your missing friends? Will no one listen to sense? Start with the Muellers, and I'll eat my hat if it doesn't end there too. Don't mind him. He's set in his ways. We have every reason to believe the abductions take part in your part of the island. Yes, nowhere near the danger zone or the elders. Well, that doesn't make much sense. But I suppose nothing does around this place. My catalog starts beeping. Oh, my alarm, I have to get to work. You run along now. We don't want you arousing suspicions with your people. You can meet with us later. I'll make sure those reports are in your tent before this evening. Thanks, Kara. You're 1 in a billion. I imagine the odds are far greater than that, given your new health status. Go. And thanks. From all of us. Taking a bite. I'm eating a croissant. Oh yeah. I'm eating a pecan tart for my bird treat. But very slowly. After a rather painful journey, I'm very grateful to finally limp into camp. I have just enough time to get myself tidied up for work, and I'm about to peel off my filthy pajamas when I hear my catalog beeping. I have a message, but I can't tell who it's from. It's not from any of the contacts that Professor Popper programmed into it. In fact, there's no contact information at all. Are you sure it is wise to trust everyone? Anyone? What on earth does that even mean? Who is this? There's a lot you don't know. Think carefully about who you confide in. And before I can think of a reply, the messages are gone and my catalog has no record of them. I don't have any time to think about this right now. I need to get ready. As soon as I'm presentable, I head over to the lab. I'm 10 minutes late. It doesn't give a good impression on my first morning. Ah, Dodo, good to see you. I was beginning to worry. Did you oversleep on your first day? I'm terribly sorry, sir. I think the traveling and all the excitement of yesterday... I take punctuality very seriously. Cuts across my apology. Not to worry, it's perfectly understandable. You'll find I'm quite relaxed about most things. As long as you get the work done, I don't mind much what hours you keep. Thank you, sir. So, shall we get started? My goodness, what on earth happened to you? Looking at the scratches all over my hands. Oh, I fell and I tried saving myself by grabbing onto a bush. Not a secret drinker, are you? Oh, no, sir, I'm a bit of a lightweight to tell you the truth. Thank you for the safe egg deposit into the nest. Just teasing. We gotta get those hands sorted out though, they look pretty nasty to me. He goes to the tall metal cabinet in the corner and takes out a bottle and some cotton wool. He begins cleaning and tending to my hands while he talks. For today, I'd like you to help me with a few tasks around the lab to get the hand of things, but from tomorrow, I'll let you make your own choices about how you best carve up your time. Of course, you're primarily here to carry out your job as my research assistant. However, try to make the most of your time on the island. Once your work's completed, we will be saying goodbye. This really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so don't waste it all in the lab. Naturally, I need your help around here, but I'd also like you to get your hands dirty with some field work. Make sure you spend time exploring the island. Beautiful place, and there's a lot to see. Take the time to get to know the cats. A full understanding of their behavior is crucial to our research. There's plenty to see and do, however, you must be careful not to overwork. Take regular rest and relaxation. We don't want you to burn yourself out now, do we? I'll try to get the balance right. That's the spirit. So there you are. He's done a first-class job on my wounds, and they aren't bothering me nearly as much. I spend the rest of the day with the professor, getting to know how the various pieces of the equipment in the lab work, finding out where everything is, and learning some of the basic duties I'll be performing routinely. By the end of the day, I'm exhausted. I make my way to my tent. I'm about to flop down on my bed when I see a package poking out from underneath it. It's a report that Kibbles promised to deliver. Cats were right. The previous person barely made a start on producing an antidote. I'm gutted and worried. What if I can't do any better? Will I just turn into a cat? I decide that's not an option and resolve to get going on my own research into it tomorrow. My instincts tell me that the cats will be a good starting point. I have a feeling they know a lot more than they're prepared to tell me. I need to gain their trust and see if I can't get them to open up a bit. Sure, I'll make more progress if I focus on one at a time. I'm optimistic that one-to-one sharing will prove fruitful. It's a small glimmer of hope. Tonight, I'm not fit for anything. I can barely even write in my journal before I fall asleep. Honk you. I'm back, I just lost my mind for a bit. The first morning of waking up on the island. I'm so excited to discover what the day will bring. Should I jump straight into lab research? Or maybe it'd be wise to start investigating a way to help these cats find a cure for myself. Perhaps a good starting point would be to get to know the cats a little better on a one-to-one basis. Are you okay? What should I do today? I think search. Time to round up some rowdy kitties. A slow day today. I've only got to organize a few samples from trips. Today I'm off on a field trip of sorts with the professor. I can't wait to see what. I'll do this one. Professor Purrfect told me to be ready early and dressed for hiking, as we're doing field work this morning. I'm not sure that I have anything that would pass for hiking gear, to be honest. Some sturdy shoes would be good. Oh well. Lab coat and trainers it is then, as usual. Spotify added a feature that tells you when artists have new albums coming. Oh, that's pretty cool. A message from the professor lights up my catalog. Good to go. I'm waiting outside my tent. Ah, are you ready for our field work today? Yes, of course, Professor. May I ask where we're going? Somewhere I think you'll find very interesting. Professor hands me a backpack. Here, take this bag. Very full, but surprisingly light. Hopper is set off at a brisk pace, calling back to me over his shoulder. This way! I run up to catch up to him. After some serious walking, with me struggling to keep up, the professor stops abruptly and listens. Hear that? There's a distant sound of bubbling water. We're almost there! Secretly, I'm relieved, as I don't think I could go much further. Just a little climbing? Climbing? I hide my dismay. Where does he get his energy from? It's just at the top there! It's not as difficult to climb as it looks. We're in front of an almost vertical rock face. Just copy me. He clambers up expertly. I manage to find a spot that will support my foot and start the climb. I make little progress before slipping and falling flat on my bum. I try again, this time I take it slow. Again I fall. What happened to the benefits of catification the others keep going on about? The professor notices that I'm having trouble and holds out a hand for me. I manage to climb up just enough to take hold of him, and he lifts me the rest of the way. His strength impressive. Curious even. Not a fan of climbing, huh? Can't say I've done much of it, Professor. Come along then, I can get you there. He pretty much pulls me all the way to the top and then leads me to the entrance of a small cave. The sound of running water is very loud now. I instantly see why. A natural spring has cut its way through the rock and created a beautiful cascade of sparkling, clear water. It looks delicious. I knelt down without thinking and began to drink it. Tastes amazing. As I come up for breath, I see the professor looking at me with suspicion. You should know better. It is never wise, under any circumstances, to ingest something that is unproven, but here on this island, it would be prudent to exercise more caution than usual. I feel embarrassed at my lack of consideration. Yes, of course, sir, I wasn't thinking. I felt so thirsty and it looked so good. I do understand. Many have made the same error. Fortunately for you, this is tried and tested for safe consumption. It's good, don't you think? My body feels suddenly re-energized. I feel like I could climb any wall. It's incredible. I feel fantastic. What's in it? We don't know. That's why we're here. We need more samples. We've been studying this water for months now, and we know very little about it. Check your bag. I open my bag. It's full to the brim with empty plastic bottles. We'll need to fill all of these with water. We're gonna need as much as we can carry. I do as he says. By the time all the bottles are full and in my bag, it weighs a ton, but I feel like I can lift anything. The effect of the water is powerful. What do you mean he doesn't know? He just said it was tested? I mean, it's tested and proven to be safe for drinking, but it's like energizing. I think that's what they are trying to test. It's like, why is it so energizing? The professor has also packed his own rucksack with bottles. Yeah, but like, if you don't know what it is, surely I don't know. I mean, they know it's clean and drinkable. This should do for now. Let's get these back. As we make our way down the rock face and back to camp, I feel I have no problem keeping up with the professor. I could run all the way. However, as we get closer to home, I start to feel the effect wear off. My bag becomes unbearably heavy. The final limp into camp is torture. I need to rest. This is how you discover a new virus? Oh my god. Antidote is 1.4%. Holy smokes. Yeah, we're cooked. We're so cooked. I'm gonna do research again. Are those panties on the floor? Yeah, maybe. All right. A slow day today. I've only got to organize a few samples for previous field trips. I'll do this one. Simple enough. Why are there cats in cages here? Today, I'm in the lab doing flora research. It's not the most exciting job, but if I keep my head down, I can get through it quickly enough. It really just consists of unpacking the examples of plants and flowers that the professor and I have collected on our foraging expeditions, and logging them into the database of organic substances on the computer. Most of them are commonplace plants that grow abundantly in the forest, but occasionally we come across something more rare, exotic even. One of the samples I'm looking at is Calendula incana maritama, which is very interesting indeed. I can't help but speculate that it's been cultivated in the marigold's little greenhouse and then transplanted into open ground. I don't trust the professor. I don't trust anyone here, bro. Distracted momentarily by the sound of clinking glass, and I turn to see the beautiful manicured paw of a sphinx tapping on a beaker, nudging it perilously close to the edge of the counter. Boots, stop that! You're not supposed to be in here! Laughs as though I told a joke. That's a frightfully pretty flower. Calendula, if I'm not mistaken. Never cease to amaze me, Boots. How on earth did you know that? Why, I make it my business to know all about rare and valuable works of art. Art? Why not? It has been created like a sculpture or a painting. The marigolds are true artists in the garden. Oh, I wondered if they had something to do with this. It's so unusual, even in its natural swampy habitat. But to have it growing here in the forest is very out of the ordinary. Yes, its properties are extraordinary too, human. Well, I'm quite new to botanical science, so I probably don't know the half of it. Why don't you fill me in? Boots is catfishing on its profile at the bottom left. It looks very scrungly here too. Although I'm always happy to facilitate your learning, human. Simply can't stay here for a moment longer. The air is too stale, don't you mind? I ignore her sideways glance and upturned nose. Let's go to the beach and drink some coconut water, and I'll tell you everything you need to know. Snoots, I'm not going anywhere until I finish this. Don't be ridiculous. You can tinker about in here anytime, but the sun will be gone in an hour or two. I'm not tinkering. This is my job. If I don't get it done, the professor will want to know why. Then explain to him. You had better things to do. Snooty booty. I won't tell you again. If he catches you here, Popper will cage you. Careful with that flower, human. It doesn't do to inhale that fragrance too deep. What? I turn to ask why and see her flounce out, knocking the beaker with a swish of her tail as she does. You did that on purpose! But she's gone, leaving me to clear up the broken glass. Is that a drug? What did I do today? Search. Oh! Once you complete your research, your time on Cat Island will come to an end. Have you seen everything you wanted to see? Bro. No! No! How very, let me do some reconnaissance. On 10. On 4. Let's interview staff. Let's interview staff. We'll do recon 10 after. I've been staring at the back of his head for a long time now. I'm starting to feel creepy. I just don't understand it. All he does is sit in that chair by the dock eating egg sandwiches and doing crossword puzzles. How does a man like that become the security guard for a place like this? As far as I can tell, his job consists of greeting the boat to make sure nothing unauthorized gets on or off of it, picking up supply deliveries, and occasionally taking a long, lazy lap of the island to make sure everything's secure. I wonder what he knows about the research that goes on here, if anything. He doesn't seem to be interested regardless. I decide it's time to get to know this island bouncer and go to join him at the dock. I sit next to Zane. Me on the sand, him in that chair, not wearing his big coat, and the short sleeve shirt allows me to notice for the first time how surprisingly muscular he is. I never truly thought of him as a security in the bodyguard sense, but now, squinting at him sideways, trying not to stare too obviously, I begin to see him in a new light. I pluck up the courage to talk. Hey Zane, how are you? Are you trying to start a conversation? He says this without looking up from his crossword puzzle. Oh, I suppose I am. Yes, I don't get to chat to humans much in my job. Research assistant 125. Rolls the words out like he's reading them. Oh, yes, I guess that's me. So what does the number stand for anyhow? You don't know? He asks monotonously, eyes still glued to his crossword puzzle. No, actually, to be honest, Zane, I don't know much at all. There's a definite lack of intel sharing on this project. Which project would that be? This one? This whole research project that's going on? Is there more than one? Depends who you ask. You, I was just asking you, really? I don't understand your job. I don't need to. I don't care about things I don't need to. What do you care about? Zane looks at me for the first time. Really want to talk, don't you? Well, there's not much else to do here besides I'm not interested in it. Oh, besides I am interested in it all, aren't you? My interests consist of what's for dinner and when my next puzzle book's coming. And when it's coming, you get it delivered? Comes with the mail. Back to not looking at me again. The mail? You mean the parcels? And the letters, yeah. The letters? Who would go to the trouble of sending mail all the way out here when we have email? I laugh, but Zane looks very serious. It's safer sending mail the old-fashioned way. With email, there's viruses, hackers, worms, cyber terrorists. I get the feeling he's not very tech-savvy. Yeah, but anyone can open and read a letter, right? Not if I'm around. And besides, I would suspect that something important would be in a fragrant pink envelope. There's an awkward silence. Of course, being my usually socially inept self, I'm desperate to fill it. Need any help with that crossword? I'm pretty good. I can even do the cryptic puzzle in the Daily Inquirer. This line usually gains me a little kudos, but Zane simply ignores me. I decide to just come out and ask what's on my mind. I mean, it can't make things more awkward than they already are. Zane, have you ever noticed anything strange going on here? Cats behaving weirdly? Zane suddenly looks up, his eyes locking straight on mine, unwavering and hard. No. Have you? Well, not exactly, but looking at me properly for the first time since we met. I've definitely captured his attention, but I'm too nervous to follow through. I'm just being silly. The lack of human company can get to me. Gives me daft ideas. Such as still staring at me, as though he's trying to read my mind. Sometimes, when I'm out tagging, I feel like they're playing games on me, like children, hide and seek, that kind of thing. Some of those cats may be cleverer than any of us give them credit for. Now it's my turn to be in. In what way? They know when to stay out of the sun. You're going pink. The moment, there was one, is over. I decide maybe Zane isn't the best person to talk with about my concerns. Feeling unwanted and slightly dejected, I decide to head back to camp. I stand up and brush the sand off me. What's a 5-letter word for solitude? Alone. Zane silently scribbles a book as I leave. We do more recon. Oh. Gotta rest. Trixie and Kibbles have brought me to the ridge where the pools of color water collect. Call them the rainbow pools. It's a beautiful day. There's a vivid rainbow across the sky. Kibbles is over the other side from me, shouting, "Wow, look at this! Come on over!" Sounds further away than he is. My hearing isn't quite right, but I don't mind. What is it? You need to see it. Suddenly, I'm beside him, looking over the edge of cliffs, and when I look down, the sea's further away than I expect. It's such a long way down. Do you see? And I feel a push from behind, and as I begin to fall, I hear Trixie laugh. Curiosity did what? And I'm not falling at all. I'm floating, light as a feather. Fly, little bird, fly away home. Best feeling ever. Going higher now, up towards the rainbow. I'm gonna touch it. Mind you, don't get scorched by the sun. I feel myself being shaken. Homie, you really ought to go. Not out here to sleep. I'm on the patch of scrub grass beside my tent. I was just having a moment of shut-eye in the sun, but I must have fallen asleep. Oh, thank you. Smile at the calico cat as I surreptitiously scratch at the prickly heat on my legs. Disco cat. I'm gonna go hang out with the cats now, I think, for a little bit. Since I can't technically do any more research. Oh, I can only hang out with 2 cats. The other cats aren't unlocked. Alright, Wolf, do we go with Snooty Booty or McMurphy? You make our choice. There's also a secret hidden cat. Oh my god. The hidden route. McMurphy? Alright. Snooty is rude. Understandable. Kara, wake up. Huh? Mummy, is that you? Shh. Quiet, Kara. Come with me. I have something to show you, but you have to be quiet. McMurphy. Yes, it's me. But it's the middle of the night. Ah, Kara, you're not scared, are you? Why would I be scared? Been around in a forest in the middle of the night? Don't worry, I'll be there to protect you. McMurphy, you know very well that there's a force field around this island stopping anything from the outside getting in. It makes this a pretty safe place. Who is Kara? It's just like a term of endearment, is what he said. Indeed. So the only things you have to worry about are the things that are already here. He leers at me with a mock snarl. Seriously, Murphy? If you're the worst threat here, then this is the safest place on Earth. So come on, what are you waiting for? I follow the scraggy cat into the forest. The ground is wet and muddy, and I lose my footing a couple of times, but McMurphy is too determined to notice. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. Here we are. Where's here, McMurphy? He ignores my question and starts digging into some mud and leaves on the ground. Almost got it. Could use a hand if you don't mind. Get these leaves out of the way. That's it. Here we are. Okay. We keep digging until there's a fairly deep hole in the ground. My arms and night clothes are covered in mud and leaves, and McMurphy looks like a bog monster in the darkness. Wait, do we not get a cat body? Eventually we turn into a cat, is what they said, if we don't find a cure. But, like, we're just currently experiencing the first stage of, werecat or catification. Ta-da! Ta-da? Do you see it? I'm not sure what I'm looking at. I always forget how useless human eyes are in the dark. Just reach into the hole and take out whatever you find. I reluctantly reach into the burrow and feel something hard and cold against my hand. Wrap my fingers around it and pull it out. I know the shape, but my eyes can hardly process it. It's a bottle? That's right. This is my secret stash. No one knows about it. Not a soul, but I thought I'd share it with you. Thought we could have kind of a welcome to the island party for two. Secret stash. Is this booze? McMurphy lets out a wild laugh. That's it. Drink alcohol? But you're a cat, that can't be good for your body. Oh, it's not good for anybody's, but it does wonders for the soul, to be sure. Well, I suppose you're right there, McMurphy. I guess one little nip couldn't hurt. That's the spirit. I try in vain to get some of the mud off me before giving up and sitting down against a tree. A sodden McMurphy curls up in my lap. Takes a while to uncork the bottle. McMurphy keeps telling me to smash it open and that the shards of glass will only add to the flavor. But eventually, I succeed. My way. I pour out a little from McMurphy into a leaf and I self-consciously swig from the bottle, feeling a touch uncivilized. Ugh. Ugh. McMurphy, what in heaven's name is this? Oh no, don't worry about that. It's not about the taste, it's about the company. I hardly think I'm the type of person you usually hang around with. Well, I usually hang around with cats, and they're not exactly what you'd call my type. I respond by widening my eyes as I take another swig from the bottle. Somehow it tastes less terrible the second time around. I don't trust this man. We should have went with Snooty Booty. I find humans much more interesting. They usually have a lot to say, present company accepted. McMurphy winks at me with his huge green eyes, and I blush, trying desperately not to show how boring I feel compared to him. Yo, our character's getting rizzed by a cat, bro. Don't take it harsh, I'm only joking. McMurphy, I've been meaning to ask you something for a while now. Anything, ask away, I'd love for us to get to know each other better. This Kara thing, you know my name is... The rest of my sentence is drowned out by McMurphy's howls of laughter. Oh, you make me laugh, you really do. I know exactly what your name is, Dodo. Kara is just like, it's a pet name, you know? Kara means friend, buddy, amigo. It's something my mammy used to call her people, and I guess it just stuck. It's one of the few things I remember about her. Actually, that and her beautiful smile. This is such a weird game, it really is. You flash me your pearly whites. I smile at McMurphy, awkwardly. Bursts into fits of laughter again. Oh, that's a lovely smile to be sure, but you need to grow into it. Could I have a top-up over here? I don't know if I feel more comfortable giving you alcohol. I think you've had more than enough. In fact, I didn't even want to give you any in the first place. Did you not know that cats have 9 lives, and you want to waste them all on booze? And why not? Besides, the night is still young, and we've only just begun our conversation. Come on, we've got a lot of chin-wagging to do yet. Are you gonna pour or not? Cheers. Part of me thinks I ought to be a responsible human here and cut off your alcohol supply, but I believe in a true democracy. Would you care to expand on that, and perhaps pour the drinks as you do? The true democratic principle that none shall have power over the people. Cats, whatever. How inspirational. I'll toast to that. Alright, McMurphy. But on your head be it. For with the rejection of authority comes the responsibility for bearing the consequences of your actions. I pour some more of the suspect liquor into McMurphy's soggy leaf. Slanked. I don't know how things work in cat protocol, but in human terms, you are a very mature... No, wait. Very grown-up adult. Oh, fiddlesticks. You're over a certain age, and as such can take responsibility for your own choices. I like it spoken like a true libertine. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I can shake my tail when I feel the vibe. I can't believe I just said that. This stuff is stronger than it looks. Yeah, he's Irish. My proverbial hat is off to you. I feel disproportionately pleased that Murph has paid me a compliment. Hey, Kara, you ever been in love? McMurphy, that second leaf has gone straight to your head. Cat smiles slyly. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Are you still with them? Well, I was never technically with them to begin with. Ouch. Well, it's definitely their loss. Oh, I don't think so, McMurphy. We never actually met. Oh. You're not saying you're one of those internet stalker types? Them catfish that Kibble tells tales of? No, McMurphy, gosh. It was Bowie, okay? I was in love with David Bowie, you know? McMurphy frowns and shakes his furry head. See these eyes so green? I can stare for 1,000 years, you know? Oh, that's a charming song, but I'm afraid I have no idea what's going on anymore. Oh, come on, McMurphy. Everyone knows who David Bowie is. Red hair, lots of makeup, one blue eye, one brown eye. Well, I did know one sweet soul with a blue eye and a brown eye, but I can assure you they wouldn't be caught dead in makeup. McMurphy snorts. It's not exactly they have internet here. How the heck's he gonna know who David Bowie is? Well, what about you, McMurphy? Who's the love of your life? Don't have one, Kara. Never have, never will. I'm a lone wolf. I'm a free agent. I'm a big old Eddie. Out in the mountains, all hairy and smelly and alone. For some reason, I find that hard to believe, Mr. McMurphy. Fine, you're right. I'm a fool, a lovesick fool. I've had my heart broken more than once, and each time hurt more than the last, I tell you. Thing is, though, I can't remember a thing about any of them. Any of what? I don't know. What were we talking about? David Bowie? Oh, that's right. So tell me how the two of you met. Meffy, I think I'm drunk. What the hell have we been twinking? Oh, leave me alone. I haven't touched a drop. Oh, I think I'm gonna vomit. They have email, though? The cats have email? I wake up in the forest with a half-empty bottle in my hand and McMurphy is nowhere to be seen. How the hell did I get here? I can't remember a thing. I look at my catalog. But was that really the time? Crikey, I need to get to work. Antidote 5.6%. Alright, romance. Oh! Heartbroken for Snooty Booty. Dodo, it stresses me out that we are romancing as a human. We could just not romance the cats. We could just do recon. And we could do research, end the game. Just done. Get out. Did we unlock any confirm? They're all like oh, we stood her up. She invited us on a coconut water date. Oh! Oh! I forgot about that. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that sucks. I should have chosen that. Coconut water sounds delicious. What is this music? Bro. Bro. What is this freaking music? Meow. 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 This is actually this is actually the best song ever. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I'm sweltering in the mess tent. Typical for me to get cook duty on the hottest day so far. I step out for a moment and try and catch some air. The cat silhouettes, yeah. There's so many. Oh my god. Psst. I'm not sure if I really heard something or if the dehydration is getting to me. Take a swig from my water bottle. Hey, aren't you gonna chair? Oh, McMurphy, was that you psting? What are you suggesting? I only use the designated litter areas. Murph, you know exactly what I meant. Come on, never mind at all. We have work to do. I am working. I'm supposed to be cooking for this evening. I mean work of the adventuring variety? Oh, of course you do. Oh, come on, don't be such a bore. I'm sorry, McMurphy, I can't. I'm very busy here. It's gonna take hours to defrost and braise this meat from the mainland. Well, if you come with me, you may end up providing a much tastier dish in half the time. What do you say, Kara? You up for it? What do you say? You mean I should just bunk off? That's the spirit. Strip off your apron and let's hit the trail. But I can't just... What if someone comes looking for me? Leave him no! Gone fishing! Maybe it's the heat, but I'm overcome with a moment of madness. Well, okay then, you wild Irish rover. I'm all yours. Now there's a thought. Before I could answer, he slunk into the thickening of the forest behind the clay cooking pots. I whipped off my apron and followed behind. Wait, Murph, it's too hot to run. Then we really ought to cool ourselves off, huh? He led me up the cliffs and without warning takes a running jump off the edge. I see him flying through the air and watch, mesmerized, as he cuts through the water. Oh no, Murphy, are you okay? Don't panic, I'm coming. I kick off my flip-flops and shorts and follow him into the water. I'm surprised at how shallow it is and that I'm easily able to stand. Murph, where are you? I frantically search about, fearing for his safety, and suddenly feel something brush against my legs, making me scream out loud. My mom just texted me. This proves, scary. What's that? I look down onto the clear water and see McMurphy. Yep, I knew it. I knew this was coming. I knew it. Alright, we're gonna have to try and finish this game within the next 2 hours. Suddenly breaking up through the surface with something in his mouth. McMurphy, you can swim? What on earth is that? Oh my, it's a fish. I can see he's smiling, even with the sprat in the way. You can fish? He spits the fish back into the water. There truly is no end to my talents. You can say that again, but I have so many questions I don't even know where to start. Catch your breath. I know I'm exhilarating company, but you need to exercise a little bit of restraint, or you'll be swooning on me next. Relax. The salt water is very buoyant. I copy McMurphy, and we both lie with our backs on the surface. It's very calming and tranquil, and I'm finally able to collect my thoughts. I realize I've not had this much clarity in a long time. This is so cool. I know, Trixie took me here first. Calls it the Ponder Pool. Oh, can you all swim then? I thought cats... Before I can even finish my sentence, McMurphy cuts in. It's a common misconception that cats can't swim. As you can see, it's another thing we excel at. So humble, too. As Nana McMurphy used to say, if you've got a trumpet, blow it. What about the fish? Where'd they come from? There are no birds or fish on this island. It's one of the things they tell you in orientation. That's just because they don't know. Don't know what? Oh, it's better if I just show you. Come on, follow me. We swim for a while with McMurphy leading the way with purpose. Then he stops. Well, notice anything interesting? Well, the water is much cooler and deeper here. Anything else? Can you feel anything? I stand perfectly still for a moment and begin to feel a strange sensation around my legs, like a warm trickling under the water. McMurphy, are you peeing? Don't be so crude, it's a current. Look, over there. I refocus my eyes until they see what I thought was a rock shadow. It's moving. It comes closer into focus, and I realize it's a shoal of small fish darting in and out of one particular spot. What is that? I don't understand what I'm looking at. Isn't it enough to just see, to experience? Do you always have to understand everything? Well, yes, that's my job. That's who I am. I'm a scientist. It's in my DNA to seek to understand. Come on then, scientist. Let's take a closer look. We move to the area where the fish are gathered. I put my hands out and realize I can touch them and even pick them up, but something is stopping them from swimming further inland. McMurphy, we need to get going. I'm going to be in big trouble if I'm away for any longer, but thank you for showing me this. I'm definitely going to come back here to try and understand it. I wouldn't waste your time. It wouldn't be a waste. I'm committed to finding out all He cuts across me as I speak. I meant coming back to this particular spot. The fishes won't be here. Oh, I see. It's only at certain times. And different locations. It changes all the time. There's no pattern to it either, so you'd just be sticking pins on map. I brought you here because I saw them this morning. Chances are they'll be gone by this afternoon. The disappointment must be apparent on my face because McMurphy switches lanes super fast to distract me. Okay, it's about time to strip off. Huh? That t-shirt would make a lovely net. Let's go fishing. Oh, I see. Go fishing. I whip off my top and we use it as a net to scoop up as many fish as possible. It's quite effective. Great idea, Murph. Now you can wrestle up with a tasty fish supper in no time and get to enjoy my company for an extra hour. Win-win. Okay, so now I have a little challenge for you. That is music to my ears. There's little I like more than a gauntlet thrown. Well, it's hardly a gauntlet, more of like a brain teaser. I'm going to explain to the rest of this team this beautiful ocean offering. Guess who got into college? You! Yo, congratulations, Deadline! That's freaking awesome! What are you gonna be studying? I hope it's awesome. I hope it's awesome. Why tell them anything at all? Because they're gonna notice that we're eating something that wasn't on the delivery list or the menu rota and tastes way too fresh for something recently defrosted. You worry far too much about things that don't really matter. I know he's right. I could do with loosening up a little, but this is a pretty big dilemma, really. Maybe I ought to tell Professor Popper about this. What's the harm? Maka stops splashing around and looks me squarely in the eyes. There would be harm, Kara. Trust me on that. Obviously, I don't mean I'd tell him about you or anything that would endanger any of us, just that I noticed this shoal of fishes and I took some. You really think you could mention a phenomenon like that and that would be the end of that? That he wouldn't start putting all manner of investigations and disruptions in place? You're touchingly naive, my friend. I feel myself blush. I am being a bit naive, but I don't like the thought of lying. So what do you suggest then if you know so much about everything? Give me a plausible story and I'll follow through. I'm gonna be studying accounting? Heck yeah. I hope you have fun doing it. McMurphy lets out a wild howl and splashes water at me. Now that's what I like to hear, you impetuous daredevil, you. I splash him back and a furious water fight ensues. Making such a ruckus, I'm amazed no one comes to check what's going on. After a good 10 minutes of laughter and play, we run out of steam and float in the buoyant warm water. Let's hear it then, Oz. What's my cover story? A very simple case of brazen bluffing. Okay? Simple but delicious meal. And if anyone should ask where the fish came from, shrug your shoulders and ask the same question. Huh? All in the poker face. You remain completely impassive and ask the same question. Yeah, I wondered that too. Where did all the fish come from? They're delicious. Really? Trust me. As a cat who is forever risking one of his 9, the simpler you keep it, the more they buy it. If they ask where you got it from, you tell them the fridge. Simple. I feel quite giddy at the prospect of getting away with a ruse. Okay, Murph, let's gather the supper. Give abundance in no time, and I haul my catch back to the kitchen in good time to make a tasty meal for everyone and a little extra for my feline pals. No one questioned it? How did nobody question that? What? Okay. It's too beautiful a day to be slaving in a hot lab, so when Murph invited me for a stroll, it was easy to say yes. Not that I'd need much incentive to spend time with him, he's very engaging company. We've come to one of my favorite spots, where the cliffs sweep upwards above the blue water. Suddenly, and without warning, McMurphy plunges over the top of the towering rocks. I run to the cliff's edge with my heart in my mouth to see what's happened. And there is a sight I still haven't gotten used to. He's in the water, more otter than cat, waving me to follow. Jump! Jump! Sure, the water's grand! McMurphy! I'm shocked by the shrillness of my voice. I hadn't intended to be such a shriek. I was aiming for stern admonishment. That's so dangerous. You could do yourself serious injury or worse from such a height. Oh, pig. Come on. or you won't get to see the little surprise I have in store. Already surprised me enough for one day. Which one of us is meant to be the pussy? Pardon? 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 At this, I'm filled with an indignance that takes over my body, and before I know it, I am halfway between ledge and water, bracing for impact. This way! I'm still catching my breath as McMurphy's head disappears under the surface. My mind is saying, no, this is ridiculous. Get back to land this instant, but my body is following the Irish cat. My eyes take a moment to adjust, but when they do, I can hardly believe what I'm looking at. It's a ship. As we approach from the stern, it looks pretty much intact. I can see the name on the rear port side, and through faded and worn away parts, the words are unmistakable. Kitty's Desire. Yo, there's a freaking pirate ship. My head is swimming due to the excitement and lack of oxygen. I flounder to the surface to catch my breath. Kitty's Desire? I feel like I know that name. McMurphy eventually bobs up to join me on the surface. Surprised? A shipwreck? Here? This is a very old island, Kara. A lot has happened here. But how did a ship even get here before the path was made? You don't ask me. I'm shitting for the grog. Murphy smiles and dives back into murky depths. I follow, a flailing flesh bag in comparison to Murphy's sleek figure. I try to get a closer look at the wreckage. The big ship, likely a trading vessel judging from the size. It's hard to tell how old it is, but it certainly isn't modern, maybe the 19th century. When we enter the ship from a huge hole in the stern, I realize that a lot of the vessel is actually on land, and it's obvious that it ran ashore after it was damaged at sea. There's not much time to ponder the mechanics of what happened, as McMurphy is tugging at my t-shirt right paw, while gesturing with his other paw outstretched to a cabin he wants me to enter. Grateful for the air trapped inside and gasp for breath. Here, Kara, look! Let me catch my... He's already ducked into the next cell. Was he not out of breath? I realize his ability to swim underwater is unusually strong, but he barely breaks the surface at all. In here, through the hole. Sounds really excited, and as I enter, I can see why. There, in the center of a cabin, is a chest. It's wedged between the wall and a surprisingly well-preserved writing desk, the only thing preventing it from falling and being buried in the sand. A treasure chest! I sound like a giddy child and feel embarrassed, but McMurphy joins in my glee, and suddenly we're cheering and laughing together. Come on then, open it! Okay. What are you waiting for? The key? Oh, does it need one? Well, of course it does, Murph. It's a locked treasure chest. Can you not just break the lock? Who do you think I am, Houdini? I don't know about that, but I do know you're a very clever scientist whose thirst for knowledge matches my thirst for grog. So you get yours, and I'll get mine. The Moggy grins before darting to the next cabin, and I hear the familiar clinking of bottles shortly after. Why did they make the Irish cat a drunk alcoholic, bro? I decide to try the lock anyway, while McMurphy's getting his. I look around for something, anything I could lever it with, and I'm disappointed. Everything except for the chest and desk must have been washed away a long time ago. We'll have to come back with some tools to tackle that lock, Murph. There comes no response. McMurphy is obviously still busy with his looting and pillaging, so I decide to swim to the beach to get a better look at this wreck from land. When I can take in the scene properly, I can make out what looks like another large ship just a bit further down the beach. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. One huge sea vessel finding its way to this island is strange enough, but two meeting the same unhappy fate is more than my brain can process. An old lock would be easier. The proximity of the pair would suggest a collision of some kind. Possibly the second vessel could have been a pirate ship. Maybe it was attacking the merchant vessel. I get the feeling that I'm looking at the conclusion of a very interesting story here. I wonder why Professor Popper didn't tell me about it. Obviously he must be aware of the two vessels. My nose for intrigue has started to twitch, and I'm burning to know more. I decide to take some of the debris, splinters, and small chunks of metal and pocket for later for analysis in the lab. When I'm satisfied that I've thoroughly combed the beach for specimens and have salvaged anything of interest, I realize I haven't seen McMurphy for quite a while. My heart stops. and the hairs on my neck stand on end. I've been so wrapped up in my work that I neglected to keep an eye on my friend. McMurphy? I'm met with silence and still water. I run back towards Kitty's desire, my heart thumping in my chest. McMurphy! I jump in the sea and swim back to the stern of the ship. There doesn't seem to be any life around here. I break through the surface with a choke and try and call out again, but my throat is hoarse and full of salt water. Where? I catch sight of a shadow out of the corner of my eye crawling along the seabed. I dive under to get a better look and instantly see that it's the Irish cat stalking and prowling as if he were on land. Quickly grab him by the scruff of the neck and drag him back to shore. McMurphy, you loon, what on earth were you playing at? I catch my breath and check on him, but he's happily rolling on his back in the sand. Me? I was having a grand old time until you manhandled me with those big meaty paws of yours. Let it go. Big meaty what? Charming, I must say. I'll have you know I was very worried about you. And I fully appreciate it, Kara. Meaty paws. McMurphy has started laughing, and it's too infectious not to join in. Seriously though, Mac, that was some impressive breath control. I didn't see you come up for air once. I think I get it from my mother, God bless her. I believe she had fantastic lungs. He's a little toxic? Yeah, I would say so. A little more than a little. Do you remember her? Flashes sometimes, but Kara, when I'm on that grog, I have all kind of flashes. So who knows what's real and what isn't. I can feel he's nudging me off of that subject, so I respect his privacy. What do you know about these two? We survey the ships in silence for a moment or two. I know that they've been a great source of pleasure for me, Kara. Beyond that, I don't really care too much. They really are the embodiment of hedonism. I'll take that as a compliment, Kara. I can't help but laugh. You would. There's worse things in life than a little pleasure. True, but a little balance may be even better. And that's where you come in. Huh? You bring some balance to me, Kara. You let me be me, but you help me stay safe. Yes, I suppose so, and you bring some spice to what might otherwise be a rather bland scientist's taste. McMurphy's green eyes glitter in the sunlight, and he throws me a wink. Come on then, swashbuckler. I need something to eat after all that adventuring. I'll walk you back to camp if you promise to save a bite for your friendly tour guide. Yes, new unlocks, a Pirate's Tale extras? Oh? What does that mean? Extras? Yo, what the frick? What? Yo, this is cool. This is cool. I've made my way down to the part of the beach where McMurphy told me the shipwrecks were. I'm looking for clues as to what happened here in case it's useful to my work on the antidote. I don't really know what I'm looking for. I feel a bit like a kid with my bucket and spade digging in the sand. Having fun? Voice startles me. It's unfamiliar and I can't see who it belongs to, so I'm on my guard. Who's that? Show yourself. I've nothing to hide, but I am naturally wary of your intentions. Will you give me your word of honor that you mean no harm? Yes, you have my word of honor. I feel like a Cub Scout. I take you at your word, and I'm happy to make your acquaintance. Captain Corn. Hold on. Hold on. We're matching now. A tall, sleek, gray cat has stepped from behind the wreckage and is bowing in front of me. I feel obliged to bow back at him. Pleased to meet you, Captain. Do you live here in the wreckage, I mean? I think I live elsewhere, but I've been here for a long time. I'm trying to find my crew. I realize he's wearing a vintage naval uniform. I'm not an expert on military history, but I'd guess it's from the 1800s. How the hell did this cat get this fit? Ah, Captain, did you arrive on one of these ships? Yes, I captained the Kitty's Desire, but I fear I let my men down. Where are they? I've been searching. Seems quite disoriented. What happened? Looks like you had a bit of a run-in. Run-in my eye! Maliciously set upon and attacked more like the disgrace of a vessel is a pirate ship. Be careful who you're calling names, Corn. They might just take umbrage, and then the cat will really show who's got your tongue. Another cat has appeared, a petite, long-haired tabby, also dressed in some kind of costume. Identify yourself, stranger. The new cat has turned to me. Hi, my name is Dodo, and this is Captain. I know who he is, all right. What are you doing in my domain, Dodo? State your business. I was just digging around, not sure what for. I certainly didn't know it was your domain. It's not. This is unclaimed land as yet. I dispute that the ownership belongs to this rogue and cutthroat. Hang on. Let's not get overexcited. What's a rogue? That's not a nice thing to say about a fellow cat. Do not put me in the same sentence as that mercenary ne'er-do-well. She's a pirate. Calm yourself, Corny. Right now, I'm more interested in what this human is digging for. Oh, this one's a pirate. The other one's a good sailor. Oh, nothing in particular. Are you really a pirate? I refuse to discuss my business in the company of this pompous goody two-paws. If you wish to speak with me, you'll need to see me alone. And off she walks with her tail in the air. Thank goodness that vermin has left us. However, she does make a point. If you wish to discover what really happened here, you're gonna have to make a choice. Her story or mine? Obviously, I'm gonna go with the pirate. I'm gonna listen to the pirate. Without even answering Captain Corn, I turn and chase after the long-haired tabby. A real-life pirate. Who would pass up the opportunity to interview to a swashbuckling freebooter? Excuse me, Miss Pirate? As we reach the forest, the cat stops in her tracks and turns to face me. She straightens herself up onto her hind legs and takes an elaborate bow. Lady Elizabeth H. Rutherford. I'm taken aback by her sudden transformation from savage to lady. My subordinates call me Captain. Me buckos call me Libby. He returns to all fours. Pleased to meet you, Captain. It truly is an honor. Enough with the nice talk, human. You want to hear my story? Well, you'd best sit down. It's not for the faint-hearted. I do as I'm told, and I sit on the muddy ground. I suppose the first thing you'll want to know is how a refined young lady of noble birth became a buccaneer with such a fearsome reputation. I want to hear everything. That is, if you're happy to tell me. It will make a change, talking to anyone other than that old windbag. Captain Corn? The very same. It was the likes of him that me poor brave mother escaped from, with a babe in arms and only the clothes on her back. She threw her lot in with a picaroon rather than stay in their cheating, cowardly world. A picaroon? A pirate! Not just any old pirate, mind you. Me father was the wiliest sea wolf of them all, feared and respected and loved. Your father was... I call him that because he raised me as his own. Me mother brought me to him when I was not yet a year old, and he took me in without question because of his love for her. Never once did he treat me any less as if I was his natural child. I never knew me blood father, but I heard enough to know he was the cruelest, meanest beast, worse by far than any I've danced with on account. He was a peer of the realm, and was on Daddy Purrfect's payroll for getting bills passed that really should have had more scrutiny. They were a law unto themselves, those men. Hornswogglers, the lot of them. But, I digress. Me father brought me up as a water rat proper. By the time I was 10, there was nothing I didn't know about sailing. By 16, I was running me own ship, the Catfish, and taking men on no pray, no pay runs. This accent is great. You've done this before. I love pirates! I love pirates! Pirates. I was good, if I do say so myself. And I gained a reputation for bringing home the bounty. I had ambitions too. I dreamed of being as rich as Daddy Purrfect himself before me 21st birthday. Yarr! So how did you end up here, Captain? We've been going through a lean patch.
not just us. It was the same all over. The men were hungry and we're still thirsty. You can't deprive a pirate of his grog for long without a mutiny rumbling through the ranks. When one of me boys put forward the proposal that we try our luck taking on the Desire, a kiddie fisher merchant ship, my first reaction was to stonewall. Normally, we wouldn't touch a fisher. They're too well rigged and too well armed, so you can't outrun them and you can't overpower them. However, desperate times call for desperate measures, and I decided to think it through a bit more. Fishers are big and strong, but their captains are clueless as soon as they go off their designated route. Get them out there in open water and they're lost as lambs. That's the trouble with rich folk. They can afford to buy the best vessels, but they don't know how to sail them. Now, I ain't got no problems with Daddy personally, in spite of the company he keeps. But his ships are well stocked, and me men were starving, so it seemed only fair we take 'em from the fat and give 'em to the lean. I put my hand up in the air to signify, I have a question. Captain Libby gives me an exasperated look. What are you waving at? Sorry, but you keep mentioning a daddy. Who is he? Who's Daddy Purse Strings? God's only the fattest cat of them all. That landlubber had the coin to change the world, and what does he do? He invests in creams and powders. He was a cosmetics tycoon? He was an old fool with too much money and not enough sense. Do you want to sit around and talk about things that don't matter, or do you want to hear the rest of my story? I'm sorry, yes, please continue. So, me and Jim, that's my cabin lad, drew up charts and made a plan. The idea was to track the Desire from a safe distance without being spotted, and when we reached the midway point, furthest from land either way, try to badger her into leaving our path. We used these tactics many times, tire them out, then start pushing off course. If the weather turns bad, so much the better for us. The gods were really on our side on raid day. The height of summer should have been calm seas, but no. Thick black clouds loomed over us, darkening by the minute. By the time we were chasing the Desire, I could barely see my own hand in front of me face. And I realized the storm had now become our enemy too. A life on the seas has taught me well about weather, but this was something else. The sea raged, and the lightning flashed, and we knew our vessel could not take this battering. The only way for any of us to survive would be to abandon the catfish and call a truce with the merchants. We had to board the Desire. We downed our weapons and raised our arms above our heads. But out comes that coward Corn, musket raised, ready to blow us all away. He knew he was surrendering, but he came at us anyway. His arrogance scuttled us all, his crew as well as mine, and in the ensuing rumpus, we all faced Davy Jones' locker. I don't know what happened next. I woke up on a land with no idea how long I'd been there. But it didn't take long to see that we'd gone from one bad situation into a far worse one. We managed, somehow, to work together, us and the Toffs, to get as many men as possible out of the water and onto dry land. We salvaged all we could and made our camps as we saw fit, them on higher ground, us by the water's edge on the beach here. No pirate wants to be far away from the sea for long. Not that it helped us in the end. This place was cursed. There were things that weren't right. Do you mean the cats? They were starving, the men. They tried to hunt, but there was nothing here. We never saw a bird or bear or any kind of beast other than the cats. I tried my best to keep them from the inevitable. I foraged around and made manner of stews and soups from the plants and tubers I gathered, but they became obsessed with meat. All I could do, in the end, was watch in horror as the nightmare engulfed us all. Only a few of us didn't succumb, wouldn't take part in the savagery, but even then, we weren't spared. All it took was one scratch, one small swipe of a claw, and the change begun. As the sun shines upon her tiny cat face, it glistens, and I can see that she's crying. I'm not sure how to handle this. Ought I comfort her? She's a fearless pirate after all, even though right now she looks like a little lost cat. I'm so sorry for what happened to you and your crew, Captain. I'm working very hard to put things right.
Be patient, and I give you my word that all will be restored to how it should be. I need to go. She's skulking into the forest, but before she disappears, she half turns. Libby. Ye can call me Libby. Oh my god. They were actually a crew of pirates. They were actually a crew of pirates, gamers. They were a real crew of pirates, and they all got turned into cats. From the elder cats on the island. That is so wild. Hey, how's things? Things are going pretty good. Yo, for real, poor Captain Libby. Hold on, my mom texted me more. Bum, bum, bum. Can we go back to the pirates? I wanna hear his side now. Come on, skip. This is literally better than the romance section. Alright, Captain Corn's story. Well, as Captain Libby seems to have disappeared, my choice is obvious. Would you tell me your story, Captain Corn? A wise choice in any event. Take a seat if you will. My story is a long one. Oh, I do need to be back in time. Then I shall hasten the telling. It began on a merchant run for the Kitty Fisher Shipping Co. I'd been contracted to the company for some time, and I'd done this particular run many times before. Well, the romance section is kind of uncomfortable. Yeah, it is. There's nothing in it that's very taxing for a captain of my experience, particularly manned with a crew to the standard of the men I'd personally handpicked for sailing the Kitty's Desire. Although the route was long, it was also straightforward. I never anticipated problems. However, this trip proved to be out of the ordinary in so many ways. The weather was against us from the start. Freak storms had been plaguing the normally peaceful sea, and several ships had reported being taken quite far off their usual trajectory. This day was proving to be a blighter. The men were doing everything by the books, as I would have expected from my crew, tying down and battening the hatches. There was no point in being on deck, so I decided to write my log in the cabin. The first thing I knew of any irregular was an almighty crash that sent us reeling. I gathered myself and made way to the deck, being buffeted and blown so that I needed to hold on tight to whatever was available. Sam, my cabin boy, was the first crew member I came by. I could barely hear him above the sound of the storm. Pirates, Captain! Pirates! I could hardly believe my ears. We haven't had pirates on this route in all of my time as a captain. Far too audacious as a challenge. My first thought was that they must be as much of the mercy as the storm as we, but that assumption was quickly dispelled by the shout. Pirates boarding! Pirates boarding! It was unthinkable. I needed to gain control of this situation as quickly as possible. I drew my musket as I emerged on deck to the awful sight of human vermin scurrying about in the rain and crashing waves, trying to overwhelm my crew and get the upper hand. I could see their vessel listing perilously close to ours, and on the bridge, the unmistakable figure of that she-devil. Captain Libby? The Witch of the Waves! Captain Libby indeed! I stood my ground, holding onto the mainmast and pointing my musket in her direction. I could not hear her laughter for the din of the storm, but I saw her head thrown back and her wild hair fly in the wind as she grabbed the cutlass at her hip and raised it high into the air in defiance. It was at that moment that I saw the wall of water rise up behind her, as though summoned by her. It was the last thing I saw. There was a terrible sound, as though the very gates of hell were torn open. I was struck to the deck and blackness fell. Oh, that was what made the huge hole in the stern. Yes, we came apart on impact and the whole ship was a goner. I don't know how long we'd been in the water. When I regained consciousness, the waters were calmer. and we were drifting on a piece of wood towards a wall of black rock. Sam seemed to be holding me as I floated in the water. Captain, you're alive! I didn't dare hope! What's happened, boy? We crashed! The pirate scum rammed into us with such force that I fear all are dead but us. As I gathered my thoughts, I realized I could hear others moaning and crying out all around us. We're not alone, Sam. Listen, there are others. Help me up. Between us, we managed to get me onto our makeshift raft. I sat up and looked around, taking stock of the utter carnage. But there were men, many of them clinging onto whatever was floating, keeping themselves from sinking down into a watery grave. I tried to make myself heard as far as possible. Men, we need to stay together. Try and hold on to each other to stop yourselves from drifting. I'm going to lead us toward the land. We have to get to those rocks. Use whatever you can to paddle and follow me. You're a hero, Captain. Yes. It was laborious, but we made progress and eventually reached what appeared to be an opening in the rocks. As we stumbled to land, the gravity of our plight became more apparent. Help the wounded, pull whatever you can from the water. Anything may prove useful, we don't know what's ahead. What about the pirates? We were all in it together. There was no place here for contention. Survival is a great leveler, so we all helped each other as best as we could. We found our resting place, where you now live. Base camp? But of course! There were no cozy tents or fire pits to keep us warm. It must have been terrifying. One tries not to indulge one's own fears when looking out for one's men. We managed to make a rudimentary camp for ourselves in a surprisingly short time, considering the condition of the men. Each did what they could, tending to the wounded, building fires. Food was primary consideration. If the men didn't eat, we would very quickly deteriorate. So hunting parties were put together and sent out to scout for food sources. One made of pirate scum and the other of my best men. Sadly, neither gain was successful, bringing only some unfamiliar tubers and plants that were boiled up to make a soup. I knew we could not continue for long living off grass and seaweed. Men need meat. I became ever more determined over the coming days, sending out scouting parties in pairs throughout the day and night. Each told the same story. No animal life at all, except for cats. We already knew that there was a very large population of ordinary-looking domestic cats living all over the island. But as the men forged further afield, they came back with tales of a very different species of feline on the furthest end of the island. These were larger than usual and very hostile to those who came close. It wasn't long before the pirates began trapping cats and treating them as a food source. Some of the men were bitten and scratched. It was unthinkable to an officer or a gentleman, of course, but these barbarians didn't seem to care what went into their bellies. They paid the price, of course, and quite quickly, too. The sickness ran through their ranks so expediently that their numbers were halved within days. Most flung themselves from the rocks to their death to escape the hideous plague the cats visited upon them. Some wandered off into the jungle, never to be seen again. I remember one lad, a pirate named Jim, lost his wits and began drawing strange pictures in the sand of half men, half cats. He tried to escape by launching out to sea, strapped to an empty barrel. No doubt he perished along with the others. Captain, if you refuse to eat the cats, how is it that you are, the way that you are? I don't remember too much about the transition or anything else apart from what I've told you. I know I was bitten, but I can't remember how. Do you know what happened to me? He looks so small and vulnerable. I just want to cuddle him, but I maintain a respectful demeanor. I suppose you were all overwhelmed eventually. My understanding so far is the process is different in each person, depending on the amount of DNA that was transferred. The outcome, however, always seems to be the same. You turn it into a cat. Yes, I see, of course, I know that, but what of my men? Why can I not remember? I'm guessing that you and Captain Libby have stayed close? Yes, we seem to be forever tied in spite of our differences. And you must continue to talk about what happened in your story. The woman never stops telling me! So that memory has stayed alive. Anything you haven't deliberately kept conscious fades over time until you lose it completely. I see. I'm sorry, Captain. Well, then I suppose I ought to go find that wretched hag of a cat and listen to her story. Yet again. Tell each other often. Keep it alive. I promise help is coming. I'm working on it. I need to go now, but I will be back soon. It breaks my heart to leave these two, but I have to get back to camp before the professor starts looking. Bro! Complete the pirate's side story. I love these cats.
The Twisted Ones 0 just redeemed meds check.
Thank you for the meds.
It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
Oh, and I stretch too. Drinking water right now. Let me pull it out. All this talking. Definitely need hydrated. My mom texted me again. Hold on.
I am not a king, I am not a god, I am...
Capybara.
Capybara, 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 capybara.
The Twisted Ones 0 just redeemed /retrieve a Cappy from Davy Jones' locker. Since the other two are gone, explodes Benny.
Wow. Rude. A dating sim about cat vampires? No, they're just cats. Well, I guess some are cat werewolves. Cat werecats. Some are werecats, where they get bit by a cat and they turn into a cat. Stretched and made my joint. That's so real.
You will give me an egg!
Hi. Melodin14101 just redeemed say hi.
Thank you for the safe egg deposit into the nest. Also, hi! What do we have on recon? We'll do a oh wait. Never mind. I lied about we have to rest. Go to lovely nap and wake up feeling revitalized. Your energy has been restored. Magic. Simply no capybaras, only cat stream. That's evil! Imagine if they had, instead of perfect date, it was capybara date, and it was an island full of capybaras. Oh my god, that would be truly a life changer. No dodo? No. No dodo. Illiterate? Yes, I am. I'll do recon 10. Strange message in the middle of the night. Does anyone on this island sleep? I hear my catalog beeping. I presume it's the professor. I tumble out of bed, half asleep, and fumble around looking for the device. I look at the screen, my eyes struggling to focus.
Melodim14101 just redeemed IRL word ban. 10 minutes, cat.
Bruh! That's evil. The message isn't from the professor at all. There's no contact information. Come outside. Who is this? Come outside. They obviously aren't going to respond to my question. Should I do as the message tells me? Hell yeah! My curiosity is roused. I have a feeling there's something important to learn from this stranger, so I throw on my clothes and crawl out of my tent. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Anyone out here? My meow log beeps again. Walk to the edge of the forest. I'm not going any further until you tell me who you are. Walk to the edge of the forest. No! Walk to the edge of the forest. Walk to the edge of the forest. Walk to the edge of the forest. Stop! By now, I realize I have walked to the edge of the forest. At the edge of the forest, I see something on the ground. As I get closer, it becomes clear that it's a small posy of flowers. I gingerly pick them up and notice that several of the flower heads are missing. My meow log beeps again. Follow the petals. And that's when I see the trail of little orange petals, the same color as the bouquet that I'm holding. Well, I've come this far. No turning back now. I begin to walk. I'm nervous, so I call out. Hello? No answer. Louder this time. Hello? 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 Who is that? Who goes there? Major? Is that you, Floofy Butt? I really wish you wouldn't call me that, human. What on earth do you think you're playing at? Cavorting around the forest in the dead of night? Causing a ruckus? Oh, Major, you don't know how pleased I am to see you. I need your help. And this can't wait until a civilized hour? I'm afraid it can't. I'm not the one instigating this. I've been getting messages from an anonymous source asking me to follow them into the forest. Look, they've left a trail. Ah, calendula, marigold, herb of the sun. They're said to represent creativity, though some believe them to be symbols of cruelty and grief. Your knowledge is always so impressive, but I have to say on this occasion it's not very comforting. Floofy Butt goes striding off with purpose. Come along then! Are we going to follow this trail or not? I shuffle awkwardly behind him. Before the sun comes up, huh? Continue on for a short walk, and notice that the petals are getting more and more sparse. It's becoming difficult to see them, until eventually they seem to run out and we find ourselves at a small clearing. Well, it appears someone is planning a choke on you. I sadly agree. It's been nothing but a wild goose chase. Oh, Major, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Let's get back to our beds before we waste any more precious snooze time on this fool. I turn to Floofy Butt and notice that his back is arched and his fur is puffed up, making him look even more floofy than usual. Something wrong, Major? Tell me, human.
Does that pile of rocks look suspicious to you?
Amongst the myriad rock piles, I notice a small, contrived-looking cairn. Floofy Butt's right. It looks far from natural. That looks to me like it's not... like it's that looks to me like it's asking to be inspected, Major. Well, get to it! You're the one with the thumbs! I begin to dismantle the small mound rock by rock. It's not until the foundation stone is removed that we find a manila envelope. Major, look, it's a letter! Looks rather large for a letter, my dear. I think you ought to open it. Here?
Back at base.
Having got you this far, I think it's only fair that I have an equal share of the spoils. Spoils? Yes, perhaps we should look right now, Major. As I'm speaking, I've torn into the envelope. Well, out with it. It looks like drawings? What sort of drawings? I'm not sure, but they look quite old, antique even. But do they have value, human? Probably to someone? They appear to be sketches of people here on the island, but I don't recognize anyone. Why would someone lead me to these? How do you know you were meant to find them? Because we followed a trail and it led us here? Actually, the trail ended a while back. Mere coincidence. I hardly see the intrigue in a few old scribbles. They show no artistic flair at all. Even so, I'm gonna hang on to these to see if they prove relevant to whatever mystery is unfolding here on this island. Floofy Butt rolls his eyes. You really ought to focus more on the clues that matter, instead of running around in the middle of the night on wild goose chases. Head back before anyone discovers you're missing. I roll the drawings up and tuck them into my waistband. I'll study them when I have more time. I think Floofy Butt is probably right, but I don't want to miss a trick. Get some rest now, Dodo. Finally, a sensible suggestion. I head after Floofy Butt, struggling to keep up. I really need some sleep. What if I finish recon?
You will give me an egg.
Oh, I can't. Physically cannot. Okay. Thank you for the safe egg deposit in the nest. I guess I will do another romance. That way I unlock another recon. As the sun is going down, I decide to retreat into my tent for the night. When I undo the flap, I see McMurphy curled up asleep on my pillow. McMurphy, you're gonna get fur all over everything. Oh, hi there. You're back late, you rapscallion. Why are you in my bed? Oh, come now. We both knew I'd get in your bed eventually, didn't we? My hand reaches for the spray bottle. But McMurphy throws up his paws defensively. I'm an unarmed cat, and I actually came to give you something for good behavior. Don't make me send it back now. Give me something? What? Ah, sure, now you're listening. I found something that might just interest you. If it's more that grog, McMurphy, I can assure you I'm not interested in the slightest. I sit on the end of my bunk and push him off my pillow, but allow him to stay on the bed. As he moves reluctantly aside, I see a black corner poking out from under my blanket. Why are you, as a human, romancing cats? I wish I knew. What's that? Why don't you take a look? I eye him skeptically, nervous of what he's roping me into now. I will say, the whole line with McMurphy is just so weird. I liked Had a Full Boyfriend. I thought it was a good game. And I thought this game would be similar to it. But it's so far it's not. I want to see more Pirate Cat. Frick. I want to see more pirates. Had a Full Boyfriend is just silly. Well, not exactly, because it turns into a horror game after you finish every ending. Like, each route is like 20-30 minutes long, and if you finish every route, you unlock the true ending, which is a horror game that goes on for 5 hours. I was floored. I had no idea. It was amazing. It was genuinely a 10 out of 10 experience. I still haven't played frick, what is it called? The holiday version? I should play that one. Maybe I'll play it during December. Tell me what it is first. Well, you just pick it up. It won't bite. I carefully reach for it and realize it's a small leather book, beautifully aged, and yet seems to be in good condition. I open it as gently as I can for fear that I might have it turn to ash in my hands. On the first page, smudged and faded, but not destroyed by time or water, are the words, Captain's Log. Oh! I can't stop myself from gasping out loud. Oh, Murph, how did you find this? There's a lot you can find at the bottom of a bottle, or 12. Are you impressed? Impressed? Speechless, I could kiss your furry head. Well, don't let me stand in the way of you and your passion. I hardly notice he's still speaking as I begun to decipher the entries, and I'm instantly engrossed. 1789. The men are getting restless. I begin to fear for the continued safe running of this vessel, my vessel, of which they are in mind to take ownership, if my captain's instincts serve me right. Are you listening? Oh, sorry, what? I said maybe I should leave you with them? Yes, no, wait, McMurphy, tell me where you really got this from. Was it the treasure chest? No, would you believe it? That thing was full of nothing but sand and salt water. That bit of treasure, on the other hand, I found at the bottom of one of my crates of grog, hidden in between the bottles. But this belongs to a captain. Why would it be with the crew's provisions? I'll let you figure that one out, Brainiac. Think of it as a puzzle to keep you amused on all of your cold, lonely nights. McMurphy smirks and saunters out of my tent. I want to read the book. I want to read the book. Let me read it. Let me read the book. That's so sad. Well, maybe it's in the recon. Oh, it is. Okay, perfect. The diary McMurphy discovered in the shipwreck could have some invaluable information. Let's read this book. The book McMurphy gave me is sitting on my lap. I wonder what a pirate's diary is doing on this island. Maybe there'll be some clues within. The log reads, I felt an almighty crash, and then silence and stillness everywhere. It took a few seconds to gather my thoughts and understand what happened here. If it would really ever be possible to understand this godforsaken place and how we got so far off course to reach here. But in that moment, immediately after we hit the rocks, I knew two things. I was alive, and we were on land, and I felt grateful. It felt like a chance at survival, and I was determined to grasp it. I felt my legs, intact, thank God, and began crawling over the slate and shingle that seemed to stretch upwards to eternity. What type of place was this? Darkness was falling fast, but I needed to make sure we would be safe in this unexplored terrain. Who knew what would happen during the long night? What creatures it may bring, even what strange meteorological anomalies? Looking at the sky, I felt anything was possible. And we ought to be prepared. We had to work fast. I assembled the men. Raggle, Taggle, though we were, to some kind of orderly unit in the hope that the familiarity of discipline would raise morale. We were all tired, cold, and hungry. Some of us needed medical attention. It was not going to be easy, but it's what I was trained for. I would rather die than let my men down. We need to make some shelter. My voice sounded thin and weak against the sound of the waves crashing. At first light, I looked around and began to take stock properly. It was gratifying to see that the temporary shelter we had cobbled together fast last night was still intact, and no disasters had befallen us, to add to the difficulty we were already burdened with. Considering the conditions we erected this makeshift cover in and how a short time, I felt heartened. First time since we were out at sea, before the strange electrical storm began that ended with us being thrust here against the unforgiving rocks of this terrifying place. We could do so much more with daylight on our side and food in our bellies. So they were shipwrecked on this island? The thought of being the first inhabitants here were terrifying. On Earth did they survive? Maybe they didn't. I want to believe they were rescued, but that seems unlikely. I'll read more this evening. As I put the book away, a small piece of paper falls into my lap. It must have been hidden among the pages of the log. It's a note, maybe a letter? Sadly, I know you worry for me, but do not. The men don't treat me so bad. They give me food and don't beat me so much anymore. The captain is not so fearsome as what they say, giving me lessons on my writing. I'm improving. I practice all night because I can't sleep. I work hard, sometimes till my hands crack and bleed, but I still use them every morning to pray for you, that you are safe and well and that we will be together once again. I miss you so much. The seas have not been smooth. Sometimes I worry that we'll capsize completely and be lost out here forever. I would swim the widest ocean back to you, my sweet sister. I hope you're practicing your writing too. I'd like to read your clever poems again. Your loving brother, Jim. What a sweet letter. I wonder what became of Jim. Some of the wording is odd. Sure is a funky game. Alright. Antidote at 12%. Like, anyways, today's a rest day because we have 1 heart left. We'll physically explode. Get a lovely nap and wake up feeling revitalized. Your energy has been restored. Magic. Alright. Now we have the last romance and then the last research. We'll start with the romance. Look at that star. And now take yourself 1,000 miles beyond it and tell me what you see. I laugh as McMurphy passes me the bottle. I take a swig before replying, why am I getting drunk with cats again? Will you play again, do you think? I will play for all the achievements, absolutely, 100% without a doubt. I love getting every single achievement in games that I play, so this one will be no exception. I don't know if I'll play every single route on stream, but I sure will play every single route. Also, there's gotta be, like, a better option. It turns out my mom does not need me. She's having my little brother help her, so I can keep playing this until raid time. But like, this is only chapter 1, and there's supposed to be 6 chapters. So like, this game has to be really long. McMurphy, what are you talking about? Just do it. That big shiny one way up there. Go 1,000 miles beyond it. Tell me where you get to. Smile. I'm partying on Venus. Oh yeah? There's so many goddesses here, Murphy. They're all naked. You should see this. The laughing stops. Or maybe it was only in my head to begin with. I look down at the fluffy cat, far from his usual self. You okay, kitty cat? I think there's a big pub up in that sky. McMurphy grins and closes his eye. And there I am, my big human toes warming by the fireplace, and my long hair in the same dark golden color as the ale I have in my man hand. There's singing, lots of it, and people dancing all around. Those that can't find space to dance on the floor dance on the tables, naturally. An old sky pirate in the corner telling his stories to anyone who will listen, of the time he sailed to Jupiter on Mars. And you're there too, of course. You're sat right next to me. We've unlimited drinks because we're famous in these parts. We're practically royalty. Ale, stout, beer, whiskey too. They just keep coming. When it gets dark and the place is quiet, we sneak out back to the beer garden. There's a clear view of Earth from where we're sitting. We don't miss it. McMurphy spits. We talk about our adventures, about how we sailed off this damn island, and how the ship became airborne. Talk about how we fought the big-breasted, bloodthirsty alien wenches of the Emerald Star, and how we had to charm our way out of the space slug's lair. And I reckon we'd have a lot of fun. Of course, you wouldn't be able to keep your paws off me. You'd be begging for a kiss, and I'd be saying, "Now, I'm not a piece of meat, you know." You'd be saying, "Oh, McMurphy, please, just one of your world-famous kisses, the fancy French kind," and I'd be saying, "Please, control yourself." I start snickering again. What are you laughing at? You? Trying to say that you wouldn't be all over me if I was human? Of course I wouldn't. Ouch, now don't be mean. You'd be the one begging me for a kiss. What on earth gives you that idea? Ah, top of the morning, Cara, I love you so much, to be sure. Give me a smacker. That is so offensive. I stop laughing. I went a little too far there, I'm sorry. McMurphy lets out a weary smile. Well, maybe I would try to steal a little kiss. Who could blame me? You wouldn't get one. McMurphy's smile disappears. You know something? Huh? I think I should just come out and say it. Say what? You're alright. There's a pause. Not an uncomfortable pause, just a slightly confusing one. People made this game. People sure did make this game. You're alright too. Murphy is gazing at the stars. I don't know what I'm doing. It's a strange feeling. I'm used to being a step ahead of everyone, well, 2 steps ahead of you. Hey, don't be rude. I laugh. He grins. This feeling, it isn't new to me, but I'm still not sure what it is. All I know is that you get me in a way no one else has before. I get you too, even if you don't care to admit it. I guess it's just time to let this cat out of the bag. Without thinking, I look around. I'm so used to bagging and unbagging cats for my work that I take him literally, but his expression stops me from reacting. I've become attached to you in these last few weeks. You've captured my heart, and I don't want to be without you. Alright. You were the one that chose this cat, Wolf. You were the one that chose this cat. You chose this cat. Do we say yes? I feel like we have to say yes. I think you have my heart. Wow, I wasn't expecting that, McMurphy. I haven't had so much fun, felt so free, or been so happy as the time I've spent with you. I don't think I'd care to be without you either. You have my heart. To my surprise, McMurphy looks visibly relieved. Well, I look forward to many more adventures with you. Now we are dating an alcoholic cat. Also, we got an achievement called Relationship Goals, McMurphy. Alright, it's time for research. Yep, I'm ready. I'm gonna round up some rowdy kitties. It's a sunny afternoon. It is a little offensive that they made the Irish cat the drunk. That's what I'm thinking too. Like, it's like, well, okay. It's a sunny afternoon. Most of the cats are lazing on the beach. Perfect, like shooting fish in a barrel. I double check my supply list. Crate, treats, sedative, snare, catnip, antiseptic cream for myself. I've got everything. I have a sick feeling in my tummy, but I ignore it the best I can. This is gonna be a challenge, but I'm pleased that the professor is trusting me with the more physical tasks. I walk out onto the beach, feeling like the child catcher. Pardon? I keep reminding myself that I'm doing this for the greater good, even if it makes me unpopular with the cats. I set up the crate in an unsuspecting location and keep the snare hidden behind my back. At first I stroll around, trying to look as casual as possible, whistling a tune as I walk. I get close to one of the smaller cats. I start to stroke her. I want this to be as painless as possible. The cat responds well to me and starts to purr gently. Are you gonna come with me? The cat looks at me with big, wide, loving eyes. Come on then. I pick the cat up, carry her to the crate, and place her gently inside. I lock it shut, even though the cat makes no attempt to escape. Well, that went better than expected. This may be a good day after all. Emboldened by my success, I approach one of the slightly larger cats. Hey matey, shall we get the basket? I give him a little stroke. He doesn't respond badly, although he doesn't seem particularly interested either. I put my hands on either side of his body, ready to pick him up. He doesn't look happy about it and growls a warning at me. Hey mister, it's gonna be okay. We're just going on a little trip, alright? As soon as I start to lift, all hell breaks loose. Yowling and hissing, he scratches my arms to ribbons. I try to get him in the basket, but he stretches out and I can't fit him in. Ow! Oh no, oh no. I know when I'm defeated and I have to let him go. He scarpers off into the distance. I look down at my ravaged arms. Note to self, wear long sleeves when on caging. Why are we kidnapping cats? Why are we catnapping? I've come to the forest to gather my thoughts. This morning, I noticed another change in my appearance. Up until now, it's been easy to cover up my transition. I just had to keep on top of removing the excess body hair. And the stub of a tail that appeared a few days ago hasn't been a problem. Who'd see it? New development is definitely a turning point. How am I going to explain the fact that my pupils have turned into vertical slits? I can't risk anyone seeing me like this, so I'm gonna hide out for a while and see what happens. It's a beautiful night, and McMurphy and I are laying by the sand in the old shipwreck. When I remember back to all the anxiety and stress I used to live with, the endless hours fretting over the antidote research makes my fur stand up. I thought our lives depended on it. It was my love for McMurphy that finally got me to see sense. Why was I so desperate to make him the same as me? Hadn't I fallen for him the way he was? So I decided to turn it on its head and become like him. Ooh, huh? I lose track after 30. We're laying out under the stars. I can't help but smiling to myself when I remember how cold I used to think it was at night. Mac used to rib me for my whining, and now here I am as snug as can be, counting the stars with a cat I love more than anything else in the world. We are a full-on cat now. You think someone actually made this? There's a human out there that thought this. You see, the trouble is, Kara, you're still sinking like a scientist. What do you mean? So when you count the stars, you begin at 1 and assume you're going to keep chanting numbers until you've quantified the whole galaxy. He laughs until his eyes twinkle with moisture. Oh yeah? Go on then, Murph the Wise, enlighten me on a better way of counting. So if you ask me how many stars there are, I take an overall squint at the sky, judge how cloudy or clear it is, and decide if there's enough to light to hunt. Not too much is the right amount for that, by the way, or too little light for a snooze. But when it's bright, or just enough to steal a kiss from your sweetheart. And judging by the sky tonight, nuzzles into my fur and I'm the happiest cat in the universe. Oh God. I love how we're a white cat too. And like, I am like, all my fur is white. This cat is literally us. Like, how did they know? How did they know? Also, thank you for the safe egg deposit into the nest. I want to see my cat self, not just the portrait. Complete chapter 1. Ending achieved, love drunk. Cats romanced 1 out of 6. Antidote complete 16.7. My hat is huge. Recon 3 out of 18. Research 3 out of the 18. Okay, continue. Thank you for the cheek pinches. Oh. Interesting. Oh my god. Oh my god. It blocks out who we had when we keep. Dude, what the hell? Alright. Wolf, choose your character. We're gonna name the next one after you. Which character would you like to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because she's a cat on the island. Oh, yeah. Luxus, why aren't you in bed yet, sweetie? Go to bed. 4? Okay. Doctor. Oh, I can't put a dot. Alright. Dr. Wolfroad. Aw, damn it. Alright. We're just gonna have Wolfrose because we can't fit in the full name. Except. I'm trying to eat, but I can't. Aww. I give you little forehead kisses. Go to bed. Go to bed. Alright. How do I... Is this like... Oh my gosh. Is there a way to make it so that... It's all the same. It's all the same. That's security. I wonder if it's all same, like... Okay. What option would you like? Would you like whiskey, a cup of tea, or water, or nothing? Also, I'm gonna crack open. Pepis. Water? Alright. Oh, frick. Water would be great. I have a feeling you were gonna say that. Yes. Wait a sec, that was different. He said it. I had a feeling you were gonna say that. If you do what you always did, you'll never experience anything different. That's different from what he first said to us. Okay, sir, I'll do my best, but I have no idea what we're talking about. I'll just give you your kit and some basic instructions. First things first, this is your kit. This is your catalog. Extremely invaluable. Yes, sir, of course I'll take care of that. Get to use all of... Look at this wannabe Sans omnipotent being. I never played Undertale. But we are someone new. We are someone new. As I unpack and settle into my tent, I notice something odd. A little dugout under my bed. I reach in and pull an unexpected find. Personal journal of the previous research assistant, the one before me? They must have forgotten it or left it behind. It's also an absolute gold mine of information. It's gonna get me up to speed with how it all works around here in no time. However, it seems something else was happening here on the island, something that was troubling them. I get the feeling there's far more on here than the professor would have me know. In spite of my increasing tiredness, I continue, and the journal gets weirder and weirder, to the point where I'm not sure whether I'm still reading or I've dozed off and I'm now dreaming of cats and kidnappings. You play Deltarune for Pride Month? What's Deltarune? Eventually, I lose the battle and drift into a deep sleep. I wake with a start, and it takes me a moment to get my brain into gear. I can hear a scratching sound and the rustling of paper coming from the tent flap. That was something in its mouth. Suddenly, I'm wide awake. No! It has the journal! Wait! But it has disappeared into the night. Before I know it, I'm out in the cold of night chasing it, running with all my might. I must get that book back. It has everything I need to know in it. Barefoot, dressed only in a t-shirt and shorts, running at full speed into the forest in the dark of night. This is familiar. I know, I've read this in the journal. Something similar happened to the previous assistant. Yet here I am, falling into the same trap. I must be crazy. I slow to a stop. I think I'm gonna be sick. I realize, of course, I'm close to the danger zone. Everything goes black and I fall to the ground. I open my eyes. A calico cat, one that I scanned yesterday, is standing in front of me. Drops the journal from her mouth. I pass out. Dude, that's me. That's me. This cat. Hello, I say, can you hear me? Are you okay? Here we go again. Move back a bit, let them breathe. Has it been bitten? Sphinx cat is standing over me, staring as I open my eyes. Yes, definitely bitten. Look at its hand. I bring it up to my face, and through my blurry vision, I can make out several deep scratches and puncture marks. So that means every cat here was human? I don't know. Cats watch me intently. Is this real? I read something in the journal about kidnapping. Catnapping! We're sorry, it was the only way. You stole the journal! Oh, but I give it back to you. But why did you take it? To lure you out here, sucker! There's no need for rudeness, Kibbles. My head's begun to clear, and I realize that if I can talk to these cats, not only is it all true, but it's already too late. I have the sickness. We need to have a talk, human? No, we don't. I know what's going on here. I read all about it from your last victim. Now, Kara, that's not very nice. We prefer to think of you as our champion and friend. McMurphy, you silver-tongued Irish charmer. My reputation goes before me. Oh, I know who all of you are from the journal, so let's cut to the chase here. We just did that, dummy. You know what I mean. What happens now? Keep reading the notes. That will tell you all we know so far. Hang on, who are you? You're not mentioned in the journal. You figure it out. It's not my problem anymore. The new cat slinks off towards the forest area. Oh, don't worry about them. They're preoccupied elsewhere. So what do you say? Are you gonna help us or not? Wolf, what do we do? Do we help the kitties or we do not help the kitties? Yeah. We always help kitties? Alright. Kitty help. Help the kitties. I suppose my fate's already sealed. I may as well do my best to help you sort this mess out. Spoken like a true champion! Well, let's hope this one's better than the last one. I thought the last one was pretty good, actually. Unfortunately, they didn't get very far with discovering an antidote or what happened to our friends. My catalog starts beeping. Oh, my alarm, I have to get to work. Go! And thanks from all of us. What the frick is this game, bro? What the hell is this? I make it back to the lab fairly quickly, considering how little sleep I've had. Wonder if that's one of the effects of feline transition. Imagine my agility levels will change. I'm strangely excited about getting to work on the antidote. It's a sort of challenge I love. I'm just about to enter the lab to begin my legitimate work when the catalog the message without any contact information. Something. Oh. Ominous! I don't have time to work this puzzle out right now, though. I'm already going to be late for work if I don't get a move on. The professor's already working when I arrive, but miraculously I'm not late, so there's no fuss. I get through the day as efficiently as possible and head back to my tent as soon as work is done. I want to get to grips with finding out all I can as soon as possible. Romance. What do we have as options? We have Snooty Booty and Floofy Butt. Who do you want? Who do you want, Wolf? Zero context, Snooty gets my vote. Is it because Snooty is a Sphinx cat? Wait, hold on. Let me see. Can I see the where's my cat? Oh, I don't think I can see my catalog in the middle of this. I know Wolf Rose said that Snooty Butt was I was so concerned you'd be the only option. It looks like we are unavailable, and obviously McMurphy is unavailable because he was taken off the board. Floofy though? Alright, Floofy. Sprinkles, I can name the next researcher after you, and then we'll date Snooty Booty. We can choose Sprinkles or Sergeant. Because I don't think we can fit Sergeant Sprinkles in. Sergeant, because like, we couldn't even add all of Wolf's name. Imagine being forced into using me to romance yourself. That would be so weird. I'm not sure what to expect. I've come to the force with Floofy Butt for what I assumed would be a pleasant way to spend my afternoon off work, but I've now discovered that he's billing it as an informative afternoon of instruction and practical participation. That sounds suspiciously like a lecture to me. Oh well, as Professor Proper would say, scientists must keep an open mind. This is something I would normally do alone, but you strike me as a like-minded soul, interested in both gastronomic and anatomic pleasures. Uh-huh. Perhaps now would be a good time to lay down the blanket I asked you to bring. We don't want to put that tender skin of yours under duress. I lay the blanket on the ground awkwardly and wonder where he's going with this. Relax, Wolf Rose. This doesn't usually take very long. Suddenly, without warning, there's a loud plop as a bird plummets out of the sky onto the blanket. Told you so! Oh my, it's dead. As a doornail! But what happened to it? Just a force field, of course. Now enough foolish questions, Wolf Rose. Let's get started, shall we? Just like the lecturers from my uni. What exactly are we doing here, Floofy Butt? I told you don't use that ridiculous name. I prefer Major, if you please. What exactly are we doing here, Major? This is my little surprise. I'm a bird fancier. Oh, and you fancy your birds dead? Quite. All the better to practice my other pursuit. I know I'm gonna regret this, but what pursuit would that be, Major? I'm a self-taught pathologist. You mean as in post-mortem? Somewhat rudimentary, don't you know, but I can find my way around the innards of the average seagull with remarkable dexterity. Yes, well, whatever floats your boat. I'm interested in crossword puzzles myself, not everyone's cup of tea, but it occupies a wet afternoon. Okay, back to the task at hand, Wolf Rose. I shall now begin the autopsy. Keep your wits about you. There will be questions at the end. I knew this was a lecture. Floofy Butt pings out a razor-sharp claw and begins going to town on the bird. Oh my god. Incision from sternum to base. Sprinkles is a great name for a cat. Sprinkles is a great name for a cat. I would be trying to get to know the floofiest. Well, he sure is floofy. And look at that tail. That's such a floofy tail. Oh my gosh. Here, I'll shrink myself so you can see it better. Look at that. Beautiful. On first examination, the skeleton appears to be typical. I note that there is no break in the neck, indicating that the force field rather than the fall killed the bird. I feel rather queasy. Oh, really? Yes, point of interest. Sometimes the initial zap the bird receives from flying into the force field merely stuns them, and it is the impact of the fall which provides the fatal blow. This chap, however, appears to have suffered cardiac arrest. You can see from the size or lack thereof of the heart that even a minor jolt could be enough to induce. Having removed the tiny organ, Major has now begun digging around the inside of the carcass, though rummaging in a lucky dip. Now, removing entrails for further examination. Oh, do get a better look, Wolf Rose. It's rather revealing. I can see something in the stomach sac. Stomach sac? It looks like... Oh my, it's gold! Our lucky day, Wolf Rose! Here, have a look. It's some kind of nugget. No, thank you, Major. I'm not in the mood for playing with the contents of a seagull's stomach. Don't be ridiculous! This is not a game, Wolf Rose. May I remind you that we are in the middle of a very serious post-mortem, and I expect you, as my assistant, to maintain professionalism. My stomach is doing flips as I hold the object between thumb and forefinger. What is this thing? It's so small. It kind of looks like cripes. It's a tooth, Major. A gold tooth. Ah, good find. You're a natural. I can't help but wonder why a seagull would have a gold tooth in its stomach. Presumably, Major, this is from the mouth of a human? I think you're probably right! How did it get into the seagull? What an inquiring mind. You'd make an excellent apprentice. If you like, I could pass on to you the skills I've acquired. That would be a feather in your cap. Ar, there be gold. What a clean autopsy, not a drop on them. They're just built different. They're just built like that. Also, I'm sorry that you're in pain. Right? Is it still your tooth that's like affecting you? I resign myself to the fact that he's not going to be drawn into speculation. Okay, well, I'll bear that in mind, Major. I don't have the heart to tell him that I came top of my class at veterinary surgery. And now, to the victor of the spoils, don't be shy, I've already carved. Oh gosh, do you mean... Of course, tuck in! We won't stand on ceremony here, it's a good one, too, plenty of fat. I have to think fast. Do I really want to eat raw seagull carved up by a cat in the forest on the floor? Wolf? This is you? Would you like to eat raw seagull? Tuck in? Alright. Ray, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I hope you're able to, like, see another dentist. Like, call around, see if any of them have x-rays. Someone has to. I suppose it would be frightfully rude to refuse now, seeing as he's gone to all the trouble of carving. Oh, silly me. I already had lunch before we came out, but it looks so delicious that I simply must try a tiny bit, a morsel. Very well, Wolf Rose, that I shall leave you the tastiest part of all, the liver. The cat deftly tears an organ out of the carcass and presents it to me on a flat paw. Very fatty. Oh, wow, that's too much, Major. I mean, too generous. As tempted as I am, I simply couldn't. Nonsense! I insist! I'd feel a very poor host indeed if my guest refused my hospitality. Okay, well, Froze, you can do this. Think of it as liver and onions, the way Mom makes it. Okay, breathe. Don't think about it. Just take it and swallow it whole, like an iron pill.
Bunny's just redeemed. Say hi.
Hi! Why did the cat kill the bird? The cat didn't kill the bird. The bird hit a force field that covers the entire island, and then died of cardiac arrest and fell straight to the ground. Hi. Oh, I'm really gonna enjoy this seagull liver. I snatch it out of the cat's paw and it's in my mouth before my brain can catch up. Oh no, it's in my throat. It's lodged in my throat. I can't swallow it. What do I, how do Crikey, that was a close call. I catch the organ in my clenched fist and simultaneously give Floofy Butt the thumbs up. Exquisite. My compliments to the cat. Quite so. Next time, make sure you have an empty stomach. Unlike this chap. Butt holds up the gold tooth and laughs. I try to force a laugh, but I'm suddenly overwhelmed with nausea. I've had a truly lovely time here, Major, but I'm afraid I must go now. So soon? Sadly so, work calls. Well, I suppose that can't be helped, but let's do this again soon, Yes, of course, soon. I can hardly wait. As I run home, feeling the slimy, sticky mess clinging to my hand, I curse myself for not bringing my antiseptic gel. Next time, I'll be prepared. Hello, Wolf. How are you doing? You want to do romance, research, or recon? Why are you eating raw seagull liver? For fun, I guess. I don't know. For fun. Dodo drank ground alcohol. Meanwhile, I eat random dead bird liver. That's pretty accurate. That is literally exactly what happened. You can romance cats. Yes. You can also turn into a cat. I am currently a cat in this game. I am a cat that you can talk to in this game. And then we are playing as Wolf Rose right now, who might also turn into a cat. I don't know. Research? Alright. Let's see what we have. We have research 4. Okay. I never thought I could add feline hairstylist to my CV, but it looks like today is my lucky day. Hi! Oh my gosh. Bye. Bye, Wolf. That's truly a game. It sure is the game of all time. It's so weird. I put on my latex gloves and gather my tools. Brush, scissors, swabs, kitty wipes. I can't help but think I've forgotten something. Oh, of course, treats. What is this one about? It's about a special island that has a force field around it, and only cats can, like, there's only cats on this island. Anything that goes through the force field, like, dies. But we found, like, we're a group, there's a group of scientists. Yeah, we're researchers. There's a group of scientists who found a way to get onto the island. So we are on the island and we applied for this, like, research assistant program. I was, like, researcher 125, like, assistant researcher 125, and Wolfrose is researcher, like, 126 or something like that. And so, like, we're just, like, researching the island, seeing what's up, how the cats work, like, tagging the cats, like, all of that stuff. And we're told not to go to the furthest part of the island because there's, like, really angry, mean cats over there. And there's, like, really angry cats, and they're called the elder cats. And if they scratch you, you become a werecat. And we're trying to find the cure for, like, the werecats. I unfortunately already turned into a cat. So it's now Wolfrose's time to try and save us from turning into cats. And this group of cats keeps, like, turning the research assistants into werecats to try and get them to get the antidote and save their friends. There's even been national discrimination in this game. Yes, they treat Irish people like alcoholics. Next research needs to be named Sergeant for the silly name of Dr. Sargent. Aw, not Dr. Sprinkles. I leave the tent and head for the lab, stopping to stroke a few of the island's residents on the way. The idea of having two titles as a name is hilarious. Understandable. Understandable. Meow, meow, meow! Wait, what? I call out to the lazing subjects as I enter the lab. Looky, looky, what have I got? I shake the bag of treats and the small lab erupts with hungry meows. If you want these, you'll have to behave. I open the first crate, home of the grouchy old Mr. Bumble, and I gently lift him onto the counter to be groomed. Morning, Grumpy. Let me check your ears, no debris. Lovely. I have a feeling you may be discharged in the next day or two. He was brought in with a mild infection, slight temperature, weepy eyes, but he seems to have recovered remarkably well. In fact, I'm going to recommend to Professor Popper that we release him by the end of the week. I give Mr. Bumble a cheeky cuddle before I begin to brush his matted fur. Wow, where does all this come from? There's enough fur here to make another cat. Mr. Bumble's beginning to get agitated and lets out a displeased grumble. I know, it's very annoying. Just gotta trim you up a bit and then you can get back to sleep. He resignedly lets me cut some of the hair around his bum and the back of his hind legs. Aren't you a good boy? Here we go, yum yum. Pour some of the little fish-shaped treats onto the counter and the ragamuffin practically inhales them. Now let's get you back into your cozy crate, tuck them away, and open the next one. Your turn, Socks. Just a cut in color, yeah? I snort at my own joke and begin brushing the little white cat. He's a lot more lively than old Bumble and keeps trying to bite the brush. Hey, don't make me get the harness, Socks. That's no fun for either of us. The cat seems to understand and settles down, only giving the brush an occasional nip when he thinks I won't notice. Hello, what's this? I noticed a little red patch on his neck just under his chin. Oh no, we don't have botflies, do we? Poor Soxy. I take the magnifying glass out of my inner pocket and examine the inflamed area closer. Ouch. Socks begins to struggle away from me. He must be in quite a lot of discomfort. It's okay, Socks, I'm just looking. Stroke the little cat to try and calm him down. I hate using sedatives on the subjects unless absolutely necessary. After a while, I'm able to get a better look at the wound. There doesn't seem to be anything living under here. I'm relieved I don't have to deal with any botflies. The music, I can't get over it. The constant meow, meow is so funny. It looks strange. It's like a rash or a sore, but I'm not sure how or where he could have picked it up. I'm worried about how to proceed. Should I just clean it with some saline solution and let the air get to it? Or should I put on some of the professor's soothing cream, 116, and just wrap it on the gauze? What do you want to do, saline solution or cream? It's gonna be in your head when you try and sleep. That's so accurate. I'm gonna have dreams of this. I wonder if they have the album on Spotify. So I just listen to meow, 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 meow. Saline, I think? Okay. Sore like this should be cleaned with a little saline. No need for anything stronger. I'll reassess the need for cream 116 if it hasn't cleared up in a few days. I pour some saline onto some gauze and gently clean Foxy's wound. He squirms a little. It's not very comfortable for him, but generally he sits pretty well and it's done in no time. Meow, 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 meow. Alright, what do you want to do today? Romance, or research, or recon? Never used a cream on a cat? I mean, sometimes you have to. Oh, I just cracked my neck. It felt so good. Okay, recon. Snoots has brought me something intriguing. Or Trixie has been telling me about a strange phenomenon. Do we want to go to Snoots or do we want to go to Trixie? I've used saline for wounds though, I think. Interesting, interesting. Trixie? Alright. Trixie seems like such a sweetie. I've taken some time off today so that Trixie can show me the water pool she's been telling me about. I have some sample bottles in my backpack along with some food and a blanket. If it's nice, we can have a picnic lunch there. So these pools appear to be different colors? They don't appear to be, Humi. They are. Well, we can't prove that until we've tested them. Reflection, refraction, and dispersion can play tricks on the eye. Poo to your testing. Take all the magic away, science person. It makes your world very dull, I think. Maybe you're right, Trixie. Let's wait and see what wonders you're gonna show me, huh? That's right! This way! She disappeared from sight. I run to the cliffside where she was walking and looking at the edge. I can see she's jumped to a small rock shelf, about 4 meters down from where I'm stood. Come on, you can do it. Don't be afraid, cat. I'm more concerned about how I'll get back up again, actually. There are kind of steps further along, but this way's closer to the entrance. Not wanting to appear too much a killjoy, I clamber over the edge and lower myself down, dropping the last few feet. Impressive! You're getting a feline spring in your step. I'm worried I may have twisted my ankle, but I don't want to say anything. Follow me, Springy! Disappeared again. It's like keeping up with a jackrabbit. Follow my voice! And suddenly an alarming sound is coming from between two rock faces. High-pitched screeching and very loud. I squeeze through the crevice and am in what looks like a cave without a ceiling. Trix, stop! Sound is so amplified in this enclosure it's become deafening. Sorry, Humi, but it feels so good. Have a try. What? Yell, shout, scream, sing at the top of your voice, loud as you can. Really? I feel self-conscious, but I'm dying to have a go. You only live once and it's so fabulous. He makes the noise again, and this time I join in. It is fantastic. The acoustics are something else. It's like an amphitheater. Eventually we run out of steam and I flop to the ground, exhausted but exhilarated too. After we've caught our breath, I'm ready to push onwards. We'd better get on if we don't want to be back too late. We're here! Oh, what the frick? I was surprised. I was Expecting something more impressive, I suppose. This is the place? I look around and for the first time I notice several small pools of water, not much larger than puddles around the edges of the enclosure. Oh, I see. I bend down next to the nearest pool and I see straight away that it is the deepest red. Hell yeah, pride puddles! Oh my god, you're right. It looks like blood. Look at mine, like liquid sky. I cross to the opposite side where Trixie is sitting, and sure enough, there is the clearest, richest blue water. And melted emeralds. Again, I follow her to another pool, as green as spring foliage. Then another of deepest purple, one of orange, yellow, pink. Well, it certainly is as amazing as you said, Trix. How strange that they're all so different. What's causing it? It has to be a trick of the light. Put your hand in. Oh, I'm not sure that's a good idea. There could be any number of bacteria making this happen. Best not to touch it until we're sure it's safe. I've done it lots. It's fine. I glance over and sure enough, she has her furry little paws in the golden colored water. Somewhat reassured, I scoop some of the blue water up and sniff it. It smells wonderful. Though it's been perfumed. What is that smell? It's weirdly familiar. Take out my bottles and begin collecting the waters. My theory about the light is blown when I see the little bottles up together and they each retain their original hue. Something is dyeing this water. Can't wait to get back to the lab and run some tests. We can go back the easy way if you like. Follow me. Head back along the rock shelf and go past the spot we jumped down on the way here. Further along, there's an ascent, just as Trixie had said, but I would hardly call it steps. Someone has clearly tried to make a trail here, but it's all a bit rough and ready. Further along still, I can make out a large empty metal drum. It's rusted, obviously discarded some time ago. I get a closer look and see that there is a tap near the base and the remains of a label, but I can barely make out the words. I take a picture of it with my catalog to decipher later. The perfume I smelled in the cave seems to be stronger here. I'm very intrigued. Trixie couldn't be less interested in all of this. She's happily skipping ahead looking for a good picnic spot for us. I'll have to be patient with my investigations. This music is killing me. Alright, do we romance research or recon Dr. Wolfrose? Dr. Wolfrose, if I should say. Because your character's a veterinarian. You should sing along. Meow. 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 Oh, frick. I forgot. It's rest day. We'll do romance after the rest day. Dr. Wolfrose. You had a lovely nap and wake up feeling revitalized. Your energy has been restored. Magic. Have to claim those hearts again. Romance time! Alright, floofy butt. Oh? Do hold your hand still, Wolfrose. I can hardly see a thing with you shaking like that. I hold the binoculars stable in front of Floofy Butt's tiny cat face. He looks ridiculous. It's like you're not even trying, Wolfrose. You're shaking like a leaf. My hands are totally steady, Major. Even ever consider it could just be your eyesight? I'll have you know that I have the keen eyes of a goat. Goats aren't exactly known for their vision, Major. That's just because the world is full of ignorami. Well, what can you see? I can only see a couple of Muellers, lazing about of course, scratching at their fleas. Filthy things, I tell you. Ha! What? One of the bigger ones is emptying its bladder. That could mean that they do eat and drink on a regular schedule. And if we are able to find out where their water supply is, we could lace it with a mild sedative and bring back the incapacitated sample to the beach and... Please don't finish that sentence. No cats will be harmed during this mission. Oh please, the subject will not be harmed, just slightly bewildered for a day or two. But why, Major? Well, to examine it for a start. Also, I would like to see how they react when one of theirs goes missing for a change. Major, I only agreed to help you with this on the promise that you will not attempt to exact any kind of retribution on the elders. Examination is one thing, but if you can't keep your end of the deal, then I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to withdraw. Okay, I'll just observe. I replace the binoculars in front of Floofy Butt's keen goat eyes. Well, what do we have here? Found something? I do believe I have. There's a few elders here who seem to be meditating. Meditating? Are you sure they're not just sleeping? Take a look, will you? Tell me they aren't meditating. I adjust the binoculars to suit my eyes, and I'm quite taken aback by what I see. Floofy Butt is right. The cats aren't sleeping. They're sitting in a circle around what is by far one of the stranger landmarks on the island. A large estate of Bastet. Professor Popper has always dodged my questions about what on earth a statue of an Egyptian cat goddess of war is doing on the island. I'm even more intrigued now. The cats seem to be listening or contemplating or even meditating. Well, Major, I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation for their behavior. Cats often behave quite strangely, I've found. Well, they're strange and then they're strange, and my experience teaches me that the type of strangeness that this class are afflicted with is beyond acceptable. I believe the only way to protect us all is total disassociation. Major, do you hear yourself? We're here practically trespassing on their territory so that you can spy on them while they're doing whatever it is they're doing, and you want disassociation from them? One must know one's enemy, Wolfrose! How are they your enemy, Major? They've never done anything to you. Oh no? These Muellers are wholly responsible for the problems on this cursed island, and it's about time they were held accountable. They are the carriers of the cat virus. If it weren't for them, you wouldn't be afflicted with the illness. Oh, is that so? Because I distinctly remember it was you lot who deliberately put me in danger in the first place. The elders are cats. Just cats. Just cats? Oh, I see. I realize what I've just said, and although I didn't intend it the way that Major has taken it, I can see how wounded he is. I feel conflicted. On one hand, I want to take a stand against his bigotry. It's not helping our progress, and I do believe it may end up ruining our friendship. On the other hand, I know he has a good heart. As Trixie says, he's just stuck in his ways, and it would be wrong of me to start pushing my views onto him. Perhaps I can lead by example and practice a little more tolerance myself. We have racist cats? What? Stand up for what I believe in, or be diplomatic and be quiet. Why am I romancing the bigot? Listen, you chose the stereotypical drunk Irish for me, okay? I'm starting to think there's major problems with all of these cats besides the fact that they can stand up for what I believe in. Alright. You know exactly what I mean, Major. Don't add me to your list of enemies. Oh no, you're not my enemy, Wolfrose. I'm just very disappointed to find out that you are just as gullible as the others, believing those creatures to be harmless, that we ought to embrace them with open arms. Those creatures? Major, please, you must stop with this ridiculous thinking, or I may have to disassociate myself from you. Oh, really? I do not understand how such a seemingly intelligent human can be so narrow-minded. I could say the same about you, Major. Me? Narrow-minded? I've never heard anything more ludicrous. I have a voracious appetite for knowledge, for the things that interest you. Well, yes, but isn't that the case for all of us? As a scientist, I need to explore beyond what I want to know, beyond what suits my sensibilities. Well, here I am, Wolfrose, exploring what I don't like one bit. He has a smug look on his face that is very annoying. Have you ever tried communicating with the elders? Floofy Butt scoffs loudly. Those Muellers do not share our language, Wolfrose. How exactly do you expect me to? The very notion is laughable. Oh, is it? Here I am, Major, a human having a two-way, somewhat intelligent discussion with a cat. Is that not laughable too? Floofy Butt goes uncharacteristically quiet. I sense I've hit a nerve and decide to retreat. Perhaps we're gonna have to agree, or we'll fall out entirely. Fight. Thank you for joining me today, Wolfrose, but I can manage from here. Your assistance is no longer required. Oh, okay, Major. I'll just put your binoculars here then, shall I? As you wish. Place them on a little patch of grass and step away. Floofy Butt eyes them as I watch his expression change as his dilemma dawns on him. Decides not to attempt to use them while I'm there watching. I'll leave you to it then. Yes, yes, thank you, but I'm fine now. I shall be doing other reconnaissance, and I'm better off alone. I feel bad for him, and I don't want us to part on an argument. I'm on feeding duty today. I'll keep something back for you. Come and find me later when you feel hungry. Thank you, Wolf Rose. Good afternoon. It's clearly going to take a while to get over this, and I don't want to make it worse. So without saying another word, the tabby and I part ways. As I make my way back to camp, I go over what happened between us, wondering if I could have handled Major better. Although I may have hurt his feelings, I feel unsatisfied that tough love was the right way to go. There's no way our friendship could progress without honesty and respect. I have every faith in him, and that he'll come by later when his stomach's rumbling.
What's next? Cat misogyny and cat transphobia? I'm hungry, hold on.
I have another, pecan art. Alright, what would you like to do next? Research, recon, or romance? I love pecan so much. They're oh? Recon? Alright. We have one recon. Alright, Snoots has brought me something intriguing. I better check it out. Oh god. He's so scrungly. Wolf Rose, are you still sleeping? You really ought to be awake by now. Snooty Booty, are you okay? What are you doing in my tent? All this lazing about is very bad for your complexion, to say nothing about the dragging effects on the delicate tissue around the eyes. There's something I can help you with? Like a ringed towel. Oh my god, she kind of does look like that. Possibly. I have something I want you to look at. Right now? What time is it? Time you were active. Come along. Well, at least let me get ready. Very well. Snooty Booty sits down and starts grooming herself. After a moment, she looks up again. Why aren't you ready yet? Can you leave the tent so that I can get dressed? For goodness sake! Snooty Booty rolls her eyes and walks out. I get dressed, resignedly, and follow her. What do you think it is? I'm intrigued. We're on the beach, staring at our partially buried bottle sealed inside a plastic bag. It looks as though it's only recently washed up. Well, there's really only one way to find out. Oh my god, like stretched out gum. Yo, don't do her dirty like that. I pulled the bottle out of the sand. It has some kind of document or note in the bag along with the bottle. What is that thing? Read it to me. It's a good thing I'm just as curious as Snooty, or I'd be feeling a lot more irritable by now. I carefully unseal the bag and unfold the paper. Read the note out loud. Initial tests on the most recent formula are encouraging. Subjects 6 through 18 appeared visibly younger. Moderate to severe side effect noted, including increased hair growth and marked mood alteration. Subjects 1 through 5 had major complications. Some new small tumors, skin irritation, partial blindness, and memory loss. We need to look into this. Check for contaminants and continue to iterate on the formula. Appeared visibly younger. Snooty Booty, is that the most important thing you gathered from this report? Thank you for the safe egg deposit on the nest. You're quite right, Wolf Rose. We ought to not to trust it. That note could have been written by anyone. We shall conduct our own experiment. Apply the cream to my skin. Have you lost your mind, Snooty Booty? Did you not hear what I read? Tumors, blindness, memory loss? Statistics bore me. You should know that by now. Let's live a little. I'm willing to take the risk in the name of science. And we're not taking any risks, Snooty Booty. You wait here while I go and get my kit bag from the lab. Let's see if we can't work out what this stuff is made of. I was hoping the lab would be free, but the professor is in here making some notes. Oh, hello, Wolfrose. I thought you were taking a day off from the lab today. Oh, yes, I am, Professor. I just wanted to check something. I can't take the test equipment away without the professor getting suspicious. I'll have to come up with some kind of excuse. Try to take the equipment without him noticing, or make up an excuse. What choice do you want? Just take it without him trying to take it without him noticing? Okay. Yes, as I thought, I left my bag here. Popper looks up from his work. Is that your bag? It looks a lot like the field kit bag. Oh, so it does. I never noticed that before. They're very similar, but this is definitely mine. He goes back to work. Very good. Enjoy your day off. I walk out purposefully with the bag. As I approach the beach, it has become clear Snooty Booty has managed to break into the ointment. He appears to have spilled some and is now busy rolling around in it. Snooty Booty, what were you thinking? This could be very dangerous. The only danger here is this ghastly sand sticking to my delicate skin. Do help me get rid of it. I try to wipe the sound off, but it's stuck like glue. Underneath the layer of sand, I can see very pink. No time to lose. I pick her up and run to the ocean, trying to use the seawater to clean off as much of the ointment as I can. Put me down! What on earth? I've never been so humiliated in my life! She twists out of my grip and scampers off in a huff. I think I've got it all, so I leave her to it. Now back to the samples. There's not much I can do here on the beach, so I'll just have to wait until Professor Popper is finished in the lab. Well, that was quick. As luck would have it, the professor needed to retire to his tent earlier than usual. He has to read some research papers that arrived from the mainland this morning. So now, I can continue looking into this ointment. I begin by testing the substance for several common compounds found in cosmetics, but it's negative for all of them. I widen the tests for other organic compounds. I get a match. About 30% of the ointment is cat saliva. If they're using saliva from the cats on the island, they could be affecting all of their subjects with catification. But where have these other side effects come from? I run the ointment again, this time looking for known pharmaceuticals. Before I can get the results back, Snooty Booty comes trotting in. I just thought you should know that the security guard is coming this way. You should make yourself scarce before he arrives. Not that I care what happens to you after you threw me into the ocean. I have no time to finish this experiment now, but I will work on it later in the privacy of my tent. I take my things and run before Zane arrives. Alright. I don't think we have any more recon. Yeah. So, do you have any more research, actually? We have one research. Okay. It's time for some serious testing in the labs. I'm intrigued to see what kind of work the professor has up his sleeve. Stomach is queasy. I really don't want to do this. It's strange. I'm used to treating subjects with medications and injections, but something about this doesn't feel right. Oh, you? I smile at the gentle cat on the table in front of me. I look at the syringe in my hand. I turn to the professor. What are we testing for with these meds again? He looks up from his desk. Is there a problem, Wolfrose? I've already told you it's supposed to stimulate hair growth. Why do we need to stimulate hair growth? Why indeed, however. Ours is not to question why, Wolfrose. The likes of you and I perform the tasks set out by the people who pay our wages, such as life. The professor returns to his work, and I understand the conversation is over. Look back at the little cat. His name is Smokey. He's a Lycoid cat with very short, fine hair. A real sweetie. The professor's right. This is just my job, and although I feel terrible, I find a way to ignore the pangs of guilt and inject smoke. Over quickly. Then return to his cage. How long does this usually take? Professor looks up again, slightly irritated. I don't know, Wolfrose, but you're being paid to find that out, aren't you, my dear? Oh, yes, of course. Note of time and observe the cat. After 5 minutes, there's no noticeable. 10 minutes, still no change. After half an hour, I think his hair looks a little different, but I suspect my eyes are playing tricks on me. I had a dream Dodo reported me to the authorities, and then they took me away and locked me under a lake? What? What? 1 hour in, and all of a sudden, I can see the hair is visibly longer and seems continuing to grow. I must say I'm very impressed and a little confused. I decided to take a tea break. Smokey seemed content to nap for a while. Can I get you a cup of tea, Professor? Oh no, I don't know how you can tolerate the foul stuff they brew up in the mess tent. I have my thermos of coffee here, thank you. Fair enough, I'll be back in a bit. I've only been gone for 10 minutes at most. But as I enter with my mug of tea, I instantly notice the drama taking place in Smokey's cage. I find it hard to stifle a laugh. Oh my goodness, Professor, have you seen this? Professor looks up, exasperated by another interruption, but then he notices the cage. Oh dear, well don't just stand there, Wolfrose, get him out. I open the front of the cage and pull out the large hairball that Smokey's turned into. His fur tumbles over my arm as I cradle the bewildered cat. Well, I never. Very interesting, isn't it, Wolfrose? I think it's still growing, Professor. I do believe, right? Perhaps we should clippers. Professor hands me a small set of electric clippers, and I immediately begin using them on the ever-expanding Smokey. I continue to shave for the next 15 minutes until he finally seems to run out of hair. Hey, that's a lot of hair. We both stand staring at the pile of fur at our feet. Keep a small amount for testing and put the rest of it out back. Mora can dispose of it later. Mora? Mrs. Marigold? Excellent work today, Wolfrose. Most interesting findings. Thank you. Although the results had nothing to do with me, I'm left feeling a tad guilty about Smokey's ordeal. As I place him back in his cage, I check for any signs of trauma, and when I'm satisfied he's okay, I awkwardly take my leave. Suspiciously cat-shaped pile of fur. Oh hey, we unlocked Research 9. Okay. Perfect. We still don't. Oh, we have to rest. Rest day. It is romance. We have no recon yet. We have to unlock it. Probably through the romance line. That was a delicious. We've been walking for ages, Major. I don't have much longer before they'll expect me back. Almost there. It needs to be as close to the danger zone as possible to deter snoopers, cats, and even fewer humans. I'm this far out, which ensures that my deposits are safe. Deposits? This is an act of trust, you understand. I believe that our recent disagreement and resulting
Reconciliation has made our bond of camaraderie stronger than ever, and I would like to solidify our reunion with the sharing of something quite private and important to me. Is he also a drinker? I feel slightly awkward and mumble incoherently in response. Well, what's past is past. Water under the bridge and all that. I'm delighted, though, that you've reviewed and modified some of your stronger opinions, Major, updated your map, so to speak. Indeed, though, for the record, I'm still uneasy about the Mew Elders, but I grant that finding a way to speak with them might provide more insight than I'd assumed. Well, we really are on the same page now, Major. We come to a halt. I can smell the pungent scent of the Elder Cats. I've not been this close to them since that first night, and it makes me uncomfortable, but I feel surprisingly reassured to be with Floofy Butt. This is it. We must be completely silent now, though you will have to cease that unattractive sound you're making. I'm out of breath, Major. I can't help it. What I'm about to show you has taken a long time and a lot of effort on my part. If anyone else should get wind of its whereabouts, or even its existence. Yes, okay, Major, I get it. I swear the most prestigious of pinky promises that I will not utter a word about anything to anyone. Floofy Butt seems satisfied and makes an effort to straighten himself out before motioning towards a large tree. This, my dear, is my treasure. Oh my goodness, what a handsome tree you have there, Major. Very tall and proud looking. Congratulations. Oh, for goodness sake, come over here. Floofy Butt leads me around the enormous tree to its hidden side, which has a large hollow in it that looks like it leads to a tunnel. Good God, man, are you digging an escape route out of here? What on earth are you twittering about? Use your eyes more and your mouth less, my dear. I noticed then that hidden in the dark recesses of the tree is the outline of a large object which my eyes won't allow me to see clearly. What is it, Major? Don't be shy, Wolfrose. Get in there and have a proper look. I have no choice but to crawl into the cavity for closer inspection. I ran my fingers over the item and deduced that it's made out of old splintering wood and has cold metal adornments on either side. I used them to drag it out of the tree, and in the half-light I'm somewhat unsurprised to see that it is an old-fashioned treasure chest. I would expect nothing less from the Major. Floofy Butt is looking at me expectantly. Well, open it, my dear. You needn't worry about the lock. It's quite broken. I do as instructed. Oh my giddy aunt. Major, how on earth? The chest is full to the brim with all sorts of shiny things. Jewelry, gems, coins, trinkets, ornaments, baubles, and all manner of curios. Floofy Butt lets out a low laugh. Allow me to regale you, human, with my vast adventures and conquests. I settle down and allow the Major's voice to wash over me as I place some items of frippery from the chest. Ah, that coin you're holding. A very interesting story attached to that. You know how old it is, Wolfrose? I do believe the date on it should still be legible. I remember the night I found it. I'd gone for a walk along the beach. It was blustery and dark. I feel for the first time how exhausted I am. The walk has sapped me of my energy. And as I fought with the elements, I look ahead and notice the sky is much darker. I'm laying down, although I don't remember doing so. Valiant and victorious to thunderous applause. I hear a low grumbling sound, thunder and a flashing behind my closed eyes. Surely it's a storm, but there's no rain. That's odd, no wet, just warm and dry and hard to breathe. And I bellowed defiantly, you cannot have them, but the Muellers were already encircling. Yeah, I should really get up now. Oh, it seems my eyes won't open, that's a pity. As I bit into the still beating heart. I do believe I'm paralyzed. That is a shame. I try to move my fingers. Nope, they're not listening to me. Wake up! We have to get you out of here this instant. Up you get, that's it, come on. As I come to, the world looks dark and distorted. I must be walking because they're passing my line of vision. I look down at them and they're pressed firmly into the earth, one moving in front of the other. I must be crawling? I don't know how much time has passed, but I wake up in the sand. I inspect my blistering hands. Floofy Butt is sitting next to me, facing the sea. Did I dream all that? Oh, you're awake. No, I'm afraid you weren't dreaming. What happened? It was my fault. I took you too close to the danger zone, and in your current state, you couldn't handle it. In my current state?
Your feline transition is still in its early stages. It seems to be progressing particularly slowly in you. So I'm still very vulnerable to the effects of the Elder Territory? Quite! I was foolish, I didn't think. I was too interested in myself, my stories, my treasure, to protect you properly. Please, forgive me. What do we say? You put me in danger, or it's fine?
Hi.
Look at how sad he is.
Say hi.
Hi! It's fine. It's okay. Don't upset yourself. I had a lot of fun until the whole blackout thing. Floofy Butt looks genuinely pleased. Really? I've been told I'm a very good raconteur. One of the best. How much did you hear? I'm sorry? How many of my anecdotes did you hear before you succumbed? I'd be happy to repeat anything you missed. Oh no, really, Major. I'm fairly certain I heard them all. Well, if you're quite sure, I am, and besides, I think I have a migraine coming on. Well, in that case, you must allow me to nurse you until you are fully recovered. Okay, Major. It's a deal. Hey all, was yesterday's game a good story? How was this one? Yesterday's game was so freaking good. I loved it so much. This one is very confusing. We sure are in a game. that's about it. Major? Yes? Why do I have earrings in my hair? I had to pelt you with jewelry to get you to wake up. Oh, of course. I'm gonna continue watching yesterday's. It seemed like a good one. It is so worth it. It is absolutely so worth it. It was so good. If you don't mind, Major, I think I need to get back to sleep. I lay back down on the warm sand and curl up into a ball. I'll be here when you wake up. I drift off and dream that I'm a cat. Wait, you're a cat? Not yet. We are a were-cat. We're turning into a cat. Technically, I already became a cat. This is Dr. Wolfrose. Because we're just naming the characters after all of us. We have 6 we can go through, so we're just going through them. And I don't think we got recon yet, so we have to do another romance. What do we have? Yeah, we have to do romance until we get the last recon. Floofy Butt. Meow. Another chest. I've rushed out to the forest on Floofy Butt's insistence that I meet him at the location of his treasure chest. After the incident, we called on McMurphy and Kibbles to help us drag it to a new spot further away from the Elder Territory. Major, are you okay? I was in the middle of preparing lunch when I received your urgent summons. The music! Quite! I was pawing through my collection just now and I couldn't help but reflect upon some of our adventures. Holy crap, did you hear me fart? No. Oh, so you dragged me away from the kitchen to reminisce? Indeed, I've grown rather fond of our expeditions together. I do seem to find more unique articles when you accompany me. You've trained me well, Major. Any advancement I've made in the treasure hunting field is entirely thanks to you. Yes, I mean, no. You have a natural ability, rather impressive. You flatter me, Major. Not at all. I'm a fair cat, and it is my belief that good work deserves just reward. Reward? Indeed. And so, I felt it would only be right to keep an item from my inventory, so that you may start a collection of your own. That's too kind of you, Major. I'm touched. Yes, well, let's have a look, shall we? You may choose whatever you like, my dear. Absolutely anything. I peer into Floofy Butt's treasure chest. All the gems and bits of precious metals sparkle and glint in the sunlight. I gently move some of the more bijou trinkets out of the way and dig deep for the good stuff. Wow. I grasp a red gem, almost the size of my fist. I wonder if it's a ruby, but before I can begin to examine it, Floofy Butt has swiped it away with his paw. No idea what that's doing in there. I think I see how this is going to go. Anything else, Wolfrose? Whatever you like. How about this? I untangle a string of pearl, creamy, and iridescent. Clearly very good quality, even to my untrained eye. Floofy looks uncomfortable. Yes, they are rather special, aren't they? I do have a particular fondness for them. I let him off the hook as my eye catches sight of something dull and cheap looking. Major, what on earth is this? The filthy bottle sticks out like a sore thumb amongst all the shiny baubles Floofy usually likes to collect. Oh, that! Heavens! I forgot all about that thing. It might suit you. If you shake it, you'll hear something rattling about in there. I do believe it contains a note or a script of some kind. He's selling it to me. Silly, really. I did get it into my head to find a way to open that bottle, but the cork is wedged in tight. I choose this to start my collection, Major. Really? That old thing? I can tell he's absolutely delighted. My internet died for a second? Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Yes, and I have an idea on how to open it. Go on, you have my attention. I whip off my apron and loosely wrap it around the bottle, then smash it unceremoniously against the side of a tree. Good gracious, Wolf Rose, how lively of you! I have a feeling it's the real treasure in this. I carefully pick the parchment amongst the shards of glass and cast a cursory eye over the faded scribbles. A genuine message in a bottle. This could fill in so many blanks about the history of this place. Piece of paper. Oh, Major, this is not just a piece of paper. This is better than anything I could have ever hoped for. Well, if that's what you deem to be treasure, then please be my guest. Thank you so much, Major. I grin from ear to ear. I must go now, though. I'm late for lunch duty. I excitedly kiss Floofy butt on his furry head before dashing back to the base. We got paper. Yeah, new unlocked recon. Frick yeah. All right. Do you want to do the recon next? Got paper. You can read it. Recon time, hell yeah. On 13, I think it's time to take a look at the message in the bottle that Floofy found. Ink is surprisingly well preserved. The only obstacle to my understanding of this letter is deciphering the sprawling scribble. Some words I can make out: punished, God, and presumably the signature at the bottom, Bill. Make out some other words, but they appear to be badly misspelled or possibly not even English. Some other hybrid language, maybe colloquial? It's been an hour or two, though it feels much longer, attempting to translate each character and syllable in my notepad. I obsessively write and rewrite words until a sentence takes shape. I am eventually left with something quite legible. Once I'm satisfied that each word is correct and each sentence has meaning, I read it from beginning to end. To whoever finds this bottled message, you've been cursed. We be judged for our sins. We wrecked on the rocks. I couldn't tell you where we be, but I think it is hell. The cats, they are everywhere and they won't forgive us. They know what we done. My guts burned for food. I had no choice. I had to eat. I regret it now. God help me, I do. Now I'm cursed and the boys are too. The cats are eating us slowly. Inside. Burns more than hunger. Burns me rotten. They stare at me all the time with their yellow eyes. They know what we done. Getting ripped. Justice. God help me, I pray for death. Find yourself in the path of the infinite island. Turn back. Don't do what we done. Leave them. This is your island. I need my little Lucy to know I love her. I'm sorry, Petal. I read it again, and then again. But it seems the more I read it, the less it makes sense to me. I wonder if reading aloud might help me understand, like in school. We've been cursed, we've judged for our sins, we wrecked on the rocks. So their ship crashed and they survived. I'm not sure if they're very lucky or very unlucky. Cats won't forgive us. I had to eat. I had no choice. My skin prickles with... Who knows what lengths anyone might go to in order to survive. I'm sure I'm capable of a lot more than I'd like to believe. Sat here in the comfort of my tent, but this? My stomach turns at the thought of it. I understand what Bill means. The next part is less clear and a little more disturbing. Eating us from the inside? Like food poisoning? The thought of that is bad enough. I've eaten a few dodgy prawns in my time. I shudder at the memory, but I can't help but think something else, something worse. Surely the place Bill is talking about is here. It's Island. The Infinite Island? Never heard anyone refer to this place as Infinite Island before. Call it Cat Island or the Verloren Island, formerly. Perhaps this crew were the first human to set foot on this place. How long have the cats been here? Flutter seems to be like at least 100 years old, and the cats were pretty well established by the sound of things. The cats in this note must be the elders. I suddenly feel another pang of sympathy for Bill and the crew. I know how frightening the elders can be. I decide not to tell Floofy Butt about the contents of the gift. It would only add to his paranoia. I instead promise myself that I will look into this further another time. I think we have to rest now. I believe we're at 1 heart? Yeah, we're at 1 heart. It's resting time. And then romance, and then our final research. I'm in class at my university. Late, and we're sitting waiting. I turn to my friend who sits behind me to make a joke about the tutor car breaking down, but my friend isn't there. Instead, there's a giant cat. It looks like an elder, bares its teeth at me and lets out the menacing low growl. Just as I'm about to scream, her arrives, but Professor Popper. You look like you've seen a ghost, Wolf Rose. I try to answer back to tell him to look behind me, but the words won't come out. I'm ridged with fear, can't move, can't speak, scream. Everyone else is acting like things are normal, can't they see it? I force myself to turn again and look at the terrifying cat, but it's not there. It's an ordinary domestic cat and everyone's laughing at me. Now I see everyone from the island, the Marigolds, Joe, Bob, Zane, Popper, all pointing and laughing. I jump out of my seat to leave. I'm in bed in my tent, sat bolt upright. Shouldn't have eaten. Bedtime. What? I shouldn't have eaten cheese so close to bedtime. Okay. Romance. Yeah, cheese. I'm gonna go romance Floofy Butt. Floofy Butt has asked me to accompany him to the beach. He wants to share some thoughts with me. As usual, I have no idea what he might be devising. He has asked me to sit comfortably on our blanket, and now is standing in front of me with a paper wedged between his front paws, endlessly clearing his throat as though he's about to make a speech or spit a hairball. Cheese does hit the same part of the brain as meth. What, really? It is often the case, at last, that on an auspicious occasion, a speech may be required to honor the speech, not hairball. Today, I felt it fitting that I deliver an address to mark the importance of the new moon anniversary of my first course of my life. My dear, I am a cat of rhetoric, and I'm proud of it. My verbosity is remarked upon throughout the island. I have felt the need to scratch a few, case my wit under the duress of sentimentality, and I find myself unable to express adequately dictates of my feline heart. Indulge me for a moment as I grapple with that most elusive of emotions, love. That is the matter at hand. What is love? Loyalty, respect, allegiance, support, cooperation, and mutual trust. There's no better way to show love, whether it be for king and country or cream puff pastry, than with a proud and loud declaration of humble, but peeks at a scrap of paper that, he holds the paper up to his eye. Blast my handwriting. Floofy Butt claws the paper, shreds. For goodness sake, Wolf Rose, what I mean to say is that I love you. And whether or not you love me is of no consequence. I am not expecting a response. I only wish you to know my feelings. I understand that yours for me may not be the same, but I request, without prejudice or expectation, that you end my limbo with a response. Reject? Alright. It's why if you eat a bunch, it'll take a while for you to naturally stop having cheese without outside factors. Oh, damn. Poor guy. I don't feel the same way. Oh, Major, I'm so flattered. Oh, I see. Well, I can't say I hadn't prepared for this reaction. Sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. I mean, I think you're a wonderful cat, but there's that word again. But I'm just, not exactly ready to commit to anyone right now, and yes, quite, don't worry. Wolf Rose, I understand entirely and will not pester you any longer. Don't pester me, Major. Floofy Butt slinks into Major? Major, wait! Oh dear. Aww. So sad. Research time. Guess I'm ready. Poor Socks is getting better. Time to put my veterinary tests. Oh no. Dinner is ready now though, so I have to go grab it, so I will be right back. Just trying to focus on my career. I'm gonna have to replay this game to get the romance achievement later. Raffle. I am back. Hello? I think my frickin' headphones died. Yep, they're back. I'm worried about socks. None of the treatments so far seem to be clearing up his wound. Cleaning the area with saline solution seemed to do the trick at first, but after a few days, the site got too sore to even touch it with a soft cotton pad. Not seeing any positive results, I decided to just swallow my doubts and use cream 116. I'm worried that I should have stuck with my gut feeling and not used the cream because now it's even worse and I've exhausted my options. How best to proceed? I decided to ask the professor for his advice. Sorry to disturb you, sir, but I need your advice on socks. Then pick, please. I snap a picture on my catalog and send it to the professor. Yes, that does look nasty. Have you tried cream 116? Stage 1 protocol was used first, cleaning it with saline solution, but I've tried the cream since, still inflamed. Persevere with cream. Takes a while, but will pay off. I feel doubtful, but I resign myself to the professor's seniority. If unsatisfied, try steroid formula in fridge, red bag. I rummage around in the fridge until I find the red bag behind a box of vitamin supplements. Oh yeah, my headphones died. Charging. Got it. Thank you for your help, sir. I pour the milk into a small bowl, and I'm relieved that Sock seems to like it. I sit with him as he laps it up and keep an eye on him for a while. After about an hour, I'm satisfied that he's sleeping happily and all his vital stats are normal. I'm sitting on my bunk, looking around at the empty tent that has been my home for the past 8 weeks. It's astonishing how much rubbish you can accumulate in such a short period of time. It's taken me hours, but I finally sorted everything out, and I have my bag packed. In some ways I wish I was staying, but I know if I'm going to make any more progress on the antidote, I will need expert help, the kind I can only get on the mainland. So it's time to head out. Just one last thing left to do. I make my way to the place where Floofy Butt and I have spent so much time together. I was hoping I would find him here, nosing through his collection of treasures and artifacts. The hollowed out tree looks almost sad, neglected. I remain a safe distance to avoid the effects of the danger zone, but even from this far, I get the feeling Major hasn't been here for a while. I'm gutted. I wanted to say goodbye in person. Major, are you here? When I'm satisfied he's nowhere around, I take out the small pillow I've made from one of my t-shirts. It doesn't seem a lot, but I put so much effort into making it. I've stitched our names in a little heart, and I drew some seagulls around the edges and stuffed it with catnip. I thought he might appreciate it a bit of comfort with his advancing years. I only hope Snooty Booty doesn't get her claws into it. I place it at the floor of the mighty tree, under a couple of palm leaves, and make my way to the dock without looking back. Joe, the strange boy who runs the ferry with his dad Bob, is waiting on the jetty. You're almost late. I'm not in the mood for his nonsense today. I feel miserable. But I'm not though, am I, Joe? Almost late is not late. Something got your goat? I ignore him and make my way onto the boat. Then just as we began navigating our way out to open water, something on land catches my eye. I can just make out the shape of a fluffy orange blob waving from the end of the jetty. Oh my goodness. And I wave back frantically. Someone come to see you off? Yes, it's the Major. Bye, Major. It's been an adventure. I can't see no one. You going a bit mental? Look, just there, the ball of orange, the tomcat. Joe's gone very quiet, and when I glance at him, he's eyeing me suspiciously. Oh, that's a shame. What? Dad! Coming around some? This one's sick. I don't understand, I'm fine. Bob appears from the driver's cabin. That's alright, son. You go take care of the steering wheel. Good lad. Joe does as he's told, leaving Bob and I face to face. There's something wrong, Bob? I'm afraid there is. It's not personal. I happen to like you. He's reached into his pocket and is aiming something that looks like a pistol at me. I laugh nervously. This must be some kind of prank. It's just, we can't have you going back to the mainland and infecting normal people, can we? Before I can answer, everything goes black. You were shot and killed. You got shot and killed. So, this is a horror game. Oh my god. Yep. Now we know what happens when you try to go back. Wow. All right, continue. All right, Sprinkles, choose your number. You have 4 to pick from. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one? One sec, I'm rolling. All right. Let me get my french fries. I can't believe you got shot and killed. The dice have decided one. All right. Is this how you spell sergeant? The game punishes you for not saying yes to the cats with death. Literally. Literally. Okay. I think that's right, right? Yes? Sergeant is something else apparently? What the frick? Alright. Accept. It was a longboat journey. My legs are a bit wobbly as I make my way up the wooden jetty to meet the security guard who's come to collect me. ID. I rummage about in my bag until I find the laminated security pass I was issued with on the mainland. No. On then, follow me. I have to walk at quite a pace to keep up with him. What? Oh? Oh, what? He's not the social type, so we check along in silence until we're at the camp and a larger tent. I'm not saying that here. He's waiting for you in there. Glad to have you on board, Sergeant. Shall we just go through a few formalities and then call it a day so that you can get some rest before you start work? Sounds good to me, sir. So first, shall we have a little refreshment? I have water, coffee, or something stronger perhaps? Whiskey? Which would you like? Which would you like, Dr. Sergeant? Whiskey? Alright. Bit early in the day, sure, but I'll have a whiskey. Jolly good! I can tell you and I are going to get along famously! He takes a huge gulp from the bottle before passing it to me. I try not to show my consternation and surreptitiously wipe the neck with my sleeve before taking a reluctant sip. We spend the next hour going through my kit, all typical stuff apart from my super gadget called Catalog, and it does all sorts of swanky things, even plays music. I meet some of the local cats, learn how to scan them, which was a lot of fun. Finally, I'm shown my tent to settle for the night. While I'm unpacking, I find something very interesting under my bed. It's the personal journal of the previous research assistant, the one before me. As I read, I begin to discover there is a lot more going on here than I was told about. It's hard to believe this stuff is true. Maybe the last researcher was prone to flights of fancy. Still, it makes great bedtime story material, and I stay up reading until my eyelids begin to close. In spite of my best efforts to read to the end, I drift into a deep sleep. Honk shoe. I wake with a start. I can hear the rustling of paper coming from the tent flap. It's a cat with something in its mouth. It has the journal! Wait! But it has run off into the night. I'm chasing the cat at full speed into the forest. I must get that book back. It has everything I need to know in it. I start to feel woozy, and I realize too late that I've strayed into the danger zone. I'm gonna be sick. I close my eyes tight and drop to my knees. I open my eyes. A calico cat is standing in front of me. It drops the journal from its mouth. I pass out. Oh my god, the spot that the last person is supposed to be is not there. Because you're dead. This kind of looks like Gavin from Slow-Mo, guys. Yeah, I can see it. Hello, can you hear me? Are you okay? Here we go again. Move back a bit, let them breathe. Has it been bitten? The Sphinx cat is standing over me, staring as I open my eyes. Yes, definitely bitten. Look at its hand. I bring my hand to my face, and through my blurry vision, I can make out several deep scratches and puncture marks. Maybe I'm not dead, I'm narrated my death. No, you're definitely... Well... Nah, you're dead. You're dead. You got shot. You have to be dead. I'm just gonna quick eat my burger. I have 9 lives, but you chose humanity.
It's time to drink water.
You chose humanity
It's
over
time to
cat.
drink water. It's time to drink water.
Stretch! Stretch!
I chose being single and get punished. It's like my old job. Now we know. Oh, this burger's so good. Is this real? I saw something in the journal about kidnapping. Catnapping! Nah! We're sorry, it was the only way. My head's begun to clear, and I realize that if I can talk to these cats, not only is it true, but it's already too late. I have the sickness. We need to have a talk, human. No, we don't. I know what's going on. I've got the sickness. That's why I can hear you. What happens now? That rather depends on you, human. So you gonna help us or not? Help the kitties or do not help the kitties? Sprinkles, it's up to you. Dodo not here meeting? Yeah, help them? Alright. Well, of course I am. You need my help and I need yours if I'm gonna find an antidote. Spoken like a true champion. Well, let's hope it's 3rd time lucky. This should be more than likely. Unfortunately, the last one didn't get very far with discovering what happened to our friends. They didn't make an antidote either. I think with their notes to build on, I'm gonna crack this. Well, I promise to give it my best shot at least. Hurrah! Beck. Jolly good show. My catalog starts beeping. But right now I have to get to work. I was just about to enter the lab to begin my legitimate work when the catalog beeps. A message without any contact information. Loose lips sink ships. I don't remember. Oh, I remember reading something about messages in the journal, but I was so sleepy last night I don't recall what it was. I decided to ignore the mystery messenger for now or I'll be late with work. The professor is already working when I arrive, but I'm not late, so there's no fuss. I get through the day as efficiently as possible and head back to my tent as soon as my work is done. I want to get to grips with finding out all I can as possible. Alright, Sprinkles. What do we do? Recon 11, there's been a shipment of supplies delivered, and I have to help get it all unloaded. Maybe I can get some info while I'm there. Or, Recon 6. I can't stop thinking about this important fragrant pink letter Zane mentioned. I've got to get my hands on one. Boat? What? Boat it is. I've been asked to help with the unloading and loading of supplies today. This suits me because I've been itching for the chance of talking to the ferryman and his son. I'm curious to see if they have any useful bits into the info that might help me in my quest to find out the real story of this island. This freaking music, bro. The boat only comes once a week, and every other weekend. The weekend deliveries are all the good things. Food, meals, treats, and the mood's always lighthearted. Thank you for the kissies! These midweek trips, on the other hand, are strictly work-related and tend to be very early morning when we're all a bit grumpy, or late at night when we're all overtired. Today it's early that the sun has only just broken. Zane and I are waiting down on the jetty. They're late. Really? It's only 5 minutes. Bob's never late. It might be quite a long trip, though, to mainland. You'd expect at least maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes either way. Bob's never late. I remember that Zane isn't one for chit-chat, so I keep quiet and wait. Thankfully, it isn't long. I can hear the sound of the boat's engine before I can see it in the morning mist. Since the morning mist hasn't been burned off by the sun yet. Zane straightens up and suddenly they're here, emerging from the mists like a ghost ship.
Capybara.
Capybara, 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 capybara.
Dr_Wolfrose just redeemed /retrieve a cappy from Davy Jones' locker. Bring back Theodore for interrogation.
What are you interrogating Theodore for? Food, eaten, I'll be right back. I see I have changed. There's some stuck in my throat. Oh, help. All right. Fully eaten. I brushed my teeth. I had to go on side quests. That's why it took so long. I went downstairs, put my plate downstairs, and my mom was like, "You go feed the dogs." I was like, "Okay." And then I finished feeding the dogs. She's like, "How was stream?" And I'm like, "I'm still streaming." And she was like, "Oh, okay, but wait. Tomorrow, blah, 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 blah." Adventures. They've been doing this for so long that it only takes them minutes to dock and tie off before we're stepping aboard. Right? Right. Another man of a few words. I nod to Bob's son, Joe, and he nods back. I guess we're the same age, but he's huge. Problems? 2 extra crates. Held us up 5 minutes. Okay, me and Bob will do the shifting, stacking. So we come back, outgoing, you stay aboard and sort out the incoming. Got that, Brainy? Looking at me. Brainy? Totally excited that Zane has given me a nickname, but a little crushed that the nickname Brainy. Sure, you bring him, we fling him. I see that I'm the only one grinning like a fool. Joe knows what to do. You do as you're told. They've gone before I can say anything else. Joe's already started loading up the dolly with incoming crates. It's clearly an old hand at this. You look like you've been doing your whole life. Family business? Move these crates here. They need to go off next. Sidestepping my question, but I'm not sure if it's deliberate, so I try a different tack. You don't go to college then, Zoe? Nope. I'm not getting anywhere with this, so I change it to something less personal. Dayton said you're never late, which is pretty impressive considering how far you have to come. This is like pulling teeth. How far is it exactly? Quite far. Oh, really? And do you stop anywhere else en route, or are we your only drop-off? Suddenly, Joe has stopped what he's doing and is standing toe-to-toe with me. Locked onto my eyes so that I can't look away. A lot of questions in you. My suggestion would be to keep them on the inside. Don't do no good poking your nose in other people's business. Shocked by his bluntness. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I was just making small talk. You live with all them cats. Learn from them. My heart beats faster. I think he's gonna tell me something. But all cats know. Curiosity kills them. He starts to laugh out loud and I just stand there with my mouth open, not sure how to respond. What's the matter? Cat got your ton? And he laughs even harder. I'm feeling creeped out and I'm relieved to hear the 2 older men returning. Everything all right here? We have the crates to be loaded onto the boat. What's up with you, Brainy? You look a bit wobbly. Not got your sea legs yet? We were playing cat and mouse, Dad. Bob turns sharply to his son. Shuts him up with a look. You don't want to mind him. He don't mean no harm. Best take what he says with a pinch of salt. I see a look pass between him and Zane and get the feeling that there is a lot more going on here that I understand. You need to get back now, Brainy. We can take it from here. I want to ask to stay, be given another chance, but all 3 men are looking at me and I just turn and slink away. Yikes. Alright, what would you like to do now? Romance, research, recon. We do have 1 more recon. We just got cat puns unlocked, literally. The antidote's only 33% complete. Holy smokes, dude. Romance? Alright. We have Trixie and we have Snooty Booty. Which cat I know you said snooty booty before, but just want to make sure. Want to make sure. Damn it. Why did Trixie become an option? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Trixie's so distinguished. I love her. Absolute queen. Sorry, Snooty. Oh, you're going with Trixie? Oh my god. Alright. Look at that smile. Trixie. I can hear a strange tapping sound, and it grinds on my brain until finally I have to go investigate. I'm loving that Snooty got rejected 3 times in a row. Well, the first 2 were you, because I asked you which one I should romance, and you chose McMurphy for me. But, yeah. Poor Snooty, oh my god. I've been tagging cats all morning, and the sun is high in the clear blue sky now, so it's time to take my break anyways. I decide to follow the sound. I make my way further along the beach to inspect the rocks and cliffs that run around the perimeter of the island. It's hard to tell if it's getting louder or if I'm just getting more consumed by it. Suddenly the tapping stops and I hear a new sound altogether. Strange gurgling, like the sounds of the babbling brook that runs through the deep forest. But I wouldn't be able to hear that all the way from the beach. I stand still and strain my ears, listening intently. There it is again! Short eruption of burbles. I look around suspiciously and notice a barely concealed opening in the contours of the rock face. I feel compelled towards it. As I get closer, the gurgling shapes into gleeful giggles. Hello? I wait at the mouth of the cave, feeling like I've been lured here, but at the same time like an intruder. Am I disturbing? Come in! Oh, Trixie, it's you. What are you doing here? I could hear you from all the way up the beach. You're a long way off base. I could ask you the same thing, human, but I won't because I know why you're here. You were drawn to me. I knew you would come sooner or later. I made it nice for your visit. Oh, well, come on in, Humi. And she's disappeared into the darkness of the cave. I squeeze myself in after her, and as my eyes adjust to the gloom, I am, at the same time, taken aback by the light. We're in a small cavern, which should be pitch black, except it's not. There's a light source that my brain can't quite understand. The rocks, or at least some of them, are radiating a warm golden pink glow, which gives the tiny cave a peculiar ambience, almost like a trashy nightclub. Take a piece of space and make yourself at home, Humi. I sit where I've been standing, as there's not much room here. I start to take in my surroundings. Pride rocks, yeah. Wow, Trixie, this is fantastic. All around us are different types of rocks, stones, and crystals, all different colors, sizes, and shapes. There are piles of this stuff in every nook and cranny, like a little Aladdin's cave. What exactly is this place, Trix? It's my pad. It's where I do my thing. We all need our thing, don't we? Yes, I suppose, but what exactly is your thing? Minerals! I collect them. It's more than just collecting them, though. I embrace them. You hug them? Trixie giggles. Yes, I do! But that's not what I meant. I connect with them and allow their properties to become a part of me. We combine our energies. I'm not sure I quite understand. Look, it's easier if I show you. Small cat begins nudging and pawing at some of the stones until she has them lined up in front of me. Here's my island family. Meet the Grand Dame. She indicates a long, slender pink stone, quite smooth and elegant. Feel her. I run my fingers over the shiny, cold surface. Remind you of anyone? Smile breaks over my face and Trixie begins to giggle. Yeah, you got it. Only don't ever tell Snooty that I'm calling her grandma. Here, how about this guy? I present it with a large, squat chunk of rock, semi-covered with a kind of moss that gives it the appearance of almost having fur. As I turn it, the light picks up the color and I can see a warm, rich amber tone. Almost like marmalade. Makes me laugh out loud. That really is uncanny. The Major in rock form. Mineral actually, but yes, Gramps has all the qualities to lead my little family. I've already moved on to the next stone and the resemblance is striking. The dirty green stone that fits very comfortably in the palm of my hand hasn't been polished like Snooty Booty, so it's a bit murky looking, but there are some small patches that have been rubbed clean with handling. They're breathtaking emerald, catching the light so that the green sparkles, refracting and dancing around the cave. Beautiful. Yeah, naughty Uncle McMurphy can be like that, don't you find? Oh, he certainly can. His charm is very beguiling, so who's missing? No one. What about Kibbles? Take a closer look, Kumi. I strain my eyes in the gloomy light to see a flat, jagged piece of stone next to Floofy Butt, and then I get it. It's a pebble. He is a pebble! We both laugh. It really does seem to capture Kibbles, but it's hard to say why. It's the energy. Everyone, everything has energy, and we're all connected by it. Allow me to demonstrate. Take my paw and close your eyes. I do as instructed and hold a tiny paw in my hand. As gentle as possible, because my fingers suddenly seem fat and clumsy by comparison. What do you... She's warm and fragile, and I almost feel like giggling. A bit tipsy, really? Okay, now keep your eyes closed and hold my other paw in your hand. When I have both of her paws, the feeling is intensified. I begin giggling out loud to myself, and I'm overcome with a delicious feeling of joy. Open your eyes. I look down and see that I am only holding one of Trixie's paws. In the other hand is a small, clear crystal. Oh, wow. But how? It felt just like your paw. Warm and furry. I know. Trixie's laughing. You were feeling the energy. This is me. Trixie indicates the crystal. My goodness, Trix, this is so cool. Thank you for letting me meet you all. I notice her face change. It looks as though she's been hurt. Oh, Trixie, what is it? Are you okay? This isn't all of us. What? Someone else, my island family, but we don't talk about her anymore. Oh? She was the coolest sister ever. But she's not with us anymore. Oh, Trix, did she pass away? No such luck, she's being kept alive. Trixie nudges a small black piece of stone towards me. I pick it up and look closely. There's 1,000 specks of glitter running through it, giving it iridescent. It looks like the night sky. I close my eyes instinctively, and am immediately overwhelmed by the most intense sadness and despair. It feels as though all of the pain in the world is captured in this little black gem. Trixie, what on earth happened to her? I can't say. Not yet, anyway. Taken the stone and hidden it before I even realize it's gone. Suddenly, her moon has changed completely again. We need... Yeah, you won too, homie. You should be mineralized, don't you think? I would be honored, Miss Trixie. You're really quite open for a scientist. It's actually a requirement that in order to be a good scientist, you remain open-minded. Let me read your tarot. I'm a bit thrown. That came out of nowhere. I don't know about that. Not as open-minded as you like to think, then? That's not fair. I just wasn't expecting it. Come on, then. Yes or no? And tarot, frick yeah. All right, I want to know everything. Okay, why not? I played tarot once in uni. It was great fun. Oh, Humi, tarot isn't a game. Of course not. Go on, then. Tell me who I'm going to marry. Trixie lets out a small snicker. I don't know why, but I'm starting to feel a bit nervous. The Calico Cat produces a pack of cards with an intricate pattern on the back. Wow, that's a cool deck. Where did you get it? McMurphy got it for me. You won't tell me where he got it from. Finds the coolest things. Trixie places the pack of cards on the floor, begins waving her paws over it, and lets out a strange yowling sound. Finally, she opens and fans the cards out in front of me. Okay, your turn. Close your eyes and slowly run your hands over the cards until you get onto one. Touch it lightly. Repeatedly throws in 3 cards. I self-consciously do as I told, believe that I'm not expected to make howling noises too. I touch 3 cards, and when I open my eyes, Trixie is holding them in her paw, looking thoughtful. Very interesting. She seems to be talking about your man a lot, Dodo. She can have him if she wants him. Your past is the fool. The lovers is in your present position. How scandalous. You have justice in your future, but will you be handing it out or receiving it? Very interesting. Is that a good interesting or bad interesting? There's no such thing as good and bad, really. It's all just information to help you if you choose to listen. Okay, I'm all ears. Are you going to tell me that I'm a bit of a fool who falls in love and gets my just desserts? I notice that Trixie has become quiet and thoughtful as she studies the 3 cards. It feels like an age before she speaks. The position of this card represents your past, everything that has led you to your current situation. The Fool's all about innocence and spontaneity. It's the first card in the Major Arcana and signifies beginnings. The Fool pretends important decisions ahead, portends, not pretends, and involve an element of risk for you. It is a powerful card not to be underestimated. The next position is your current situation. The Lovers can be a misleading card because it suggests being all about romance, but actually it's far more about making difficult choices. It warns you that you need to consider things very carefully because although a positive outcome is more indicated when this card is present, it also reminds us that pain is seldom avoidable. Finally, we have your outcome card, Justice. This augurs well for you. It is the most karmic of the tarot cards. You behave with integrity, loyalty, and courage. You'll achieve fantastic results and gain the highest possible successes. Beware, though, that the sword cuts on both sides of the blade. Sow the seeds of discord, you will reap disharmony in your life. The longish pause, and I realized she finished my reading. Thank you, that was fantastic. You're really good. What did it mean? Oh, really, Humi? What did I say about listening? I heard every word, I just don't know what it means. Then go away and think about it. I will. I'll try. Just remember that it's all about interpretation. And listening? Interpreting the cards is listening. You need to listen to your inner voice, and the cards will help you hear it. I have much to learn. And I'm happy to teach you, Humi. Beaming and glowing in the strange half-light in her magical. The effect is quite hypnotic. Well, I shall look forward to that, but right now I have a date with a microscope. Soon, Humi, soon. I make my way out into the bright sunshine and take a deep breath. I'm not sure what all that was about, but I think I rather liked it. God, the room is so messy and there's so many cat posters. Alright, what next? I can't believe I got the Tarot and Rocks Enjoyer. Literally. It's like it was meant to be. And then Wolf Rose gets the racist and I get the alcoholic. Lord. Okay. Looks like we only have research 1. The professor has assigned me to work on a special subject. I wonder what he means by that. Sergeant, I have a very important job for you today. It's quite a tricky one, but you've proven yourself to be very capable, and I'm certain you can handle it. Follow me. I have a little lady I'd like you to meet. The professor leads me to the research lab in the forest, but instead of going in, he takes me to an area around the back. This is our brave little nugget, Ravenpaw. She has to be isolated over here, don't you? Professor reaches into the cave, stood on a table, and picks up the tiny black cat that's sleeping inside. Oh, such a good girl, aren't you? We keep her here away from the others because the poor thing is very ill. Can you see this nasty rash? Professor Pawpur holds out one of the cat's paws for me to inspect. Red and swollen. Ravenpaw looks at me, her big watery eyes. One blue, one brown. They're probably watering because of the medication that she's on, but it makes her look as if she's playing with me. She doesn't seem to be able to eat without assistance either, poor thing. We've been treating her as best as we can, but I'm not sure if she'll make it. Perhaps not even to the end of the week. The professor lets out a sad sigh. I have my fingers crossed, though. We don't give up on any of these cats, do we, Ravenpaw? No, we don't. We're gonna try and get you all better. She's such a pretty cat. Her eyes are enchanting, aren't they? She's such a pretty cat indeed, and she knows it too. You can tell. You know what a pretty little thing are you, don't you? I reach out to stroke Ravenpaw, but she struggles away from my hand. Ah, she's getting cranky. I think we've kept Grumpy Pants here for too long. Puts her gently back in the cage and locks it shut. Ravenpaw seems to fall asleep in. Hope I don't distress her. Of course not, Sergeant. She's really very wary of humans. When I first found the poor thing, it almost scratched my eyes out, in spite of the terrible, fragile state she was in. Professor smiles at the memory. Such a little trooper. She was half dead at first. gotten a lot better since then. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see her. I do hope so, Professor. Quite. Now, the reason I've brought you here is because, regrettably, I won't be able to see Ravenpaw personally longer. The pity is she is so used to me now, but there's nothing for it. I've been given an extra workload recently. I need to carry out a few of my odd jobs to accommodate for it. I thought you would be the ideal person to look after Ravenpaw for me. Taken aback that the professor has trusted me with such responsibility, quite flattering until I remember that he doesn't have choice, me being assistant on the island. Every day, she requires a change of dressing, a dose of medication, some rubbed into her rashes, and a syringe full of some new. This can be quite pressing for her, so I'd like someone with a nice and patient manner to take. Interested, Sergeant? Of course, sir. I'd love to help out in any way I can. That's what I'm here for. Oh, splendid. I'm so glad. I think you and Ravenpaw will get along famously before too long. She has such a sweet nature. I look forward to it, sir. Did you start now? Oh, of course. Tip-top. I shall be in the lab if you need me for anything. Please don't be afraid to give me a shout. Terribly sorry to burden you with it suddenly, but I have such a lot of work to do. Okay, Professor. I feel a little apprehensive as I watch Professor Popper retreat to the lab. I didn't realize I'd be expected to do everything right now without training or anything. I remind myself that this isn't an ordinary lab like back home. I must try to adapt to the higgly-piggly way things are done here. Take a deep breath. Dressing? I can do that. Hello, pretty kitty. I'm very sorry, but I have to disturb you. Small cat lets out a sad mew as I lift her out of the cage. Oh, I know life is unfair. Now where are you dressing? Put Ravenpaw next to on the table, down compliantly. Obviously no. There's a large bandage on the side of her rib. I begin to gently remove it, trying hard not to pull. Well, I suppose if we're going to be doing this every day, we might as well get to know each other, right? So, hi, my name is Dr. Sargent, and I'm quite new. I know your name already, Ravenpaw. Nice name. I bet the professor named you. He certainly knows how to pick them. Cat tenth, the last of the plaster, reveal a scar on a patch of bare skin. The professor has shaved her for surgery. Scar looks fake. I should clean that, right, Ravenpaw? Let me look. There are some drawers under the table, and I quickly find some antiseptic gel and cotton pads. Ravenpaw, I'm gonna level with you. This is gonna sting a bit, but please don't take it out on me. I'm doing your own good, okay? Trust me, you don't want this scar to become infected. That would be disastrous. The cat stays perfectly still while I wipe out her scar. She doesn't even make a sound. I have to say, I'm impressed and quieted. Wow, you are a brave girl, aren't you? Done. When I was a child, I cut my arm on some antiseptic put on. And as I remember, I screamed. Carefully put on a clean, trying hard not to stick to her. I suppose the medication comes next, doesn't it? What do we have here? I look through the drawers and find a box of filled syringes, like catatonic. Oh, I presumed you tablets, but of course the professor said you have trouble with solids, don't you? Okay, last time, don't you? Vector. Hold the skin on the back of Ravenpaw's neck tight and go inject it. Quickly to get it over with, but the syringe is stiff and it takes a lot longer than I expected. Again, the little cat makes no response, doesn't move a muscle, almost as if she can't feel it. Good girl. Gosh, you are so tough. Oh, I bet you and McMurphy would get on like a house on fire. Ravenpaw's ears prick up as if she's heard a rattlesnake. McMurphy's one of the coolest people. I mean, I was a little wary at first, but he has that Irish charm that's so hard to resist. The tiny cat's head spins to look up at me. How do you know he's Irish? My heart lurches into my throat. Have you got it? You have, haven't you? You're sick. You've got the sickness. I have a million questions running through my head, but I'm unable to speak. Listen to me, human. You must help me. I suddenly jolt to my senses. I'm trying to help you, Ravenpaw. Please, don't use the cream on me. It burns. It's given me these red patches. I know it hurts, but I have to rub it into your wounds. Those red patches will get dry and itchy, and even infected otherwise. No, please, I beg you, human. That stuff doesn't help. It doesn't. It hurts. I know it feels that way, but it's helping you, I promise. The professor's been caring for you so thoroughly since he found you. I'd get the sack if your treatment went downhill now. That man has only ever hurt me. I'm taken aback. The professor cares for you very much and only wants you to get better. Kat turns her face away as if she's given up hope. It pulls at my heartstrings and I pause for a moment. What choice? What choice do you make, Sprinkles? I'm listening to my patient. Aye, Dr. Sergeant. Stop Ravenpaw's treatment is the choice that we are making. Correct? Nodders, alright. Nodders. Stop Ravenpaw's treatment. Okay? I'm gonna be big leap. I'm gonna give you 5 days without this cream, and if I see any deterioration in your condition, it's back to a strict regimen for you, Missy, and no complaints. Deal? Thank you, human! Secret desires, question mark, is the achievement? Yeah, what the frick? Research 3 has been unlocked. Okay. So that means we can do research or we can do romance. Right now. Oh, we have to rest first. And then after. You had a lovely nap and wake up feeling revitalized. Your energy's been restored. Magic. I don't think we can do recon. I'll have to check though, just to see what your options are. Okay. So, Sprinkles, romance, research, or recon? Research? Aye. We have one research to choose from, and that's research 3. I've been warned that despite their small size, these kittens eat like horses. I'm sure I can handle it though. Like we will be feeding kittens! Little kitties! It's too early. The world isn't meant to be seen before 7 o'clock. Early mornings are still a shock to me, but I'm hitting my stride quicker. I like to get the kittens fed and cleaned out before my breakfast. It's easier to do it before the rest of the camp is awake as there are less distractions. Or the mush and my stomach turns at the milky smell so early in the day. I get the swab ready and grab a handful of kitten treat. Hello, babies. Peer into the cage of the kittens. Oh, so cute. It's waking up and ready for breakfast. A quick head count. 12, good. No one tunneled out in the night. Come on, then. Let's get you swabbed and fed. Om nom nom. I grab the first sleepy kitty, no more than half a ball of fluff, and as it opens its mouth to yawn, I dart in with a swab, bottle it, and then on to the next fur ball. Getting good at this. Oh, Trix, you're up early. Going to bed late, actually. It's 7 a.m. She's going to bed now. This is literally Sprinkles. This is a match made in heaven for you. This is a match made in heaven. Can't believe I'm dead. I mean, I'm missing right now, so like we haven't even seen my character at all. So I'm missing and you're dead. Like it's wild. This game, what the frick? I keep swabbing and in no time, I've got all 12 little cats into the feeding cage and I've begun cleaning out the swip bin area. We saw you in my one. Yeah, but we haven't seen me in this one yet. Aw, cute. How long will they stay here for? I'm not sure. Generally, they're kept here for about 10 weeks and then some are released back into the wild immediately, but some are moved to be examined further. I'm still getting the hang of how it all works around here. It's a shame that they aren't all released, isn't it? Yeah, I suppose so, but they'll all be released eventually, just some later than others. Think so? Well, yes, unless they're very poorly like Ravenpaw. Trixie winces at the mention of the black cat's name. Very few of those kittens actually get released into the wild, Sergeant. What do you mean? Of course they do, as long as they're healthy. Oh, wow. And you know this, do you? You release them yourselves? Well, no, but Professor Popper told me that the kittens get discharged at between 10 to 12 weeks. Oh, I see. Trixie smiles, but it looks fake. If I were you, I'd tag one of this litter. Oh no, they're too young for tagging. You have to wait until they're at least 12 weeks. That one over there, he looks very healthy. I'm sure if you tagged him, you'd be able to see for yourself what happens to the healthy kittens. As I go to answer, I hear the breakfast bell in the distance. Oh, Cinderella has to fly. And the calico cat is as gone as quickly as she appeared. Come on then, kitties, let's get you back into your nice clean cage. I can't help but think about what Trixie said. She's genuinely concerned, and there must be some basis to that. After all, she's been here a lot longer than me. Maybe tagging one of these kittens wouldn't be a bad idea. What would be the harm? Sprinkles, do we tag or do we not tag? I listen and do not judge. Tag them. Alright. Come on then, back to... But before I finish my sentence, my hand has grabbed the chipping pen and I've tagged the plump gray male. Probably silly, but it won't harm you and it could teach me something useful. Tagged a little kitten. We've unlocked another research! Alright, do we want to do romance, research, or recon? If we do research, it ends the game, by the way. Romance? Alright. Poor Snooty. The little heartbreak symbol. Come on, Humi! At this rate, you'll have to go back before we even get there. I'm not built like you, Trix. Not yet, anyway. You need to cut me some slack. These cliffs are hard going. I'm taking an extra long lunch break today to go scavenging with Trixie. Having realized I'm the only member of the family not to be represented in rock form, she's become obsessed with finding my crystallized doppelganger. I'm both flattered and unnerved at being a member of a cat family. I try not to overthink it. Can we take 5 so I can catch my breath, please? It's okay, we're here! It's just over this edge, look! As I catch up to Trixie, I instantly see what she's referring to. As soon as my head gets above the cliff we're climbing, I'm confronted with kind of a rock basin. It's almost volcanic looking, as though something huge once fell here, and left an almighty indentation. What is this, Trixie? Jump down, it's perfectly safe! The nimble little cat has made it down to the plateau in a couple of swift leaps, and is looking up, as though I'm encouraging a child into a swimming pool. What is that emote? What? It's like Cat Dog, but with Mario and Luigi. What the frick? It's easy, just spring up and glide down. For you, maybe. I'm a lot less cat than you might think. But as I stumble around, I find it surprisingly easy to jump and find my footing. The landing feels soft and sure-footed. Maybe all of this island exercise is making me fitter. Bravo! Maybe you're a lot less human than you might think. When I stop feeling pleased with myself and take in my surroundings, I have to catch my breath. I feel as though I'm standing in a prehistoric time warp. Where are we? What is this? Close your mouth, Humi. The Lucille lights will get in. The what? Never mind. Just get some of this. And ditch dodge for the high road. So some of the expressions you use. You make me laugh. Were you born on this island? Clawing at the rock like it's a scratch post. My parents brought me here in 1967. Really? Wow, do you remember? No, the last one told me. You mean the person who worked here before me? How did... But I'm silenced by her abrupt interruption. Thanks for all the help! I realize that I've done nothing and jump up to see what I can do, but Rick seems to have what she came for. Take this. Shard of black and silver. Hold it in your hands and the character. Try to blend with it. I do as I'm told, but the only thing I feel is foolish. I'm not sure, perhaps I'm not very rock-like? Mineral! Sorry. Okay, leave. We'll have to try again elsewhere. But to be honest, Human, I'm running quite low on ideas for you. I feel guilty that I'm so difficult to place and wonder if I should try to make it better. Bluff through it or admit skepticism. bluff? Alright. No, let's not quit so easily. Trixie flashes me a look. I've put quite a bit of effort in, actually, Humi. I know, you've been amazing. I really meant that myself. I've been a bit of a passenger with this so far, and I think it's time I made more of a commitment to it. Trixie looks much brighter. Really? That's so sweet of you! Absolutely, you sit down and take a break. I've got this. Trixie nuzzles down into a patch of wildflowers and watches me intently. I have absolutely no idea what I'm meant to be doing, so I start improvising. All the while, watching her little cat face for clues as to how I'm doing. I crouch low to the ground and hold my arms out, open palms face down. I'm imagining they're fleshy metal detectors. I hover them about an inch above the ground and make large sweeping arcs. Seems to be going okay, and I'm rather pleased with myself. Trixie is smiling and nodding encouragement, clearly convinced by my little charade. Then I make the mistake of closing my eyes because I look more effective, more authentic. Now I can't see what Trixie is doing. Looking at me, I decide to wrap this up. Oh! I've stopped mid-flow, as though I can feel something. What gives, Humi? You found something? Her voice is very close, so I can't risk opening my eyes now. That I lower my hand and feel about for something, anything. I believe I have. My hand has settled on a small stone of some kind, which I grasp in my fist. Yes, definitely, this is me. Let's see it then? I open my eyes in my fist, and I'm disappointed to see a very ordinary rock. Indistinguishable from all the others around this basin. I cringe, but I'm committed to it now. That's interesting. Not at all what I was expecting. So you're sure this one is you? Hang on a minute. I try to look very serious and focused, the way Trix does when she stuff. Yep, I'm definitely getting something. There's a sensation. Something's changing. That'd be the size of your nose, Humi. Huh? How stupid do you think I am? What? You can stop the charade now. But I am feeling nothing, Humi. I put that bit of rock under your hand for you to pick up. I knew you were faking. I can feel my face burn red. I'm mortified. Trixie, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I know what you were doing. It was sweet in a way, but you don't need to pretend with me. This is very real for me, and it doesn't matter if anyone else gets it or not. I get it. I feel so shallow. Yeah, I guess you would. Oh. With a derisive snort, she's bounded off, leaving me to find my own way back to camp. Damn. Feels bad. Alright, romance or recon? On? Alright. On 6. I can't stop thinking about those important fragrant pink letters Zane mentioned. I've got to get my hands on one. I run through the sequence one more time. I know it by heart, but I'm nervous. I've been watching long enough to be sure that the routine is just like clockwork. No deviations. Well, apart from one, and I've made that work for me. So the boat arrives at 1300 hours. Zane, always alone, talks to the older man. Bob, who hands over the post, while the younger of the two, Joe, loads up the dolly with boxes and supplies. Zane puts the envelopes, never more than 3, into the breast pocket of his jacket. That solves the mystery of why he always overdresses whenever that boat comes in. Then wheels the dolly to the mess tents and unloads the food supply, then to the lab and unloads the medical supplies. Then to the storage hut where he unloads the remaining packages in the dolly. Next he goes to Professor Popper's tent. The professor is in, he hands over 2 of the envelopes, keeping the third, his puzzler, in his jacket pocket. If, however, the professor isn't in his tent, Zane makes his way back down to his chair and on the dock, drapes his jacket over the back of it, and spends the afternoon on his puzzles before going back again in the evening to deliver the professor's mail. He never lets the envelopes out of his jacket pocket, or the jacket out of his sight, so my only opportunity would be to pickpocket the security guard when he takes his jacket off. But that relies on Professor Popper not being in his tent. Luckily, I've ensured, with the help of my friends, that the professor will be held up during his out-of-grounds inspection. Popper just meanders around the inner perimeters of the base camp area and checks that all is well. Most days everything is, but today Kibbles and Trixie have staged a little rumpus that will engage him for just enough time to miss Zane's delivery. He has, of course, sat in his usual place, jacket draped over his chair. Hi there, Zane. 127. We're, I suppose, on first name terms now? I have a little something for you. Zane frowns but doesn't look at me. His eyes are instead where they always are, on his crossword. I've made you a puzzle! He eyes me skeptically. Crossword, to be exact. It's tricky if I do say myself. I created a puzzle using all of the cat's general knowledge. Major and McMurphy thought of some particularly treacherous teasers, while Kibbles and Trixie offered some great obscure pop culture questions. Nudie Booty was mostly just trying to get cat treats out of his pocket. I hand the paper to Zane, who's still frowning. This Dick's having a whale of a time? Is this a joke? Oh, it gets harder. Zane peers over the crossword. Why did you make this for me? Well, you know how bored I get, and I like you, Zane. Zane breaks into the first smile I've seen on his face, although small and slightly uncomfortable looking. I don't have anything. Yes, he's warming up to me. This plan is going spiffingly. Oh, don't worry about that. All I want is for you to complete it. I make my hands into a heart shape while Zane is distracted. I feel stupid, but McMurphy insisted that would be my signal for him to strike, and sure enough, along he slinks, cool as anything. Winds his feline body between Zane's leg, unnoticed. Zane's tongue is now sticking out, and his shoulders are hunched in concentration. Stuck already? I dart a look at McMurphy to get him ready to make his... Throws me a disconcerted wink. It's not that hard, just this one about the archetypal counterpart to Yondy Ray? Oh yes, that's quite niche. Thanks for that one, Kibbles. While I engage Zane, I can see that McMurphy has already reached up, as though stretching against the chair, and nudged his nose into the inside breast pocket of the jacket. Oi, shoo! Get out of it! I see McMurphy scamper off and my heart sinks. Anyway, I'll check back later, see how you're getting on with it. Zane grunts in response. I walk back dejectedly, where McMurphy and I had agreed after our mission. Suddenly, my spirits lift at the sight of a little pink corner peeking out from underneath the designated rock. McMurphy, you're a star! There's no end to my talents! I snatch up the envelope, say goodbye to McMurphy, head to the privacy of my own tent. I should have studied how to do an Irish accent before this stream, had I known. I examine my trophy while the kettle boils. I'm touched by the pretty pink envelope and delicate fragrance and feel suddenly embarrassed. Am I prying into the professor's love life? What's gotten into me? Getting notions of secret going on and subterfuge. I'm able to put the letter back when I'm overwhelmed by curiosity. I wonder who the professor's secret love could be. What are they like? Woman, man, other? Before I can contain myself, steamed open the flap and I'm peeking inside. Not at all what I expect. My previous suspicions come flooding back. This paper is in stark contrast to the pretty pink wrapping.
Meds check.
It's 6 p.m. It's 6 p.m., Masura. Alright, everyone, take your meds. I'm still trying to nail mine down. It's hard to keep up. Your love. Just in case. Are you talking about Trixie or real life? You have a real life? Talking about the Irish accent. Oh! I got real nosy for a second. I was like, oh, tell me. I can do a really bad Scottish accent. I'm helping, you are helping. Bird, you'd be the first one. I can't wait. I'll be here. Ready for all the details. And my previous suspicions come flooding back. The paper is in stark contrast to the pretty pink wrapping. It is a typed message on white paper. Scottish is just land pirate. I have a pretty good pirate accent, if I do say so myself. First of all, I've been informed of your latest subject. I would rather hear about such things from you personally. It would not be wise to take my silence for authorization. Please keep this in mind for future transactions. I will let this indiscretion slide, but if it is ever repeated, I will have no choice but to deal with you the way that I dealt with 124. As for the project, Case Study 6 is aesthetic. Please act accordingly. E-103 has been unsuccessful. Void any further investigation. Lab 09 has received the newest batch. Protocol to begin on the 8th. Finally, I trust your new assistant has arrived and is proving to be more helpful than the previous one. We seem to have had a run of bad luck in that particular area. As you know, I will not abide bad luck and will expect a reversal of fortune post-haste. Faithfully yours, 7. Damn. Alright, so all we have left is romance. Cannot do anything else until we unlock the final recon through the romance route. There are waves crashing. The sound is so loud I can't make myself be heard, but I still scream to the life raft that's moving away from the sinking ship. I'm going down with the ship. I'm being thrust against the sides of the old wooden vessel. This isn't right. This ship looks wrong. A cat's face looms close up to mine. Everything is wrong, all of it. Which cat are you? But the words come out of my mouth as mewling, and I realize I'm not myself. I'm some kind of beast. Suddenly I'm flying. I'm in the claws of some enormous bird. The beating wings are deafening. I look down to see the ground approaching really fast. You can drop through the beak. What does that mean? What break? What break? Breakfast, rise and shine. All right, romance time. Let's go. Wixie. The sun is almost set, a large orange orb so low in the sky, I feel like I'd reach out and touch it. Maybe this is what Trixie wanted me to see. Her whispered invite from behind the lab door this morning was a brief pave, sundown, dress to de-stress. Be there or despair. Thank you for the head pats! As I reach Trixie's cave, my breath is literally taken away. There are clusters of lucilites, tiny illuminated flies that look like strings of fairy lights, hung all over the beach. They lead to a formation of rocks close to the water's edge, spotlit by the amber glow of the moon and surrounded by the sparkle and twinkle of more lucilites. It's magical! I call to Trixie as she emerges from her cave, dragging something in her mouth. I dash over to help her. Whatever it is, looks too heavy for the delicate calico. Oh, thank you. I'm almost done. Could you take it over the seats? Indicating the rock formation I was just admiring, and now I see it from this angle. It really does look like a seating area. In fact, the whole area looks like a stage, beautifully lit and set. When I put the cloth bundle where she wants it and untie it for her, I discover a small collection of objects that Trixie immediately sets about organizing. She's so deft and determined, I can't help but see the human in her. Can I do anything? This looks fabulous, Trix. How did you manage to staze the lucilites? She laughs. Easy when you know how. They just love mana. Mana? The mana from the heaven flowers! Look! Takes a flower from a garland she's pulling from the cloth bag and punctures the bulbous center with her claw. A few drops of clear, sticky liquid ooze out, instantly attracting a tiny swarm of sparkling flies. What is it? Taste it. Go ahead. It's safe, Fumi. Actually, it's delicious. I gingerly touch a droplet with the tip of my pinky and put it on the tip of my tongue. It's sweet and spicy like cinnamon and honey. She's right. It is delicious. The garland is now around my neck and I look like I'm wearing a necklace of dancing lights. Trixie has nudged a much smaller garland onto her head and the effect is stunning. You have a halo. Trixie giggles. Well, I am an angel after all. This stuff is good. Is there mana in this? I drink a warm, sweet nectar from a shell that Trixie has placed in my hands. Yes, amongst other things. Steady though. McMurphy helped me make it. Ah, I thought I could detect the warmth of his Irish charm. Plenty, Murphy! As I drain the shell, I feel a bit lightheaded, and I sit down on one of the rock seats. Well, hello, chums. I didn't see you there. The whole of Trixie's mineral family are gathered on the other rocks. She set up the most romantic thing, and then we got we got our drinks spiked by a freaking Irish cat, bro. The gang's all here. This is a lovely treat, Trixie. Thank you. You two both getting wasted with cats. Oh, but this is the main event. It's only just beginning. I would like to present for your pleasure and dilection, Mademoiselle Trixie Belle. I clap enthusiastically, but I have no idea what's going on. I'm having a ball anyways. And then it begins. Trixie has taken center stage, throws her head to the full moon, and lets out the almighty sound. It's long and loud and weird, a strange concoction of meowing, hissing, and purring all together in a cacophony of ear-piercing wailing. For a moment I'm confused, but it's like another part of me starts to take over, a part of me that understands this awful racket, and my ears are rearranged what I'm hearing until it sounds like singing. Hello, Infinus. I am doing a pretty good today. I'm playing a cat dating sim about werecats and murder. Beautiful singing, sad and plaintive, and then rising to hopeful and rousing until I'm compelled to join in. I throw back my head and let out a sound I didn't know I could make. I hope you are doing great today as well. Come on, homie! Come up here. Trixie's invited me to join the stage. I'm momentarily brought back to my senses, aware of who I am, and it jolts me. What the hell am I doing out here on this beach with a clouder of yowling cats? Part of me feels like I'm intruding, it's voyeuristic, and I feel uncomfortable. Join me! But there's another part of me that wants to cut loose and allow myself to experience all of it. Listen, follow the feline instincts or listen to scientific intellect. I see, I'm playing DVD being a stalker Ghostface player. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, let's go, Dead by Daylight. How are you liking Chaos Shuffle? I leap gracefully onto the platform next to Trixie. From here, the view is even more astonishing. There are cats swarming in from the rocks and the undergrowth to join us. We're all harmonizing as though we're only one entity. Tails intertwine as lucilites dance around us. Trixie has become a kind of dance, stretching and twisting her whole body. She looks elastic. I begin gyrating too, and it feels fantastic. Every muscle and sinew is malleable. I'm in total control of my entire anatomy. Could you imagine seeing a group of cats that are like holding each other's tails and dancing and gyrating, and like a scientist rolling around on the ground like a snake, and they're all screaming? Like, could you imagine being on the outside of that perspective? That would be horrifying to witness, I think. My opinion on Chaos Shuffle. Oh, do you hate it? Before I have time to take in what changed, I'm running at full pelt, with Trixie following, and behind her a whole string of cats all scampering in serpentine line, with me at the head. I weave around rocks and right up to the water's edge. Then suddenly it all changes again, and we're reaching up towards the moon. Cats standing on their hind legs, front legs stretching up and swaying, as though being blown in the warm breeze. The moon melting its amber glow over us until suddenly I feel a wave of nausea wash over me. Gyrating? Yeah, it's when you like are just shaking. Like you're just like shaking constantly. I break from the other revelers and crawl onto my hands and knees a little way up the beach. Feels a little less potent here, and I lay for a while and let the sounds of the yowling cats sing me to sleep. What is up with Murphy and drugging people? Alright, one more romance. This should unlock our, this should unlock our thing. Brack, are you okay? Murphy just wants to spread the fun the way he knows how. That's true. Through alcohol. Where did a cat get so much alcohol? I don't know. I don't have lawn tricks. It's been a busy day in the lab today. Lots of deliveries. Trixie's pulling at the corner of the cloth she's laid on the ground. I know, you're a very important and humanly person, but I think you'll be pleased. Bit up your time up for this. Produced a small box wrapped in with a ribbon around it. Are you about to get proposed to? Oh my gosh, where did you get this from? Did you wrap it yourself? There's no need to sound so impressed. I thought you knew by now I'm a very clever cat. Well, open it. Oh, I don't want to spoil it, but... I tear off the paper and bows, and as I toss them away, Trixie leaps on them, delightfully playing cat and mouse. Come on, Humi. Need help? No, it's mine. Tussle for the box playfully, and eventually I retrieve it and take off the lid. Oh wow, Trix, it's a Quakestone! Oh, of course, it's lovely. Trixie starts to laugh. Humi, you're so funny. It's not lovely at all, but it is useful. Right, it's not lovely. It's an ugly looking chunk of stone, but the size of a walnut, pinkish gray, but mostly gray. It's full. Does it do something? Pick it up! I take the lump from the box and instantly feel a vibration in my hand. Oh, that's weird. What is this? The feeling is spreading up my arm and through my torso. Can you feel it? That's the quake. It's from... Welcome to the danger zone. What? You went to the danger zone? It's so bad I got a set of perks, and what happened was I got Ghostface, Furtive Chase, but I got Noed and Chu can play that game. So I could see survivors, but the perks Noed and Chu can play that game cancel each other out, so I lose both perks in the end game. That sucks. That reminds me of the time I had No Mither, Self-Care, and Inner Strength. I don't remember what the last perk was because it didn't counteract, but I was so mad. I was so mad. It was such a horrendous lineup. Meow. 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 I would literally be in endgame, Noed activated, then I got blind, boom, Noed gone, like what the frick? How do they cancel each other out? Sorry, I'm not Killer Main, so like I don't know how the perks work. I don't know, like, I know what Noed is. I don't know what Two Can Play does. Well, no, not personally, but I know someone who has. Who and how? Quake Zone. It alters your energy, transforms your frequency. It makes you in tune with the danger zone so you don't get zapped. Wait, are you saying that if I hold this, I could go into Elder Cat territory? That's right, Humi. That's my gift to you. Protection. I have 100 questions to ask, but I know I have to get back to the lab. Trixie, you're an angel. Let's meet up another time to discuss where you got this and how to use it. Okay, we did unlock the recon. So now we can do recon or we can do the final romance. It's up to you. Recon? Okay. Are you? Are? The stone that Trixie found is fascinating. I've just got to take a closer look at it. The professor is away on an overnight trip to the mainland, so I've got the lab to myself for a while. I've been running tests on the quake stone that Trixie for hours now, and I'm no closer to understanding how it works. Literally, Two Can Play that game is if you're stunned, it makes a totem to stop stun locks, which targets any totem that's dull. But with Noed, since it's a perk activation, it counts the Noed totem as a dull totem, which two plays that game can make into a hex totem. That is... Oh. What the frick? It emits a constant pulse, but I can't figure out where the energy needed to generate the vibration is coming from. Looking at it under the microscope, the structure seems less like a gem and more organic. It looks very smooth, interlocking scales which move and shift very slowly, as if the rock breathes. I sit back and try and clear my head. I wonder, an idea has been half forming at the back of my mind all day, and now it's loud and clear. I need to go to the Elder Cat's territory and see if I can't join some of the dots up in situ. I decide it would be foolhardy to head into the danger zone alone, so I alert McMurphy to my plan and he agrees to meet me there. I throw a few things that I think could come in handy into my backpack and set off, swinging by Zane briefly to let him know that I'm out of the grounds for a couple hours. He's on his seat down by the water's edge. Hi Zane, waiting for the supply boat? Don't bother to look up from his paper. No, that's not it. Till tomorrow, to bring the professor back. Oh, okay, just catching some rays then? Carries on looking at his paper and he doesn't respond. Well, just wanted to let you know I'm going on a field trip today. Now he shows an interest. Aren't you meant to stay in the cap when the professor's away in case something happens to one of the cats? Yes, strictly speaking, but everyone's doing fine and I only intend to be gone for an hour or two. Hope, can't you? It's not a question of me coping, it's a question of you breaking the rules. My heart sinks. But if it's important, then I expect you to have to do what you think is right. I'm taken aback. I have the feeling he's giving me his blessing without saying it. Thanks, Zane. Wise words. I turn to head back up the steady path. But it might be a good idea to let me know where you're going, just in case. They're all fine, I promise you. My concern was for you. Oh, Zane, I'm touched, but I'll be fine too. Thanks for caring. And so, I feel under pressure to tell him where I'm going, but I'm worried he'll stop me. I decide to come clean and hope for the best. Heading up to the other end of the island. To the danger zone? Elder territory, yes. Be careful then. I will. And I get away before he can change his mind. I wonder why it was so easy about me sneaking off to the date while the professor's away. Maybe Zane's not so bad after all. I haven't seen any sign of McMurphy. We said we'd meet in the border of the danger zone. Squeezing the quake stone in my hand and can feel the vibration gently pulsing up my arm. Just as I'm about to venture forward alone, I hear a friendly whistle. Murph! Were you missing me, Kara? I was giving up on you, to be honest. Oh, that's not nice. You should never give up on a buddy. Well, I'm glad you're here. I don't mind admitting I'm a bit nervous. Here, let me put this around your neck. I made a collar for him by drilling into a piece of quakestone and threading some twine through it. I don't want either of us to upset the elders. We need all the protection we can get, although I'm not sure this will even work. A big risk. Come on then, stay close to me. And you to me, Kara, you to me. You can hear the amusement in his voice as he springs ahead of me and crosses the line into the danger zone. For a split second, I hesitate. I want to see if anything happens to McMurphy. If something does happen, I want to be able to get help. Not making me your cannon fodder, are you, Kara? Watching your back, Murph. With one large step forward, I'm over the line. I stand still for a moment to feel the difference. There isn't any. I feel exactly the same pulsing coming from the quake zone, only now it seems to be all around me. It begins to tingle. Feel that? I most certainly can, and a beautiful thing it is. Right. It feels really relaxing without being drowsy. My mind is super alert, and I feel much more energized than I did even a few minutes previously. The same pet name he used on his ex. He uses the pet name Kara for everyone. There are some elders over to the right. They must be able to see us, but they don't seem too bothered by us being this close. I take in my surroundings, I notice that there are large rocks that all appear to be of quakestone. Skirt around the edge of the area, keeping a low profile as possible. I can't believe we're doing that. Oh, Kara, I wish I could show you your face. Why? Because you're grinning from ear to ear. You look like the Cheshire Cat. Maybe we've gone through the looking glass. Then, I see the huge obelisk-type stone, which most of the elder cats are sitting around. What do you think, Mac? Quakestone? Has to be. How serene they all are. Completely calm. Some of them are looking at us, but they don't seem in the least bit bothered. No aggression in these animals. They're in total harmony with each other and their surroundings. on, Mac, let's leave them in peace. Move back to where we came from and gather some of the stones to take back with us. See why they like it here. Okay, you off your neck. You'll be turning elder if I'm not careful. Walk back mostly in silence. It's a nice silence, contended. Alright, rest time. You had a lovely nap and wake up realized. Your energy's been restored. Magic. Now, the final romance. I've been following a familiar sound along the shoreline. I can't see Trixie yet, but I know that plaintiff is on anywhere. Trixie, can I come in? Wait a minute! I can hear a flurry of activity, shuffling and liquid. Trixie, are you nearly ready? It's freezing out here. As soon as the sun goes down, the island becomes... Come in. Oasis. Cave is warm and welcoming. There are flower petals scattered on the ground and little jars of loose lights and everything. Trixie is stretched out on a rock. Hasn't moved. Hello, you. Long time no see. Hello, Humi. I wondered when you'd show up. Invited me, actually? She ignores me and indicates a jar of amber liquid. Help yourself. She's in one of those moods. So I take a sip of the mana juice and make a note. Go easy this time, remembering how potent it is. So, how's Trix? Great. You've not been around for a few days? Bond. Thought you were avoiding me. I forced a laugh, but now I'm beginning to think I was right. Potion seller, I require your strongest potions. Have I upset you, Trixie? Well, in a way, I suppose you have. Oh, I was kidding, but tell me, what did I... She cuts across me. I don't mean to be rude, but would you mind just shutting up and letting me talk for a while? Oh, of course. I'm a little anxious about what's coming, but I do as I'm told and sit in silence. Life. Pauses and smiles. I'm not sure if I should respond, so I just smile back. Life is great and all, but sometimes it's not quite as great as you try to pretend it is. Get so used to making the best of it that you stop being aware that it's only silver, sometimes even bronze. I mean, nothing to complain about, but then something happens that's so golden, so platinum plated, rose gold, that the fabulosity of it all catches you up like a twister and turns everything upside down and inside out so that you're flying and dancing against your will. You're powerless and powerful. Silver will never be good enough again. You know what I mean? I open my mouth, but she plows on without waiting for an answer. I feel it now. The fizzing in my tummy, the fluttering of my heart. I'm champagne, popping and sparkling, lightheaded and silly. Am I silly? I feel very certain and not silly at all, but I can't stop giggling, and my eyes are weepy all the time. I know what I want in my heart, but I can't connect it to my head. I feel happy, truly happy. Not before happy, which wasn't like being happy at all, but 24 karat happy, and nothing less will do. A long pause. I look down and see that my glass is empty, and suddenly I feel a bit woozy. Okay, that's it. That's all I have to say. Oh, not very good at speeches. And I don't think I can match yours. Simple answer will do. Soulmates don't come along every day, Humi. You have a chance here to take a leap and see where the adventure takes us. Forever wonder what we meant. Take a leap? Yeah. Of course I'm in. Together forever. Let the adventures begin. Trixie and I begin to laugh and laugh until we're rolling around on the ground so that anyone who saw us would think we're a couple of crazy, intoxicated cats. I think that's because we literally are. Research time! Final research. Yes, I'm ready. Research 7. Professor Popper says we'll be testing some experimental medicines today. I just hope I have the stomach for it. Hey. Arrive at the lab a little later than usual today. I held up by the incredibly important task of petting all the cats I saw on the way in. Really tough. You don't want to get shot and thrown in the sea with me? Now I'm gonna go eat minerals and yowl at the moon. That's accurate. Finding out that they straight up just kill you? Holy moly. As I enter, I see a large unmarked wooden box on the table. Morning, Professor. I wasn't expecting to be working alongside you today. I'm not, I'm afraid. I'm actually in rather a hurry, but I needed to explain to you a new protocol I'd like you to carry out for me. He opens the lid of the crate, and inside are small rows of clear bottles, each containing white fluid. What's this? Milk? No, these are samples from our offshore lab. Samples of what? So many questions. Curiosity is a marvelous trait for a scientist. Now I want you to run some tests on these. I want you to check how they respond to contact with compounds 16, 18, and 24. I noticed how deftly he evaded my question. Once you've done that, provided there are no complications, I'll need you to apply the same to some of the cats and record these results. I beg your pardon? Apply the sample to the cats, Sergeant. We're looking for specific reaction. Of course, sir, but oughtn't I have a little more information before I start applying an untested product to a living subject? Look, Sergeant, I understand your concerns. Of course I do. However, once in a while, one has to trim the red tape, and this is one of those occasions. Now, I really am the most awful rush, my dear, but I have complete. And suddenly, I'm alone. Pick up one of the samples from the box. It looks like a miniature milk bottle, but the fluid inside is cream milk. I retrieved the compounds from the cabinet that the professor wanted me to test and spent some time combining them with a sample. From what I can tell, the compounds are actually some kind of organic material, but no one has told me what they actually are. I look at them under the microscope one by one and add a little of the sample. It's a bit like glue, so it's hard to get it to combine, but once they do, something odd happens. The dead cells that make up the compound start to move excitedly. They aren't coming back to life exactly, but they're behaving like living cells. I have no idea what this stuff is or its intended use, but I do know that I feel uncomfortable applying it to live subjects. I look at the cats in their cages. They look back at me with trusting eyes. Do we refuse to administer the sample, or do we administer the sample? Winkles. No, the frick? Alright, refuse. No, I'm not gonna do it. If the professor continues to withhold information, then I think it's only right that I put the responsibility back on him. He can carry out this procedure himself. I send Popper a message from my catalog. Professor, I feel I cannot continue on my task today until I understand the implications of what it is I'm being asked to do to the cats. I didn't get a reply right away. Eventually, the catalog beeped. Professor Popper has replied. Oh dear, that's disappointing. I'd be happy to comply if you just give me a little more information. You really are having such difficulties in carrying out your duties. Perhaps it would be best for me to find someone who's better equipped. I'm afraid I may lose my job if I don't administer the sample. Continue to refuse or break down and administer the sample. Who needs a job? Refuse! Alright. I feel the implicit threat. I'm sorry you see it that way, sir. I love my job here, but this oversteps a personal boundary. Collect your things, you can catch the boat in the morning. I still can't quite believe what happened, and that I'm already heading home already. I went to see the professor in his tent last night to discuss our difference of opinion. I was hoping to straighten things out so that I can continue working here. But he wasn't there, and I received a curt message from him asking that I be on the boat first thing in the morning. So here I am, heading to the jetty where the boat is waiting for me. I feel very alone in the morning mist. No one to wave me off. Oh well, it's too late for regrets now. I'll focus on the excitement of returning my old life. Strange. Even after such a short time, I can't seem to remember how much about my life before. Joe, the ferryman's son, takes my bag and helps me on the boat. That was quick. Drink all the boss's whiskey or something? Something. He looks at me suspiciously. Must be bad then, playing with the cats instead of working. Let's just go, shall we? Can't wait to get home. And where would that be? Huh? Home. You know where your home is, don't you? Don't be daft. For some reason, my mind won't focus and I can't seem to remember. Where then? Don't worry, you just sit there for a minute. Dad? The older man comes out of the cabin and joins us on the deck. Got a problem here, son? I reckon so. This one can't even remember their own name. What? Yes, I can. Before I can answer, the older man has pulled what looks like a gun from his coat and is aiming it at me. It's not personal, Sergeant. We just have to take precautions. Can't have any problems reaching now, can we? Oh my god. Well, you're in a relationship with Trixie, but you got murdered, so... God forbid a fella have ethics. Yeah. Damn. Damn. That is actually wild. This game, okay. At the beginning, I was uncomfortable at the prospect of just drinking with cats and the weird ass fucking thing that it was making me. But it's actually better than I thought. But it's 6:30. And I didn't think this game would take this long. We're only halfway through the game. And we're almost 6 hours. And we're only halfway through the game. Technically. To actually not even. It says 28% of the total game seen. 3 out of 18 endings found. This is definitely gonna be a game that we're gonna have to continue at a later date. And I definitely will continue this game at a later date, but I gotta have some relaxed time. Who knew the cat dating game would be a big game? Literally. When did you last click on extras? It tells me in game when I get another extra unlocked. So I would know, but it's quitting time, gamers. It's time for the dodo relaxation time. Things found. Major letdown. You're stressing me out. Anti-hero. Major hit. Friction. Single player. Player 2. Start. There's 18 endings. I wanted to save Trixie's sister. We can do that later. Okay? It's time for a raffle. I didn't realize this game would take so long. I was hoping we could get through an entire playthrough. But I didn't realize. And if it wasn't Saturday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, I totally would have done, like, I would have just kept going. Yeah, Trix is now left heartbroken and alone. So sad. But just bodied a squad of P100. Yeah, let's go. Dub. If it wasn't raid day, I would have kept going, but you know, I gotta do my raids. Thank you all so much for joining. For all of you lurking, we have a raffle. I will be live tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream's probably going to be like an hour or two late though, because I have to take my mom shopping in the morning. So yeah, I will be doing that. Thank you all so much. We'll see you tomorrow for disco. We're gonna try and get through the entire day in disco tomorrow. It's gonna be baller.